Welcome to the second day of the Forum Reopen Zakarpattia. Today we will be going at the same pace, at the pace of the intellectual marathon that lasted for 8 hours and was almost going on a regular basis. And we had the ideas of the speakers of the forum about what Western multicultural frontiers of Ukraine can do. We spoke about neighborhood in Central Europe with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Metro Kuleba, and we also scrutinized the situation in the future in the regions of Ukraine after the decentralization. Today we will have 6 no less important and interesting discussions. And before the first panel discussion, I would like to remind you that Forum Reopen Zakarpattia is implemented by the Institute of Central European Strategy with the support of the USAID, which enables us to implement our plans following the principles of transparency, objectivity, and independence. The broadcast is available on Facebook and YouTube on the pages of Varosh, Infopost, the Institute of Central European Strategy, Reopen Zakarpattia, and also on tens of our media partners. The forum is supported by the Village Ukraine, Zahidnet, Europejska Pravda, Kurs, Uzhhorod Press Club, and TV channels M Studio and Suspilne. We appreciate that this year the idea of the forum has been supported by local and global businesses which realize what real partnership stands for and what social responsibility stands for. In particular, this is one laboratory, Athletic Clinic, IT companies, Peters Transport Development, Sanatory Carpathium, official dealer of BMW in Zakarpattia, as well as Nobilex, Usinashlika, Comfort, Cooper and Hunter, Порядный Gazda, and Stefanio. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our first panel discussion of today, entitled What Opportunities Does the International Community See in Zakarpattia and Other Regions of Ukraine? So it's my pleasure to invite the moderator, Marina Mikhailenko, Director of the Department for the European Union and NATO from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, and her today's guest, Suzanne Couture, USAID Deputy Mission Director, and she will be online with us, Hanna Hopko, Chair of the Board of National Interest Advocacy Networks, ANTS, Jens de Mol, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Ukraine, Lukas Straumann, Director of Bruno Munzer Fund, Switzerland, and Metro Shulha, Director of the European Program of International Renaissance Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. And let's start the second day of this excellent forum, Reopen Zakarpattia. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and for the second time, because I participated in the first Reopen Zakarpattia, and I'm grateful to Dmytro Tuzhansky for that opportunity. It's an honor for me. Welcome to the stage as well as to the screen, since we are working in the hybrid format, our distinguished guests. And I'm really happy to moderate the panel dedicated to the practical aspects of cooperation between the international organization, international partners, and Ukrainian region, including Zakarpattia. So we're all well aware that the European integration as well as democratic transformation of the country cannot be successful unless these processes are supported at the regional level. So the role of the regions in the comprehensive transformation of the country is crucial. And especially if we are talking about such a big country as Ukraine. Thus, we are pleased to note that the level of cooperation between the Ukrainian regions and international organizations, both at the governmental and non-governmental level, is increasing year by year. And to give an impetus to our discussion, I would like to give you some figures regarding the projects realized by our international partners in Ukraine and with Ukraine in 2020, since till now we don't have relative data for that year for obvious reason, because the year is not completed yet. So I'm talking about so-called international technical assistance. Thus, in 2020, 662 projects have been implemented in 22 sectors by 23 development partners. The main development partners for Ukraine in terms of number of ITA projects and assistance provided are United States and European Union with 314 and 127 projects implemented accordingly. A huge amount of support was also provided by Great Britain, Canada, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, Netherlands, and others. 2,091 of the said projects have been realized at the regional level. So it's about 45% of all ITA projects. So to my personal mind, it would be great to have more projects realized at the regional level, but even a half is a good result, I think. What about the most active regions in this context? I'm pleased to know that the Zakarpattia region ranked second with 45 projects. The first place belongs to Lviv with 48 projects, but the difference is not so big, only 3 projects. So we can note, we can say that Zakarpattia and Lviv regions shared the first place. So they are followed by Ivano-Frankivsk, Lugansk, Donetsk, and Odessa. This data shows us that the Ukrainian region are gradually beginning to expand their cooperation with the international partners. And this is a very positive and promising signal. And today I would like to discuss with my distinguished panelist guests what else we can and should do in order to reinforce this positive trend, in particular case of Zakarpattia. So my first question goes to Ambassador Yanis Demol. Ambassador, as I know, last year you also participated in Reopen Zakarpattia. And as I understand, you are a frequent flyer of Zakarpattia region. If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me. And what is your impression of the region? And my second question is about your MARTA program. This program continues to help strengthening civil society, democracy, and the rule of law in my country since 1993, namely for more than 28 years. Quite an impressive period of time. So, but what is more important for our today's discussion is that you decided to focus your attention in 2022 at the Zakarpattia and Kherson regions. So, could you elaborate on this, please?
Yes, перш за все, я хочу подякувати.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for giving me an opportunity to tell a couple of words, and with your permission, of course, I will speak English.
So, well, good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. Yes, it is my third time here. So, last year I was not in this conference, but I've been visiting the region a lot. I like it privately, but also professionally. This time, given the fact that there is a global climate summit going on, I took the train, and it took me 12 hours to get here. And I think that is the first lesson, that connectivity is important. And it must be possible also in Ukraine to get to this region from Kiev a little bit sooner than in 12 hours. The topics of the conference are very interesting. It's about multiculturalism, it is about border cooperation, social cohesion. I would say the environment is also a very important issue. It's about neighborhood policies. And actually the Netherlands recognizes itself in all these issues because we are a relatively small country. It's the 17th economy in the world, between the UK, Germany and France, with Belgium underneath. And all the topics that we're talking about are actually close to our hearts, and we have the same challenges. Of course, we attack these issues perhaps differently, but there's a lot that we can learn from this region, and there's also a lot that this region can learn from us. We support at a national level, I would say, the reform, for example, in the judiciary. Why? Why would we do so? Well, as an ambassador, I'm frequently asked, well, ambassador, can you attract foreign direct investment? Because it is so important for us. And then my answer is most of the time, well, these investors, they know the way. They know what is going on. They know what the opportunities are. But what they are looking for is actually rule of law, predictability in the judiciary system, and tax clarity, and a conducive banking system. That is actually what they look for. And they also want to have a level playing field so that the rules actually apply for everybody in the same way. So, you know, this is actually what is happening. And actually very nice examples. 2 weeks ago, I was at the opening of a animal feed company in Zolochiv, near Lviv. And it's a Dutch-Ukrainian corporation of 2 family companies. And mind you, family companies are 70% of the economy in the Netherlands. Only 30% are big companies, 70% are small-scale and medium-scale family companies. So this is a beautiful example of a joint cooperation which leads to investment, technology flows and jobs. Actually, like Mr. Kuleba yesterday said, that were crucial. So the opportunities are there, and there is an investment will also in the Netherlands to go beyond the limits of our own country. We're actually the number 2 or 3 investor in this country, and more could be done. So on what kind of topics from an economic point of view we focus? Agriculture, it's a tradition, logistics, and mainly inland waterways, which is a huge opportunity also when it comes to dealing with climate challenges and the pressure on the infrastructure. It is about healthy living and the reform of the medical system, and it is about the creative system, the creative sector. Mind you, more than 400 Dutch companies are actually serviced by Ukrainian IT cluster. It shows that actually without our help as a government, it just takes place. And there's a lot of contact actually going on. We have a trade deficit with you. So you're actually selling more to us than we are selling to you, which is positive for you. And there's a lot of work for me as an ambassador to change this. But that's a challenge. We are aware as an embassy that we are in a bubble. Kiev is a bubble. You see it with NGOs, you see it with representations at the governmental level. And before you know it, you think that Kiev is the center of all activities. But what we see as an embassy is that there are actually regions which are a little bit forgotten. And although you mentioned quite a lot of activities in the regions, I think personally that some regions have been forgotten. And that's why, for example, for this year, we decided to focus on Zakarpattia, but also on Sumy, just to give you an idea of Sumy. Because it's also an important region which links to Belarus, to Russia, but there's hardly any activity there. And it is a risk for all sorts of security reasons. So we decided as an embassy to focus on this. Yes, Matra, I'm excited that you mention it, and I'm also proud of it because there are a lot of people who have personal experience in it. We were one of the first, and I think we will continue because it shows that these society change programs actually help. And although it's limited, it's a small country, but nevertheless they make a difference. And you know, the interesting thing is we invest in human rights issues. So it is freedom of speech, diversity of thought, minority issues, gender issues, balance issues. All these issues are good for business. When you take care of this, then you will see that business will also be there. So that is something that we learn very much. And I'm happy later on to respond to all sorts of questions and comment on the comments of my colleagues here in the panel. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I agree with you that the rule of law and good governance is very crucial. It's very important for further sustainable development of the region. And now I would like to move to Miss Susan Cooter. Are you with us? Can you hear us? Yeah, Deputy Director of the US Aid Mission in Ukraine. As I've already mentioned, the United States are very active in their support for Ukraine and its regions. I would like to ask you, Ms. Cooter, what does US aid see as opportunity in the region? What areas are important to grow, and what has US aid done to respond to these opportunities?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to participate. I am very sorry that I'm not able to be there in person as I wanted to be. But if anything, the last 18 months has taught us to be flexible. So thank you, and hopefully next year. But I wanted to answer your question. I wanted about opportunities. I wanted to focus on perhaps a little bit of a different area, because we see that opportunities are vast in Zakarpattia for investment, for job growth, etc. But I'd like to focus on something that I think is a prerequisite to that, and that is community development that would lead to a shared vision of the communities that in turn leads to investment and jobs. And one important means to develop a shared vision for the community and to develop the community is to create spaces for engaging the entire community and the entire multicultural community and the various ethnic groups that make up each of the individual communities. And as Ukraine looks to increase the conversation about national identity and unity, I think Zakarpattia has a lot of lessons learned, some best practices that can be shared with the rest of Ukraine. And I think it's important for the country as a whole and for Zakarpattia to continue even more in this direction. On both the national level, but then also on the local level. And I've seen this work in other countries in the neighborhood, I guess you could say, in Central European countries and the Balkans, for example, other multicultural countries and regions. In many ways, I see this process starting with a dialogue, okay, a dialogue across the individual communities, and creating. What's important there is to create the opportunities for person-to-person dialogue. And this forum itself is one perfect example of that, because my experience has shown that as the entire community works together, it becomes clear very quickly that the community writ large has shared objectives on the overarching level of wanting to see their country and their community develop, become more prosperous, and create opportunities for their young people. But even on the local level, on the very, as you called it, the very practical level, often what I've seen work is when the community writ large gets together to identify specific needs and then to work towards addressing them, whatever that happens to be. It could be, for example, renovating a playground, organizing cultural events that highlight the richness of the community. Or, for example, something that we've supported through our Ukraine Confidence Building Initiative is youth hubs that provide a space for youth to create, to develop, and to contribute. And that really leads me to your second part of your question, which was areas for specific areas for growth. And I know it sounds like a cliche, and it is a cliche because it's true. And that is that the most important area for growth, or the driver of growth, is the youth of any community, of any country and any community. And youth are amazing. We've seen their eagerness to participate in developing their own opportunities for their future, and in contributing not only their boundless energy, but their limitless creativity as well. And I think communities can only benefit from providing platforms and mechanisms for youth within their community to engage in the discussion and in the process of development for their community and their own future as well. At the same time, communities need to focus, as communities are, on developing opportunities, economic opportunities, social and civic opportunities for youth in particular, for young people to pursue their dreams. And I think all too often in Ukraine, and perhaps especially in Zakarpattia, we see young people choosing to pursue their dreams in neighboring countries. And this results in a terrible loss for Ukraine, and the potential for Zakarpattia to develop further. And creating specific mechanisms and initiatives to counteract this brain drain would be an important driver of growth, I think. And that can range from creating support for business development, youth hubs that I mentioned earlier, where youth can network or gain leadership and project management skills, and then also contribute to engaging youth in decisions about the direction of their community, because everyone wants a voice, and that's particularly, or that's also true of young people in a community, and to contribute to the direction of development of their specific community and their own lives. And I would stress that it's encouraging to see Zakarpattia taking steps in all of these areas, and that youth are more actively participating in shaping their future and the future of the region. And this is a cause for optimism, and optimism for the region and the country, I think. And it is very telling and very heartening to see the results of a recent poll that we did, and to see that compared to the previous year, we see rising levels of optimism and tolerance. And I think all of these are critical elements of a prosperous future for the region. And just to speak a little bit about how we are supporting this, I mentioned we are supporting Zakarpattia youth and unity and multiculturalism through, in particular, two programs. One is our Ukraine Confidence Building Initiative, and soon through a dedicated youth initiative that we have called Unity. Zakarpattia will be one of the focus regions during this coming year, so we're very pleased about that. And I just would like to note that once again that it is so heartening to see the developments within Zakarpattia and the progress in Zakarpattia in all of these areas, and despite the very, very real challenges over the past year, whether it's floods or, of course, the pandemic, which hit the region early and hard. And despite all of that, thanks to the region's hard work and resilience, we see progress, and we see reason to assume that there will be continued progress and hope for the future as well. And I think that this makes Zakarpattia a very good example and model for the rest of the country. So we look forward to sharing on a national level, or hearing about some of the examples from the successful examples from Zakarpattia in national forums as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kuter. As I understand, the use of Zakarpattia can count on you. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to move from our distinguished international partners to my fellow compatriot, Ms. Shulga. Dmitry, you represent the International Renaissance Foundation, one of the largest Ukrainian charity foundations that has been developed an open society in Ukraine since 19th. And you realize respective programs in different spheres, as I understand, from human rights and justice to environmental initiatives. Do you have something that could be interesting for the Zakarpattia region? Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes, I think that there are some things that could be of importance for Transcarpathian region in particular, but let me tell first that I represent the International Renaissance Foundation that is a part of the network of open society foundations in Ukraine. The global network of such sites was founded by Mr. Soros, and we, the International Renaissance Fund, are a part of this network in Ukraine, and we are actually the Soros Foundation, which some enemies of open society are sometimes that much afraid of. Our mission is to support civil society, open society, accountable authorities, human rights in Ukraine. And these are the components of the concept of open society, the way it was formulated by Karl Popper, a famous philosopher, and which is promoted by the American philanthropist Jerome Soros. It's of interest that we work in many fields, and in general, we have 6 thematic programs, which is democratic practice, human rights and rule of law, human health, public health, Roma program, which is particular for the Transcarpathian region, social capital program, and the European program, which I have the pleasure to supervise and which focuses on the cooperation between Ukraine and the EU and on the European integration. Also, we have established powerful cooperation not just with our founder, the founding network, but also with other parties and stakeholders, large international donors present in Ukraine. For example, the foundation has become partner of the EU in the development of civil society in Ukraine. And thanks to this, we have a EU for Society project. The EU funds a significant share of our foundation's work, and a lot of tenders are funded by the EU, which means that there's not just private American funding, but that also stands for the funding provided by large international donors. Also, we cooperate with Swiss CEDA and other donors. The way we cooperate with civil society organizations and NGOs could be represented in different formats, but in fact, these are non-profit organizations, and these are our partners to which we provide grant support. Sometimes that happens on the negotiations basis, but normally that takes place on the basis of tenders, which we openly announce within the programs I have already named. And I have had a look at the statistics to compare the figures, with the figures of international technical assistance. And if we have a look at the statistics of the International Foundation, Renaissance Foundation, all in all, we had 391 grantees in the previous year, and out of them, 208 were regional ones, which means that we have more than half of our grantees, our partner organizations, that represent not Kyiv, not the capital, but regions. And 17 of them in 2020 were from Zakarpattia, which is about 8% of the regional programs. I think that this is quite a good percent. And if we have a look at the leaders, so of course Lviv is traditionally a leader, as it has always been, but the Transcarpathian region also has a very good share. So what tenders would I like to mention? Because I guess that this information is relevant and important. Probably they will change because we announce them depending on the situation, and the situation and context are changing. But anyway, as I've already mentioned, there are some directions in which we work. For example, there is a tender which we announced this year. You can have a look at them at the website. And I guess that it's likely that we will have almost the same topics for our tenders next year. So I would urge the organizations that are ready to participate in the tender next year because they are going to be similar. So besides the traditional tenders related to the local governance and local democracy or participatory democracy tools, programs, I would also pay attention to the topic of the Green Deal and the environment, since we have had a number of tenders, 3 of them this year, were from a different perspective, but 2 of them were dedicated to the local level, how to implement the territorial communities' action plans on environmental protection. We had a number of projects like this in Ukraine.
We also implemented an interesting approach quite recently. These are, so to say, non-standard or unique grant support. So this is for the 2nd or 3rd year running that we announced the tender on crowdfunding to support crowdfunding initiatives, public initiatives. One, the Renaissance Fund provides the crowdfunding initiatives in the area of media, social entrepreneurship, and culture in case they have a certain amount of money. So we provide funding in the amount of 50-50. So actually we double the sum that such initiatives managed to collect themselves by means of crowdfunding. And specifically, I would like to stress the tender that my European program announced last year, and we also announced it this year, and I hope it will be announced next year. This is the tender Bridges of Cooperation and resolving the problematic issues of communities in a transboundary region. And this is actually very topical for the Zakarpattia region. This is the tender, the competition that focuses on the local development problems and establishing cooperation at the local level. Here we are not talking about regional level, but local level, like communities that live very close to the borders. Even this area where the city where we are now is actually belongs to this transboundary area. So we are talking about various issues related to cooperation with neighboring communities. And we have a number of projects here, not many actually, because these are quite specific projects, niche projects. And I would like to provide one example, which is very typical for Zakarpattia because it takes place here. This is organized. The project is organized by Lviv organization, and the project is done for Zakarpattia region. Probably our moderator knows that there is a potential control point, Lubny-Volosati, from Zakarpattia to Poland. I hope people know that in order to go to Poland from Zakarpattia, you have to either to cross the Slovakia border and then go to Poland, or you have to go to Lviv region and enter the Polish border there. And in order to just go to Poland through this control point, or border control point, that goes through International Biosphere Reserve Eastern Carpathian, and this is the reserve area, and therefore there are some problematic issues. Therefore, so far the project so far has not been implemented. But at any rate, the project is aimed, and there were a number of discussions with the Ukrainian stakeholders at organizing such border control point. And it is done in cooperation with the customs, border control service, and they discussed a number of aspects. And I hope that this issue will be resolved, and I hope in the nearest future we shall have recommendations how this issue can be addressed and how it can be resolved. The topic is actually debated and discussed in Ukraine, and I hope we'll be able to ensure cooperation with our Polish counterparts. So this is the example how the civil society, understanding the local problems and engaging a number of stakeholders, offers a number of solutions, which are first of all topical for the local communities on the one hand, and on the other hand, belong to the set of international problems. So this is something that we discuss right now. So local, regional, national and international level, and the Zakarpattia region is particularly unique in this respect. So there are various opportunities, various topics, and I think they may be of great interest for Zakarpattia. Thank you very much, Dmytro. We definitely cooperate with civil society, and this issue about this border control point is discussed when we are talking about bilateral relations with Poland.
Important topic for this particular region, the ecological one. And with this in mind, I would like to move to Mr. Lukas Straumann, Director of Bruno Master Foundation, Switzerland. Your foundation is working hard on the long-term environmental and sustainable development issues. For the last years, you have visited the Ukrainian Carpathian several times, as I know. And what is your impression and the recipe? How to preserve them?
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor, and also thank you to Dmytro Tushansky for organizing this forum, which is a great opportunity for Zakarpattia, and I think also for European partners to come here and speak out. If I were a government official, I would probably say similar things to the Dutch ambassador, because Switzerland and Holland are similar size, but of course Holland is in the lowlands and Switzerland is a mountain country, but in certain ways the structure is similar. And however, I'm here as an independent civil society representative. I'm working for an environmental NGO. We have a 30-year track record working on forestry issues, mainly in Southeast Asia, where we support local communities who want to keep their forests intact in the Borneo rainforest, one of the worldwide forest environments that really endangered. And we have seen in the last 20 years how these forests in Borneo disappeared at a very frightening speed. So basically the depletion of forests has taken on a speed that is of concern to all of humanity. And with this experience, what is going on in other parts of the world, in the tropical rainforest, we got aware that it's also important to do something in Europe, because we have very good forests, intact forests left in Europe. And if we don't manage to protect our forests in Europe, how can we try and protect the forest in the Amazon or in the Congo Basin or in Borneo? So this is also a question of credibility of Europeans when they act on a worldwide scale. I was first invited to come to Transcarpathia 3 years ago by the Free Svidovets group, who have been staging a very impressive and very active campaign focused on two issues. One is to preserve the Svidovets mountain range, an absolutely fantastic mountain range of outstanding beauty. And I have to say, as a Swiss, we have mountains, we have Alps, but we don't have mountains of this beauty and this vastness like the Transcarpathian, the Ukrainian Carpathians. And I think maybe it's not so much in the awareness of the regional decision makers that also Transcarpathia has a international responsibility at the European level and has really a natural, I call it a natural capital of outstanding value. And that I think with the necessary sustainable development, and I would stress the sustainability aspect, this could also have, we have a very large potential for low impact tourism, for local regional development, but it has really to be based on the communities, and it has to be very careful because we know how fragile the mountain environments are. Maybe if we look back in history, Switzerland has a long track record of working together with Transcarpathia. And an important point in time have been the 1998 and 2001 floods in the region, which were a wake-up call, maybe of also what is likely to come in the future. I mean, floods have taken place very quite frequently since, and we know that with the climate change, the precipitation will become stronger. The Tisa watershed is key not only to the Transcarpathia region, but also to the neighboring Hungarian lowlands, what is going on here. And to be honest, when I first came here and looked at the forest, and we know what the forests are being managed like in Switzerland, the mountain forests, and what protections have been set in place since the 19th century, I was quite shocked to see the large-scale clear cuts in forests that ought to be protection forests to protect the communities that are downstream. And I think this is not a sustainable practice. We should not forget that the word sustainability comes from forestry, and sustainability basically means don't harvest more trees and more timber than grows. And what we're seeing here in the last years, I mean, the forest, the timber being harvested exceeds the timber growing multiple times, and that is dangerous for the region in the long term, because it means the forests will be depleted in maybe 10 or 15 years, and there will be no future for the people who live from the timber and the forest today. And I found it very striking that some of the people here that called us for help are people active in the timber sector. If they, for instance, if you operate a sawmill and you have been living from this region for a long time, and you see that your children won't be able to live from the forest because there will be no trees left, that is an issue of concern. And so I think when we talk about projects, we should in the first place also talk about the sustainability and the long-term benefit that these projects bring to the region. And there are too many projects that it's just a straw fire, and there is a lot of money being poured in, but investors who come from outside with big pockets of money, they don't know where to put their money, but they also want to take the money out again. So I think the Transcarpathia should be very considerate when accepting projects, when also doing the development, to see that it is in the long-term interest of the community. And it can be done. I think there are already great examples like the Carpathian Biosphere Reserve. We also have biosphere reserves in Switzerland in mid-altitude, not the high-altitude alpine regions, but mid-altitude mountain regions that can be successfully developed with marketing, with local sustainable tourism. And we think this is a way to go forward. And it also means to preserve the environment, which is the capital for tourism, which is the capital for future development, and to have the development without destruction. I think that is a key message here. One other point I would like to touch that reminds me of what our experiences in Southeast Asia, and it was quite striking for me to see that in Europe, is that atmosphere of intimidation, of fear, that people who are engaged at a local level, they are scared to say, to issue their real opinion, to say what they think. And we know when we look, for instance, to Romania, that several foresters have been killed by what is called the timber mafia. Fortunately, the level of violence in Ukraine is not as it is has been in Romania, but a situation of intimidation, of fear, and that is also an impediment to development. I think there should much more be open, transparent dialogue, and the problems and the issues should be laid openly on the table. And I mean, another question that has reminded me of what we know from Southeast Asia are allegations of corruption against the Forestry Service, against the State Forestry Service. And we see that a lot of decisions are taken in Kiev at the central level, and that there is not so much community long-term involvement and community long-term interest. And probably this is something that from the Swiss experience we could also contribute to, that the forests in Switzerland, the mountain forests, are managed and also owned by the local communities. So people who have a long-term interest in sustainable management of the forests, they are also key decision makers, key decision takers. And I think that is something that should really seriously be reflected on. How can the forestry sector be reformed in a way that it is beneficial to regions like Zakarpattia in the long term? Because this short-term massive harvesting cannot continue, and it's not a sustainable business model. Last point I would like to touch is the Olympic Winter Games plan that now seems to be a cure-all and has recently been highlighted by President Zelensky. We think this is the wrong way to go. This is an avenue for more corruption, for more big-scale, large-scale projects that will not create long-term added value for the communities. And I would just like to mention here that in Switzerland we have, one of the privileges we have is that local communities have a lot of democratic say on what is going on. And we have had referendums in several tourism regions in the Alps and on Olympic Winter Games, on candidacies for Olympic Winter Games. And all the tourism regions in Switzerland said, we don't want that because this benefits other people. We have huge construction projects, but later on these capacities are empty. We don't want that. It's a short party with a long hangover. So that is what the communities in Switzerland said. And I just would like to bring that into the debate here, that we don't think it's the right way to go. And I'm very happy that a large number of Ukrainian NGOs have recently sent a letter to the International Olympic Committee, which is also located in Switzerland, but who have increasingly a problem because they cannot conduct Olympic Games in democratic countries. So they go to other countries where it's easier for them to do that. But this is just something I would like to add to the debate. We don't need necessarily more projects. We need better projects with better outcomes and a long-term sustainable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. And I would like to emphasize that at the governmental level, there is growing awareness of the problem of environmental degradation, deforestation. We have the state program for development of Ukrainian Carpathian region, and we in the MFA is interested in creation of a new strategy for the Carpathian region. So it would be a roadmap for promoting more effective regional development of the Carpathian region we are talking about with our European partners. And you mentioned Svidovets. Often we listen from the defenders of such a project that we need it because the local community is in a difficult economic situation, because there is a huge necessity to create new jobs in the region, because tourism contributes to development of the region. How can we find balance between the natural conservation and social economic development of local communities, especially those which are among the most depressed? And in general, is this balance possible? Because, or are we destined to choose between lesser and greater evil in every particular case?
Well, absolutely. I'm sure, I'm absolutely convinced that this possibility is there. I mean, a key element, of course, is infrastructure. And what I noticed when I came here, I was shocked how bad the roads were. And also, I mean, for instance, if you come from Switzerland to Uzhgorod, you can travel very smoothly to Zahoni, and then there is a border, and you have to wait 3 or 4 hours. So that really doesn't help if you want to attract tourism. You should have open borders. I grew up in Basel, a border region on the border to France and Germany, and for us it is key to have easy access across the border. And I think we should find ways also in talks with the European Union that the border between Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Ukraine becomes more of a border that you can actually cross without having to spend half a day there. And talking about the infrastructure, I think it is also important to look, I mean, what is the status quo? Where do we have infrastructure today? There are skiing resorts in Transcarpathia. We have like Dragobrad, we have teleferics, we have communities with accommodations where private people can, for instance, rent their homes to tourists. They can provide the guides, and I think we should try to build up from the existing structure and from the existing knowledge. People who know the region, or for instance, the hiking is a great way of discovering Transcarpathia. And I have friends who live in Vienna. When I came back from Svidovec last time, I passed Vienna, I told them how great it was. And they said, wow, this is so close from us, we don't know it. And I think there has to be a marketing effort. Communication, of course, the language could also be, if they know they can come here and get things in English or in German, that would be fantastic for them. And also if they know that the local population, there's this great culture of hospitality, which I'm really impressed of. I mean, this hospitality, if it can be shown to guests, but they won't see this in a big tourism complex where they're just out of thousands of guests, an anonymous number, and where the real risk is that by building a new city on top of a mountain where there's nothing, basically you destroy what people come here for to see, and that's not the way to go.
Thank you very much. Here I would like to change the angle of discussion a little bit. We have already listened to our international partners and their views on how to improve the cooperation with the Ukrainian regions and what they expect from the regions and from the cooperation. Now I would like to address my question to Ms. Hanna Hopko. What is your advice to our partners, to our international partners? And what should donors focus on when starting or continue to work with the Ukrainian regions, in particular with Zakarpattia? Perhaps leadership programs, development of networks, or something like this.
Thank you so much, and it's an honor for me today to participate in this very important discussion. And let me start from expressing my gratitude to Dmytro Tuzhansky for his courage to have this forum for second time. And of course, I wish to see behind me, now I see only USAID logo, but for the third forum next year, I hope to see the EU logos as well, because I think Zakarpattia region matters not just for US, but also for the EU. And also for this year, we see a lot of ambassadors. I think it's also a great achievement of the organizers. And I switch now to Ukrainian language, but I hope that this forum will be annual and international forum, which will cover the issues of Central Europe, and Zakarpattia will be the driving force. І насправді також хороша унікальна можливість.
This is a great and unique opportunity for our organization called ANTS to show the opportunities for local self-governance. Here we have Maria Holub, who is the chair of our new project, which is called Hackathons for the Local Self-Governance Leaders. This is the all-Ukrainian project to introduce innovations at the local level. And our primary task within this project is to find leaders with innovative IT solutions and creative ideas that will be aimed at resolving local problems, environmental issues, educational issues, energy issues, etc. And together with our mentors, will provide assistance in implementation of these projects. Why is it important? Because it's necessary to assist the local leaders to implement important innovative projects that will improve life at the local level. We provide prizes. For example, the winners will get about $5,000. Well, this is not a big amount of money, but still, you can use some digital tools, and I hope the projects will be implemented. And I hope that next year we'll be able to state that some of our winners are from the Zakarpattia region. So what should the donors do? I would say that it is important for donors to establish opportunities for really great leaders who are the leaders of the real leaders of their communities, because the prerequisite for successful development of local communities are non-corrupt representatives of both local forces and local authorities. Just a year ago, prior to the local elections, we had a marathon with one of the candidates, and we supported the representatives of different political forces, and they were representatives who were for the first time nominated for the elections, because it is actually cheaper to support honest people who will be elected than, for example, to combat the corrupt people who will later steal from local budgets. And, for example, we went to Mariupol, and very often the donors have to cooperate with the representatives of local self-governance bodies who are related to oligarchs, for example, in Mariupol with Akhmetov. And we do not always feel support for the environmental projects. For example, there are lots of support for green projects, but there are no real actions, for example, on the part of big industrial facilities. So we do not see this social responsibility. We do not see that they, for example, invest lots of money into special treatment facilities. Another advice for donors is to search for the so-called new stars. Very often, donor community have very good partners, reliable partners, convenient partners, so to say, who are perfect in writing reports, who are perfect in giving information about themselves. But I would probably ask those big stars to share their experience with small stars. And I would probably encourage donors to cooperate with those who only start these activities. We have organized a survey for local self-governance bodies because we tried to prepare a special marathon for local self-government authorities. And one of the questions was, what do you expect from international cooperation and international donors? And they stated that they would like to improve investment attractiveness of their regions and their communities. They're interested in support for SMEs. They're interested in trainings for how to write projects. And taking into account the above-mentioned point, we saw how during COVID times the international partners launched a number of really useful and good projects. But now, when we see the energy crisis and we see low capacity of local communities to deal with school heating, we see very low level of energy efficiency. So it seems that now actually technical support regarding thermal refurbishment, modernization of buildings, energy efficiency issues is something that will be of great use for local communities, because we hear the promises of the president that the tariffs won't be raised, but actually we see that lots of people are concerned about potential increase in the tariffs. We have already heard today about timber mafia, and we know that there are lots of local activists, and these activists often hear threats and they are attacked. For example, if we take Kherson region, we remember the death of public activist Katarina Handzuk. We know what is happening in Odessa, what is happening with the mayor of Odessa, Trukhanov, and we know that here in the Zakarpattia region there are also some topics which are potentially dangerous for activists. The ambassador of the Netherlands, the Kingdom of Netherlands, was talking about the human rights, and it should be something the international donors should focus on.
Для тих людей,
That's why social lifts for the people who are really decent people should be provided. There should be also equal, uniform support, and not just support to those partners or stars which are convenient, so to say. Why it is important? That's because in the future, the gap in the distribution, in the allocation between territorial communities is going to be bridged, and we will have fewer subsidized communities, of which we have about 15% now in Ukraine. And to conclude, I would like to say that quite often local representatives, local government representatives claim that there are too many advisors, there are too many consultants for them. They need not just consultations, but they need real money. There should be like no more than 30% of money spent on consultations, while the other 70% should go to direct grants, direct support for local government companies, authorities, repairing of different social infrastructure projects. This support will make the decentralization reform more visualized, and that's the thing which has been mentioned by Susan, youth engagement. I can consider that youth engagement is the absolutely right direction in all the things related to youth. Youth hub creativity, the projects which we have are really important because young people need to see the prospects here and not just keep moving abroad to the neighboring Hungary or any other countries of the EU.
зокрема, я говорила і про
And I would mention here the youth model of the Parliamentary European Assembly, which is needed to support young people in their understanding of why the European vector is so much important for Ukraine. And to conclude, I would like to say that the more regional forums like this one we have, the better the situation is going to be. If there is a forum in the east, in Mykolaiv, maybe next year, as Mr. Ambassador of the Netherlands will invite us, we'll find local leaders, as Metro Tozhansky found them here. In Sumy, we will have a chance to speak about cross-border challenges in the Sumy region because it's a neighbor of Russia. In Sumy, we have examples like Trostyanets, and that will be very good. There was an idea once for each donor in the East to take one town, or every embassy to take one specific town and to promote their culture in that town and to become a kind of a patron of that town. This idea would also be good. And finally, I would like to say that we will also benefit from this forum. And we have Luciana Shu in the room, and she shoots Charisma UA. This is also our promotion platform for promoting decent Ukrainians who are changing communities. And one of the panels will be dedicated to the inspiring stories of people from the Transcarpathian region for the world to know about them. And today we're going to shoot several editions with such stories. So I think that this is also important in order to support. We will attract donors in that way if we tell about the stories of the people who represent fair business. Just we had one story about Bibrka, Lviv region town, a businessman from that place their company Club of Plants, which have lavender fields. They invite children with special needs to their fields, and they organize different educational training centers, musical festivals there. They teach them to play the piano and other music instruments. And this businessman pays more taxes to Bibruka Amalgamated Territorial Community than the owner of the Adam Resort Club. You know, this is a luxurious resort hotel to which all the politicians keep coming all the time. So we would like to promote the stories of fair businessmen who are fighting for the change of the rule of the games. And if it seems to me that our oligarchic channels show that everything is so bad in Ukraine, in the meantime, we should support those success stories, because we really have real doers, and this is the charisma of Ukraine. This is our soft power of this region, of Bukovina, of Odessa region, of Sumy region, and soft power of Ukraine in general. That's why thanks a lot to our donors, and we hope that we will see more of them in different regions, and we will hear what the regions live with. And I hope that, as Mr. Ambassador has been using trains, this means that there are more infrastructural projects now. Thank you, Hanna, for such a nice and optimistic picture and for your recommendations for donors.
Our time is over, and we have no time for questions from the audience. And that is why I thank all our distinguished panelists for the interesting discussion and outline of what can be done to further improve prospects of this beautiful region. Thank you.
And we would like to express our gratitude to the speakers and to the moderator, and we would like to say sorry to our guests who are here in the room and the guests who are watching our broadcast for a small technical delay. Unfortunately, sometimes technical things happen and we have to put up with this. That's why all our day's agenda will be shifted some 25 minutes. Why for a fourth year in the row the Transcarpathian region has been the last in the ranking of external independent evaluation? That is the title of one of the publications, one of the headlines, and of course it has caused a heated discussion. And a discussion was organized in order to find possible solutions. So today we will also speak about education with a focus on multicultural regions. In particular, we will speak on how we could curb this fall and ensure the progress. And I would like to invite the moderator, Andriy Luka, a writer, and also his guests, Lilia Hranavich, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine over the period of 2016-2019. Serhiy Kvit, head of the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance of Ukraine, Petro Medyanko, a writer and teacher of Ukrainian, Roman Hrashchuk, MP, member of the Education Committee, and also Mr. Laszlo Zubanich, head of the Democratic Union of Hungarians in Ukraine. Good afternoon. Happy to meet you, to welcome you at the second day. And today we're going to speak about education. This is one of the most important panels which we should have here, because over the recent years, while speaking about the Transcarpathian region, we primarily come to think about education and vice versa. Unfortunately, quite often their connotations here are pejorative. That's why this is the issue to be solved, and we need to look for the compromises and to move on. And that is what our today's panel is going to be dedicated to. And I would like to introduce our panelists who will speak together with me about education in multicultural societies. Our innovation of the forum's team is that we have decided to make this not just a discussion about education, but to also involve people who are educators in it. Because quite often in the information space, we hear a lot of comments about people who have nothing to do with education, and quite often these are the comments which actually cause some doubts as to whether these people are generally educated people, not let alone educators. So it's my pleasure to introduce Lilia Hranavich, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine in the period of 2016-2019, the head of the committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine at a certain period of time, and the first lady minister in the independent Ukraine, and the person who actually launched a very important reform in Ukrainian education together with her team, since she launched the NUSH, the New Ukrainian School project. And also I'm happy to welcome here Mr. Serhiy Kvit, also the Minister of Education and Science from 2014 to 2016, former rector of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. So there are no former rectors. We need to say rector, indicating the years. The person who is already on our history records because he has been fighting for the autonomy of his university, Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, in the dark times of the Ukrainian history. And then as the minute that he provided this autonomy, granted this autonomy, creating some financial tools for this. And that he also has one more superpower, which is important, and everybody is envious of that. He was born in Uzhhorod. That's why we are glad to welcome him at this forum. I would like to introduce to you Mr. Roman Hrushchuk, member of the Ukrainian Parliament from the People's Servant faction, and he's member of the Education Committee. Also, we have here Mr. Laszlo Zubanich, who's head of the Department of the History of Hungary and Euro integration in Uzhhorod University. And in particular, this is the institution which is designed to both prepare educators, education materials, and to train educators for Hungarian schools. And besides that, he's the head of the Democratic Union of Hungarians in Ukraine. And we're going to speak with him today about the context of education among national minorities, in particular in the Hungarian community in the Zakarpattia region. And it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Mr. Petro Medyanka. He doesn't need to be introduced. He's the best poet in this region, the laureate of the Shevchenko Prize. And if you want to learn what the Transcaucasian region stands for, that is the key figure for this. But besides that, he has 40 years of experience of working as a teacher, and he teaches in his mountainous remote village, Shirokий Lug, in the former Tyachiv Ryan, I guess, somewhere at the far back of beyond. That's what I actually wanted to say. And I would like to start out today's talk with my question addressed to Lilia Hranavich. It was in the period of your ministry that there was a peak of attention to the education process in the Transcaucasian region, and the law which you designed and developed together with your team, law on education. Actually, you lobbied it, you advocated it, and you started implementing it in Ukraine. And this law has become a stumbling block for many reasons, and I'm really grateful to you for the fact that in those years and later you kept coming a lot to the Transcaucasian region, not only to Uzhhorod. You communicated with the educators of different levels and listened to their comments. But my question will start with the research which has been done for the InfoPost edition by our journalists. We all know that Zakarpattia takes the last honorary place as far as the results of external independent evaluation are concerned. And everybody is rather careless about that because they say that there are a lot of minorities here, it's a multicultural area, so it's natural for people to have the worst results. People don't have a good command of the Ukrainian language. But our journalists who have made this research have refuted this stereotype by showing that, for example, here we speak not about schools or communities with the prevailing representatives of national minorities, in particular Hungarians. because quite often in Hungarian schools, the results of external independent evaluation are high, and the level of education allows them to get a high score and to enter the universities. But in fact, it turned out that the problem of education in this region is not about ethnicity or national minorities. The problem is that the level of education is generally low here, and it does not depend on what minority the school is attended by. So when you can look into retrospect at your work at the ministry and you have more freedom because you're no longer a minister, you no longer represent any political standpoint. So can you please tell us what the essence of this conflict that started several years ago is? How much of education do we have in it, and how much of real care about national minorities do we have here, and how much politics we have there? Thanks a lot. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this perfect and very informative forum. I would like to make my first statement. In Ukraine, we don't have equal access to high-quality education as far as cities and villages are concerned. And since there are a lot of rural, in particular mountainous regions in the Transcarpathian region, of course, this region is affected by this difference. That's why we should have a focused policy aiming to improve the chances for mountainous regions. This is related to the allocation of targets, subventions, support of basic schools and their equipment. This work has been started, but it seems to me that it's very, very slow because it requires a greater support. But well, I'm trying to build my conclusions on the data. You have been speaking about the journalist study, and we need to realize that when the law on education was adopted, in particular Article 7 related to language and to the models of study of the Ukrainian language among the national minorities, we were facing the following context. In the places of residents of Hungarian communities, like in Berehov or Ryan, showed the result when about 70% of graduates, of school leavers, they actually failed in the Ukrainian language, which meant that these school leavers didn't have any prospects to get higher education in Ukraine. They didn't have any prospects to anytime hold a state position, the position of their an official, and this actually restriction affects us to education. But they study in communal schools, so we could not leave it the way it was. And out of the models available in the world, we took the model 40/60, which functions in many countries, and actually it has justified itself. Of course, there are opponents and advocates in everything, but we've also come to realize after deep immersion into the problems of the study of the Ukrainian language, the official language by the representatives of the Hungarian community, is that they cannot be taught the way others are taught because that's an absolutely different language group. And for them, it's really difficult to learn Ukrainian. Therefore, we started arranging a whole number of events to somehow adjust this study to their needs. And this process is still going on. But there is also another thing, which is the so-called introduction of the adaptive threshold of external independent evaluation. And I think that in your study, the journalists neglected one more interesting thing. Starting with 2019, according to our agreements, in particular agreements of the Commission dealing with the education of Hungarians in Ukraine, we introduced the adaptive threshold of testing in the Ukrainian language and literature. What does it mean? For example, this year, if this fail, non-fail, or pass, not passed threshold for all schools generally was out of 104 points, 22 points, I mean, only those who got 22 could pass. The adaptive threshold was 15%, and this means that we're trying to express some standpoint with this. We try to express that we realize that the representatives of national minorities, of other nationalities who do not belong to the Slavonic group of languages, find it difficult to get a command of the Ukrainian language. And that's why we may refer them to the pupils who have special educational needs. We want the Ukrainian system of education to be inclusive, but doesn't mean that we're going to compromise the principle that these children generally should have a command of the official state language in order to have access to further career. So on the one hand, I do agree with the results of this study showing that there is some effect of those differences between rural and urban areas. But along with that, we should work towards this transition to a more high-quality study of the Ukrainian language in Hungarian schools. I mean, schools where they study in Hungarian. I would like to link your answer to your reform and to the new Ukrainian school and to ask you one more thing. When we speak about multiculturalism, our discussion is called not in Zakarpattia, but in multicultural regions. That's because on the one hand, our region is unique, but also it has some structural convergences with other regions of Ukraine that also have national minorities. So, when we speak about this, there is a stereotype that we have some educational problems and problems with the study of the language in multicultural, multi-ethnic environments. But I guess that the problems appear where we have monocultural approach, where we have closed environment, where people don't go beyond their social, their community. They don't have contact with others. That is a kind of closed space or enclave, though we should be rather cautious with this term. And not multiculturalism, but monoculturalism is a problem. So I would like to ask you whether we can teach children, because, the new Ukrainian school is not only about new desks and new format of classes. Can we teach small Ukrainians who will shape the future of our country this multiculturalism already in the first grades? Because I went to school number 8 in the town of Vinohradiv, where we have a lot of Hungarians. And I remember that we had classes about many different topics, but we didn't get any information about Hungary, about Hungarian culture. So how important is it to speak not only about the Ukrainian culture, but also to speak about the culture of Hungarians and Bulgarians, Romanians in Ukraine? And how far can this be done at the state level, not just in Vinohradiv or in some Ryan, to have classes about Hungarian culture and for us to try and learn what their culture is, and since they are the citizens of Ukraine, how important would it be to speak about this point in other regions? Well, in your question, you have actually touched upon many different aspects. And the NUS reform objectives includes the objective of shaping up the unity of the Ukrainian society, since this is the thing we need badly. And you cannot build unity without understanding the value of multiculturalism, in particular in our country. Due to this is a part of the content of the new Ukrainian school. The new Ukrainian school is not just about transfer of knowledge, but about the ability of applying this knowledge in modern life and about values. And the competences of pupils include cultural competence, and this cultural competence actually stands about what you're talking about. But we have a different problem. How do we accomplish all those nice objectives and tasks in practice? Now we can see that according to the NUS standard, school children now study in the 4th grade. And if you enter any school in Ukraine, you can already see a sudden change. Of course, this all depends on the headmaster, on the teacher, but anyway, you can see this change, which is related to the new content, new methods of teaching, and even the educational environment. However, starting with the next year, when it goes over to the basic high school, we will face the challenge how their subject teachers can get redirected for this new content, in particular within the field of cultural competence, and how could they attain the objectives which we actually led down into this long-term reform. And by the way, we have a good example here how civil society and professional community want to help the authorities for this reform to keep going on. Because the reform of education, unlike other reforms and the reform for decades, that cannot be done overnight by one single government. And in many civilized countries, we have an agreement that around education. I mean that if we have started a reform, we will have no further debates. I mean, there may be a discussion because COVID-19 started and you need to introduce certain changes like intensify, digitalize education, but the objectives must be reached and no government is going to change anything in the agreements made. And our public association called Re-Education, by the way, we are a younger sister of Reopen Zakarpattia. So this union, this association aims to somehow transform education. And the expert group has developed a roadmap for the reform of basic and high-profile school. And it goes from year to year. And on the basis of learning the needs of all target groups, it shows what needs to be done on that way. Why do I speak about this? Because it's around such ambitious objectives as education that refers to so many children, the future of our country. It's around this that everybody should get united, not quarrel, but get united and help each other. And that is also related to peaceful coexistence. Maybe somebody is going to dislike my words, but when we passed the law and when we came to the regions, in schools, let me tell the truth. There was a school with Hungarian language of teaching, and the worst room was the room of Ukrainian language and literature. The teachers teaching in Hungarian are additionally paid some salaries from Hungary. Let's be honest. But the teachers teaching in Ukrainian don't get those additional bonuses. That is what we got back then in 2017. I don't have the data concerning what is happening now, but back then we launched the program of providing equipment for the rooms of the Ukrainian and Ukrainian language and literature in such schools. We want children of other nationalities to feel good in this country, in their country, for them to have a good command of the official language and at the same time a perfect command of their native language, for them to have career chances, life chances, which would be not worse than those of Ukrainians in Ukraine. Thank you, Lilia. We will get back to the new Ukrainian school notion because children, first graders of NUSH, are going over to the 5th grade, and the new stage of the reform will start, so we will get back to that. And I can see that Mr. Laszlo is willing to make a remark, but before that, I would like to ask Serhiy some questions about the context of NUSH. You are a person who had some probation and taught in some universities, including North American universities. So I would like to ask you about the international context. And since your top topic is the autonomy of higher educational institutions, I would ask you to tell where the limits of those autonomy are. What is your vision of that? Thank you. Well, to tell the truth, if we speak about autonomy, autonomy, maybe autonomy of the responsibility for yourself and your ability to take responsible decisions about your own quality. Our universities now full academic autonomy, and there is a problem that they don't have financial autonomy. They cannot capitalize their achievements, their scientific achievements. That's why we cannot claim that our universities are autonomous in the sense that they are separate, individual, self-finance facilities. That's why we still have a lot of work to do in this direction. But if we speak about North America, I would go over to the terms we use, because multiculturalism is the term that can be used in different contexts. Western Europe, North America, Australia, and these are absolutely different contexts. And the success of such idea of this concept of multiculturalism would also be different, and I would really doubt any success of this notion in Western Europe, because it seems to me it's much more successful in Australia, but that's my point of view. These concepts derive and originate from the legacy of Europe, North America, and the countries that used to be either colonies or metropolis. And of course, this has affected them, and this has led a great burden. That is the legacy which the Western world has got. In Ukraine, we could, of course, use this notion, but in our context, because we are a post-Soviet, post-totalitarian, post-colonial country, and it's not Ukraine's fault. Ukraine has not done any harm to its national minorities as some metropolis that was trying to exert pressure on them or offended them. So it seems to me that we need to focus on the fact that all the reforms taking place in Ukraine appeared from and are implemented on the basis of the principle that civil society is the leader here. That's why, if our representatives of national minorities in different regions of Ukraine keep working in the context of this unique civil society, united civil society, everything's going to be good. But if they are, and then in this situation, if they have their specific problem, the whole society will support them. But if they apply a self-isolation policy that they don't want to know what is happening in the country and they want just to have their closed space, I guess they're not going to be a success. Because how should the Ukrainian state treat everyone, treat national minorities, and treat some, let's say, indigenous people who live in this territory? These are our citizens, and we need to provide all the opportunities for their self-fulfillment, not only national but also personal. We want them to participate in the life of the whole country, to get integrated and to be elected to the parliament, to local authorities, for them to become members of the parliament, so on and so forth.
So all the issues related to linguistic points and transformation of them into political ones is totally unacceptable. If we are talking about quality, these are professional issues, and let's discuss them professionally. For example, now I'm the head of the National Agency for Higher Educational Quality Assurance of Ukraine. We are part of the European space, and we are guided by the document related to quality assurance. These are the European norms determining all the issues of universities, the students' rights, so everything related to this. Therefore, we have all the tools available in order to regulate certain indecent things. So once again, I would like to state that whatever reforms we are talking about, be it secondary education reforms or higher education reforms, within Ukrainian context, takes place with great inspiration and with great support of the civil society. And once again, I would like to emphasize this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Kvit. And now I would like to ask Mr. Roman Grishuk, who represents the ruling party, because before, in the past, people were talking about the change of people in power, and certain people were talking about regress in education policy, and we haven't seen any crucial or radical changes. Therefore, I would like to ask the member of the Ukrainian Parliament how you see the situation with rights of the national minorities, and what are the priorities in the educational field for the national minorities, and why, in your opinion, the geopolitical conflict is still ongoing. Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. I'm really happy to participate in this panel. Here we have the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Ivana Klim-Pushkinsadze, and we had the Ukrainian delegation and meeting with the NATO delegation. We discussed the reforms, and we also touched upon the educational reform. And they had one question about the education. What is happening to your legislation, and why, because of the legislation, you have the conflict with the national minorities? So that was the official question of the NATO delegation. And we had representatives of different political parties, but we had a united stance. Ukrainian legislation is not the cause of the conflict with the national minorities. The law on education was passed by the previous parliament. We passed the law on full secondary education. Preschool education is available in the languages of national minority. Primary school is done in the language of the national minority. Secondary school, up to 40%, 20% of subjects will be in the Ukrainian language. Definitely, people should know the Ukrainian language in order to have access to higher education, in order to have access to a number of official jobs or state positions of state civil servants. Therefore, you are united regarding the national education. So we follow the same course of the previous government. So when we are talking about dynamics, this is another issue. And we can talk about implementation issues. As the Education Committee, we support the position that educational reforms should go on in the way they take place now, and we try to ensure the budget for the new Ukrainian school. We try to motivate the Ministry of Education to be very persistent with the reform. Thank you very much, Mr. Hryshuk. Thank you for your position. And it seems to me when we are talking about Parliamentary Committee on Education, we have a more robust initiatives than from the Ministry of Education itself. Mr. Laszlo Zubanich, I understand you would like to provide a couple of comments on what has already been mentioned by our panelists. So please tell us what is the situation now, because recently Mr. Vasily Ilnitsky published the excerpt with the interview with one of the politicians who several years ago stated that lots of schools would be closed in the nearest future and there will be discrimination and so on and so forth. So what is the situation now? Whether certain schools were closed? And Ms. Hranevich has mentioned the material things, the logistics. So are there textbooks? Is there methodological support? So how you evaluate the process as a person who's in education and who is the representative of the Hungarian community? Thank you very much for inviting me here. it was a bit surprising for me and to read the statements you've mentioned. Now we have the different approach to evaluation of the level of knowledge, not only of the Hungarian-speaking or Romanian-speaking school children, but all school children in the Zakarpattia region. And our opinion coincides with the investigation by journalists that the level of education, irrespective of ethnic origin of school children, and the difference between exams results, for example, in Berehova and in Janusz, is different. So the quality in city schools is higher. The logistics is better. The staff is better. So a lot depends where the school children live. And I'm not talking about the Hungarians, I'm talking about the Romanian-speaking school children, the Ukrainian children, and the mountain schools in Ukrainian schools face the same problems as the Hungarian schools. So thank you, dear colleagues, for doing this investigation. As far as preparation of Article number 7 of the law on education about comprehensive secondary education. The key issues here is the level of the knowledge of Ukrainian language. And all the Hungarian people definitely living in Ukraine support the idea that the children should know Ukrainian language. But we do not share the idea that we should disrupt the system that has existed for 70 years. Unfortunately, the dynamics is quite serious, is quite powerful. So I would like to provide you some figures. And I would like to respond to what Ms. Hrnevich said about Hungarian financial aid given to the teachers of the Hungarian language. So all the teachers in such schools have this funding, additional salary, not only the Hungarian teachers, also all people working in such schools. So the Hungarian state does not give this financial aid only to the Hungarian teachers, but all staff of such schools get this financial support. So this is just the equal principle. The second point. If we come back to independent testing exam results, we had our own independent investigation. And it seems that the majority of students, the graduates of Hungarian-speaking schools registered for the Ukrainian language exclusively, not for the Ukrainian language and literature. And the results are actually much better in comparison with the previous year, when the obligatory exam was both about the Ukrainian language and literature. And, for example, if we are talking about Ukrainian literature, lots of schools lack textbooks in the Ukrainian literature, unfortunately. The goal is definitely for all the school children to know the Ukrainian language, and that's great. But the idea to have all the subjects, or 40 or 60% of subjects in the Ukrainian language is not very probably positive, because what we see now in education is the market condition based on demand and supply. And if we take the number of the Hungarian-speaking schools that give school certificate, then about 40% of students are given certificates in the private educational institutions. And it means that if the whole system will be launched till 2023. And the majority of subjects, particularly in high school, will be taught in the Ukrainian language. And I think this mainly will be the humanities. Then probably there will be the demand of the Hungarian community to go to the private educational facilities, which, apart from the fact that the Ukrainian language will be taught in Ukrainian, all the other subjects will be taught in the Hungarian language. And it means that, by the way, thank you very much for having the point that all the test materials till 2030 still will be translated into the languages of national minority. So after this, these students, on the basis of their school certificates, will have a chance to enter private higher educational institutions of the neighboring countries. And there was the idea that the state wants these school children from the Hungarian-speaking schools or other language-speaking schools would enter the Ukrainian educational institutions. Unfortunately, our higher education shows the tendency of paid higher education. And unfortunately, not all the families can pay for the higher education of their children. And therefore, they are trying to find some other opportunities. And this is explanation why our young people go abroad and study there, because there are opportunities for non-paid higher education. And definitely those people who go and study abroad are very unlikely to come back to Ukraine. Another point we have raised here is the school closing, that a number of schools are closed. Yes, there are some communities that do not have enough funding, close the secondary schools, or reorganize the system of education. So they downgrade the schools. For example, they have only primary schools, only secondary school without high school. And for example, only in Barahovo territorial community, 20 classes were closed. It means that in a year, even more schools will have only primary classes, primary grades. Now we have some 50 or 60 vacancies, for example, where they need the teachers of the Ukrainian language. And I would like to sum up. So what do we do regarding implementation of the education reform? Unfortunately, even the Uzhgorod National University didn't have a vacancy for those teachers who will work under new conditions. For example, some teachers of older age can teach in the Ukrainian language or in the Russian language, but new generation of pedagogical students cannot, for example, do it. So how can we demand from these young people to teach the history of Ukraine in the Ukrainian language? They have not been trained, and moreover, they do not have the textbooks and materials. And when the laws have been developed, the ideas were positive, but now we see some not very positive results. So there is not enough coordination. For example, what will be the subjects that will be taught in the Ukrainian language? Will they be the humanities or the sciences? Who will decide this point? And Another point, maybe that in several years, all the Ukrainian system that exists now will disappear, and there will be about 10 private facilities, private educational institutions that will respond to the demand of the Hungarian community, and they will teach the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian literature in Ukrainian. However, all the other subjects will be taught in the Hungarian or in the languages of national minorities. Definitely, there are a number of problematic issues here. And I think that the Ukrainian state should take care more about educational needs of its citizens. We see the desire of the state to do it. When the state is richer, will have more opportunities to see what is happening. But I see that our colleague has a bit misrepresentation of the situation in education. Well, higher education is not only about universities. So, well, I can assure you that the Ukrainian state is going to fund the schools, is going to fund the universities, as is the situation all over the world. Whether we are talking about Cambridge or Oxford, the state also provides funding to these universities and the organization of the educational process. Therefore, the Ukrainian state is going to provide state funding, and people will be able to study both at schools and universities without any payment. We can approach any problem from the viewpoint what should be done in order to resolve it, or you may state that this problem cannot be resolved in any way. And really, we have the Hungarian community. We have dense population of this national minority. And we have to state that they should know the Ukrainian language in order to successfully integrate into the Ukrainian society. And this is the primary task of the Ukrainian state. And we would like the leaders of the Hungarian community to follow the same ideas. This year, I went to see one of the art galleries in one of the villages of the Hungarian community. And there were only two people I was able to talk to, the head of the community and the director of the museum. And then they were only two people who spoke Ukrainian language. Well, it cannot be the situation. The Ukrainian state has another problem. If the Hungarian community does not integrate into the Ukrainian society, the immigration will get higher. Definitely, we live in a free world, and people can go whenever they want. But there shouldn't be any conditions when there are no opportunities, when the local community is isolated from the Ukrainian society. If there is no knowledge of the Ukrainian language, these people will study in Hungarian-speaking schools, in Hungarian higher educational institutions, and then they will go and live in Hungary. So it's very important for Ukraine to encourage these people to stay in Ukraine. And we are talking about the Hungarian community, the Romanian community, the Roma community. We have a very sensitive and painful situation with the Tatar community that now lost its territory, which is occupied. We have a very good Greek community centered in Mariupol. And the Greek community had its own schools and its own media that were operating in Ukraine in 1930s. So we pay attention to all the communities. We do not want to lose our citizens. So this is the point of understanding of integration. I'm not talking about assimilation. I'm talking about integration into civil society. And this is our joint task. Thank you. Yes, I would like to respond here as well. A very important issue was raised: how we are getting ready for the year 2030. And the statement is that young teachers who teach in the Hungarian language are not capable of teaching in the Ukrainian language once again demonstrates the situation, how the Ukrainian state enabled them to learn the Ukrainian language. And that means that we immediately have to organize special advancement courses for these young teachers to learn the Ukrainian language. Definitely there should be some investments. We have a special subvention on retraining of teachers, and the subvention has been granted since 2017. And there should be special subvention for such teachers in order to improve their knowledge of the Ukrainian language. Now, specification about implementation. Nobody is speaking about 40 or 60% of subjects. In the law, it says 40 or 60% of time. And this is different, because when we discussed this situation at our sessions within our commission, we understand that the children from the Hungarian families may intend to enter higher educational establishments where the teaching is in the Hungarian language. And they should know the terminology both in Ukrainian and in Hungarian. It will just increase their chances. We also were talking about bilingual education. And now, within the framework of the project, studying together, learning together, we have the Canadian experts who develop the idea of bilingual education, when a subject can be taught both in Hungarian and in Ukrainian, with different allocation of time. And we have already such examples of bilingual schools. For example, in Chernivtsi, we have a very successful Romanian school, which is a bilingual school. It's impossible to use and think only using old stereotypes and old way of thinking. And I think that our Uzhhorod University can be an innovative university regarding training of teachers capable of teaching in both Ukrainian and in Hungarian. I fully support what you've said about Uzhhorod State National University, that it can ensure such education, and the students who have their subjects in the Hungarian language now still have a number of subjects taught in Ukrainian, apart from business Ukrainian language. So our university, if the number of positions for students will be increased, the situation will definitely become better. Now we have about 250 students who are taught in the Hungarian language, and about 50 of them are budget students. The other are non-budget students. So I think if we if we pay attention to these students, I think we'll be able to resolve this issue. Before we talk about the prestige of the higher education in Ukraine and how to keep our students in Ukraine, I would like to ask Mr. Petro Medyanka how it happens in Shirokий Lug, how the reforms, new laws, new practices actually are implemented at the mountain village. remote village, and why, for example, in the Soviet Union, the national minorities spoke the Russian language, and now we have the issues with both teaching and learning Ukrainian. And actually, it is very close to our topic of decolonization. How can we find these horizontal relations without the intermediary, for example, of the colonizer, which is the Russian language?
Well, I'm actually frustrated about such a decline in the level of education in the Transcarpathian region, where the values of the European education have historically been a priority. Our ancestors used to get their education in the European universities like Budapest, Prague, and the rector of the Petersburg University was Mikhailo Bolodyansky in the period of the Russian Empire, and he's also from the Transcarpathian region. So it's a great surprise for me that over several recent decades, the demand for high-quality education, both basic and secondary education, has gone down. All those social events and this transition period called Doba Переходова by Pavlo Tachina, one of our poets, probably affects the situation. In the middle of the 90s, there took place a rapid renaissance, national renaissance, but after that, the situation deteriorated, because back then still the profession of the teacher was considered to be a prestigious one. But then, in particular, when this new system came into place, there was a reform of the external independent evaluation, and unfortunately in this ranking, Zakarpattia takes the last place. That is a very specific region. In spite of our having a very clear Ukrainian standpoint, even in the Czechoslovak period, and the Prosvita Enlightenment organization was rather active, and Plast Scout organizations were active, but in the period of independence, in particular in mountainous villages, the situation changed. Most people attending our school or the schools of this mountainous territorial community are the children of people who have left abroad to earn some money. These people went abroad, they earned some money, they saw that they could earn much more for some black labor, so to say, than here while having their higher education degrees. And that's why they were not controlling the education of their children, in particular the children of secondary schools and of high school. They controlled more the elementary school, because parents could check their home assignments, they had a look at what the child did, but as far as senior grades are concerned, no attention was paid. And in particular, we should take it into account that mostly these parents are absent for about a year time. And during this virtual communication, of course, they cannot control their children. And they think that financial provision, clothing, food, earning money for some chips or something like this is the main duty of parents. While to buy a book, to buy a fiction book, or to stay together with the child to read this book together is not the main thing. It's a kind of a secondary task. And the parents will just say that, okay, I used to learn this poem by heart, but you cannot learn the multiplication table. You're using your calculator, your gadgets to do some calculations, but they are not doing anything for the child to really study the way their parents studied. And what the children get is not the literary language, the command of the literary language, because in Ukrainian Carpathian villages, I'm not speaking about Romanians, Hungarians, but national minorities, because some minorities have generally disappeared, like Jews or Germans. They have just left the Transcarpathian region. But in our mountainous villages, we use hovirkas, we use dialects. And you know that we have several of them. From the Yesenia, the east of Ukraine, to the western part of the Transcarpathian region, we will have different dialects, because in Hust they will laugh at our dialect, and we will laugh at their dialect. So these are local shifts, and I'm not speaking here about the literal language, the command of which everyone should have, and they can get it only via listening to TV and radio channels. But you know that our TV and radio channels are not the sample of the language to follow, because broadcasters and presenters make a lot of linguistic mistakes. Andrei knows about this, and other people know about this. In particular, these commercial TV channels or Kyiv channels are also by far not the best sample to follow. Well, maybe Suspilne TV channel is still okay as far as literary language norms are concerned, or TV channel Kultura, but it's not for children to watch. They normally watch entertainment content where the language is spoiled. And there are many parents who are not interested in their getting the command of the literal language. There are a lot of internet channels to buy books for children, and we have some such editions as Ababa Halamaha. In the Soviet times, we had many subscription editions, and we read them because they didn't have this digital communication and the internet, where children write literary messages. I don't speak about punctuation marks, because that is already high mathematics, where you should need a comma in a subordinate clause. The child doesn't have any clear analytical skills to scrutinize all this. And they have some other load, because besides Ukrainian language, they have chemistry, physics, history, and a lot of other subjects, which are the subjects of general education, and they can learn all this only from school. You know, I have high education diploma, but the things which I studied in physics, chemistry, algebra, geometry, are the things which I learned back at school. And our children somehow learn Ukrainian via this dialect environment, and that's why they don't have this literary command of the literary language. They can write and read. They don't have any problems with that, but the literacy is decreasing. And I think that now it's already a torture for them to write something, to write their home assignment with a ballpoint in their text, in their notebooks. They are ready to do this in their gadgets. And, they also browse through Google, they look into Wikipedia, and they do not analyze the data. They do not analyze which data is of high quality, which is not, and that's why the teacher may be of help here. Also, it's not only for mountainous region, but it seems to me that also for urban schools, we have an overcomplicated language curriculum, syllabus, it should be simplified. And the same goes for literature. I can see that the syllabus in Ukrainian literature for the 9th grade includes different chronicles, annals, Samuil Velichko, Hrabianka, annals, chronicles, some fragments from the Bible. Are they really interested in this? Do they need to learn this famous Hroris Kavradas poem? Small school children like learning poems by heart, but older children don't like this, I guess. It seems to me that a practicing teacher who knows language well, who knows literature well, should compile a textbook, or there should be a certain contest for the textbook in the Ukrainian language or literature. A decade ago, I brought a textbook from Serbia. It was an ABC book, and also a textbook in literature with Czech and with Serbian, and foreign writers, and there was inclusion of Mikhailo Kovac there, or Mykola Kočić, and there were questions to the text, which means that within one textbook they had Cervantes, Shakespeare, and some of their national writers, and there was no scattering, like here we have Ukrainian, here we have Serbian, and here we have foreign things and writers. And you can see that our syllabus in the Ukrainian language includes a lot of long texts, and if a child, a school leaver, faces those tests, I tried to take these tests. I know the Ukrainian language and literature rather well. I know the school's syllabus rather well, but I made mistakes, in particular in the Ukrainian language tests, because you needed some time to focus on the analysis of the sentence. And our syntaxes is not always literary. We have dialect syntaxes with some other differences and divergences from the Ukrainian literal language, and you need to know at what place you should have inversion, what inversion stands for, what the word order should be in a sentence, and a lot of other nuances which the teacher should work together with their school children at. And in modern technologies, within those role plays, we have different methodologies, different technologies. Also, it's a problem now to, for example, subscribe Divo Slovo, which is one of the magazines. The salary is not high enough, and if you have to pay subscription fee even for the electronic version, this means giving some money from your family budget, which means that we should have to somehow arrange subscriptions for teachers to methodological developments. We have many resources like this. I'm the teacher emeritus, and I don't care that much about all the things, but I used to develop some methodological guidelines, some materials, because I saw how my grandchildren were trying to pass their tests in the Ukrainian language and literature, and it was really difficult for them to do this. And I guess that the level of education in Europe should be pro-European one. We used to have songs about Lenin and the sun playing with its rays and the Lenin's mountains. Lenin's mountains was actually the Lomonosov Moscow University, and it was highly prestigious that some people from the Zakarpattia, from the Transcarpathian region went there. So it was a top prestige to be the graduate of it. But, even being a graduate of this university and even on having a great record of teaching at schools, I cannot give any ready-made recipes because school is a sponge that absorbs all the changes. Children are very sensitive, and we can never. We should be great psychologists to really enter this children's world and to enter this Heraclitus water and river and to feel, to sense this child, because teenagers are difficult to deal as. They are very sensitive. Their maximalism is very high. They consider everyone to be silly, stupid, because only they are great, and there is no alter ego for that. It's always good to have a writer in the panel because he always expresses himself in a very emotional way. It's true. Quite often I have speeches in schools, and I can see that children in schools and school libraries don't have the relevant literature because the state makes procurement of modern literature via the Book Institute, but it sends it to district, to Ryan libraries, but they don't get to schools. That's why school libraries are really empty or are full of some anachronic books of the Soviet times. And I think that it's important that a child could find literature that would be of interest for them in the school libraries. This could be not Panas Myrny, but Harry Potter in Ukrainian in a Hungarian village because there are no bookshops, and the child is still not willing to read some serious writings like those of by Panasmerny. But we need really to provide books to our school libraries. And thank you, Petro, for those focuses, for those emphases that you have made. And from school, I would like to go over to the intermediary stage. Entering universities and institutes, because that is problem. We are fighting for the people who would be willing to enter our universities. And in Zakarpattia, we can face the situation that, well, some children go abroad and they have some depopulation. And by the way, I've been frustrated by the fact that some children, in particular from the families who came back, quite often go to Slovakia, to Poland, and quite often these are private institutions, and the parents pay for them. But the level of those universities and institutions generally is much lower than in Ukraine, but they can get the so-called European sample diploma. So my question is, first of all, to Laszlo and to all the panelists. How do we fight for our prospective students? How do we raise their prestige of Ukrainian diploma, and how do we motivate our children to stay here and to build the country here then? Well, we face this problem every year. First of all, there is high competition provided by private institutions, including the Barahovo Institute, which provides free of charge tuition within the higher education system. And besides that, children get salaries there. But besides that, the people who could actually teach in two languages, in particular if we speak about the population of Tachov and Hust Ryan, so Uzhhorod Ryan, so these people are the graduates of our university, and they want their children to study with us. But we have been witnessing a negative trend over the recent 2 decades, which lies in the fact that about 60% of our school leavers go to study abroad, mainly to Hungary. But the negative trend is that most of them do not graduate higher education cycle, or they just finish up with the bachelor level. But to get the master diploma, actually, they don't have the willingness to do this. We think that our students should get master diplomas every time, and we are trying to encourage our students to deal with the research work. For example, now we already have 5 former graduates who are taking their doctoral studies, 2 of them in history, 3 in physics. But we also need money for this because this is on a paid basis. Since our students in the overall ranking cannot get the same scores as the graduates of other Ukrainian institutions. That's why there is some struggle going on. And let me also express one more opinion. Those students who go to study to Hungary should also show their certificate in the external independent evaluation in Ukraine. And they would have a chance to study in their native land, but for some reason they are willing to go there. I guess that we need to somehow reverse the trend, because this dynamics may keep rising. And we have made some calculations. According to our calculations in 2020 and 2021, all in all, applications for external independent evaluation were given by about 700 students, and about 500 of them passed. And out of them, we have maximum 200 who leave to study here. All the others, for some reason, leave. But there is no general result because they don't get complete higher education anyway. They just go to work somewhere. Because in the course of their studies, they will unfortunately understand that they need to somehow provide some money to them to earn their living. and in Budapest it's easier. So let me tell a short story. This year, for the first time, 30 best graduates in terms of external independent evaluation will get a bonus, a prize from the Verkhovna Rada. It's an interesting point because 30 graduates have been taken who are left in Ukraine. We want to encourage them financially. 5 of them went to abroad and they don't get this money. Though the price is about 100,000 hryvnias. And beside that, we're going to have the bonus from the president, also 100,000. What is of interest is that there are more girls than boys. There is 1 girl representing the Transcarpathian region, but 8 of them have chosen Shevchenko University, and 4 of them have chosen Ukrainian Catholic University, a private institution. This is not a systemic step. Again, this is just a small percent. This year it's 30, then there will be 50 next year and 50 more with their bonus from the president. But we cannot consider higher education in the vacuum. That is the general state problem. But still, if we consider higher education separately, with no context, without any other problems, you know, we have to say that our institutions are scattered. We have more than 280 ones, and that is a large network. And actually, every minister of education needs to optimize this network, which is extremely difficult in political terms. The EU allocates 200 million euros for the modernization of this network, but there is great resistance, there is a great opposition. Every university opposes this reform because in every university we have like a feud, and a feudal is sitting there being the rector, and he wouldn't get united with any other university. So this rector's feudalism is a barrier. And the fact that we have a very influential association of rectors and even some ministers get from these unions to their positions, and they are not willing to introduce this reform. So that's a barrier for the improvement of the quality of our education. We just choose several universities and provide better funding for them if we see better academic environment there. But that's not the major problem. Really, for some people, quality of higher education is important, and I think that Ukrainian Catholic University has been chosen by the children mentioned by me for this reason. As far as the Transcarpathian region is concerned, that's a question of distance. They think where it's easier for them. Is it easier for them to go to Kyiv or to Budapest or to Poland, to some nearby university? It's easier for them. Just in brief, and how do we improve the prestige of the Ukrainian diploma, and how do we fight not just for Ukrainian applicants, because in Uzhhorod we also have a lot of foreigners coming here to study. Foreign students is a highly promising direction of our work, but unfortunately in our education committee we have an ongoing discussion concerning improvement of recruitment of our foreign students. And it's all about the conditions of work. We have a discussion whether to allow them to study in Russian, and people tend to forget that the problem is not about the language of study. I want it to be English or any language of the European Union. But the problem is all about corruption when foreign students apply at the level of embassies. And this is the problem we need to fight. And then further corruption in higher educational institutions, because these students are considered to be some bags of money and not future ambassadors of Ukraine abroad, or even our citizens who have come and via the system of education will be left here and will keep working here. So the first steps are being made. This is digitalization of education for us to overcome those barriers where we could have corruption. Digitalization, visa getting, facilitation of different procedures. Unfortunately, still we focus now on the political language issue for foreign students, but this is a highly promising direction. Thank you, Lydia. I'd like to add one thing. There was a survey because everybody was frustrated that people are leaving to study abroad. And when the question was asked, it was the survey conducted by SEDAS. So when a question was asked, why have you left to go to study abroad? And the answer that the quality of higher education is better there was somewhere at the end of the list. And the key answer was that they want to improve their prospects and to further live in the country with a better living standard. The second answer was that they want to live in a country where there is no war. And of course, we need to realize that probably for Ukrainian higher education, there is still a lot of room for perfection in terms of quality, and a lot of steps need to be taken from the point of view of the network and offer of high quality educational services. And by the way, now that we have the trend that the European universities are ready to implement double diploma project with us for foreigners because it's easier for them and cheaper for them to have their students study in our universities with high quality services. So it's a great chance for Ukrainian students as well, because then they will also have a chance to get this double diploma and have the European sample diploma. But that's a separate point to consider. I would like to add another thing. A lot of children, particularly representing Hungarian community, who leave, understand that they will not cope in any Ukrainian higher education institution. Remember, I told you about this adaptive threshold for testing, and the data of the Ukrainian Center of Education of Quality Assurance Evaluation. We can see that this adaptive threshold in 2018. Well, it wasn't a threshold, but in fact, 1/3 of children didn't pass the testing. But this year, the percentage is 14.4, which is much less. So thanks to this adaptive threshold, about 20% of people have passed. But if the old threshold were passed, they wouldn't have passed. But that doesn't mean that they will make their choice in favor of the Ukrainian university, because the level of their command of the Ukrainian language doesn't allow them to study in different specialties in the Ukrainian language of teaching. What I'm drawing at the fact that we need to improve the quality of general secondary education and training of those children for them to be able to fluently use both their native language and the state language. Thank you, Serhiy. I would also like to add that between schools and universities, we also have vocational educational institutions. And this is one of our major problems, vocational education. We used to have vocational schools, colleges. Now these are lyceums and colleges, but that's a major problem for us. And I would like to remind you about the statistics. In the Soviet period, since the statistics was the same for us and for the European countries, 20% of school graduates, school leavers went to universities, while 80% went to this vocational education or to the job market. Now the EU says that this percentage is 30% of school leavers who become students of higher educational institutions. And with us, the major problem is that it's about 80%, which means that people cannot find a good job, and that the network of our vocational education is now also important, in particular in this region. And as far as prospective students are concerned, I would say that Uzhhorod University is a really prestigious university. We have had a talk with Andrei and with the rector of Uzhhorod University, and I asked him whether they have problem with prospective students, because they have borders on 3 countries, and also Poland is really friendly to Ukrainian students. And he said that no problem. We made a calculation, and our prospective students who leave abroad and try to enter foreign neighboring countries' higher educational institutions are not the people whom we need, because their level is much lower in terms of external independent evaluation. Besides that, besides Uzhhorod University, we can also mention several other institutions, like in the Transcaucasian region, there's Zakarpattia University, the Academy of Arts, And that is not just a matter of prestige of Ukrainian institutions. We need to realize that the quality and quality criteria do not have any national dimension. We now live in the global world, and we are either competitive in the global market or not. For our universities to be competitive, we need to take the path of university autonomy, financial autonomy. That is our task number one. And we will have those prestigious universities at the international level. But here we are faced with a certain social component because it's important not just to learn. It's important for our young people, school leavers, to have a chance for self-fulfillment in Ukraine, for them to be needed, required here, for them to have those social lifts. And this is related to the development of the industry. This is a comprehensive issue. But I guess that we are on the right track, and our today's discussion is also important for this. Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left, and I would like to ask Petro Medyanko the same question.
Престиж української вищої освіти, боротися за абітурієнта.
How do we fight for the prestige of Ukrainian education? But please also answer the following question. Do parents and children already understand that it's not necessary for everyone, for all school leavers, to continue with higher education? Because in the Transcarpathian region, in particular, if the families of those parents who went abroad to earn their living, there used to be a trend that education was supposed to be an investment. People worked in Czechia, they invested money into education of their children because, for example, they didn't have higher education, but the child would have it. And probably this child never showed this diploma to anyone. So has this status element changed or not? And how do we convince children to keep learning in Ukraine? I think that nothing has changed that much. And until these specialists with high education diploma have the necessary provision, as it is in the EU, nothing will change. It seems to me that our students with higher education diplomas don't have the salary when they start working, don't have the adequate salary. But there are some people, even in our community, who are convinced that you have better earning prospects in Ukraine than abroad. When you go abroad to earn your money, where the standard of living is very high. But, they normally work in very bad conditions on some scaffolding for some 12 hours a day, and it's not that easy for them to earn their living. But I think that something will change because time introduces sudden changes, and the changes will happen. I would like to express my gratitude to all the panelists for a very informative discussion, for a professional approach to the discussion, and I'm sure the discussion is yet not over. We will continue it today and the next forum, definitely, because it's not in any exhaustive issue. Thank you for your participation, and I'm inviting you for the next forum, and I'm inviting the audience to come to our next panel discussions of Reopen Zakarpattia. Thank you. We would like to express our gratitude to the moderator and to the speakers for such an informative panel discussion. In Zakarpattia, people often stress that Zakarpattia is a very friendly environment. But don't we mix their notions of tolerance and indifference, living together or living side by side? Can we really become a new home in the wide sense of this word? Now we're going to tell the stories of 5 people who have moved to the Transcarpathian region for different reasons and in different years. And that will happen within the panel discussion entitled Zakarpattia as the New Home. And we are inviting the moderator, Ihor Todor, professor of Uzhhorod National University, who moved to the Transcarpathian region from Donetsk. And also here are his guests: Dmytro Khotikhin, owner and co-founder of Ideal Amalty, which is the official BMW dealer. He is originally from Donetsk. Hari Krishnan, photographer, originally from the Republic of India. He's also from the Uzhhorod National University. Christina Iramkevich, CEO of Asclepios Clinic, original from Lviv, and Katerina Irkha, a docent of Department of Political Science and International Relations, Volodymyr Dal, East Ukrainian National University, and Alina Hus, lawyer, originally from Crimea.
Отже, шановні пані та панове, любі
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm happy to welcome all of you here and would like to thank you for inviting us here, for organizing this panel within the frameworks of this forum. Well, we have heard a lot of different ideas: the global dimension, international dimension, local self-governance, education. That's important. But our panel is about human dimension, local dimension, because everything we're speaking about, to a larger or lesser extent, is about our personal life. The Zakarpattia region as a new home. Certainly, you have heard a lot that the Zakarpattia region is a special, unique region, and it goes without doubt. Today, I have heard an interesting piece of information. Today is the 30th anniversary when the Communist Party was dissolved. Young people probably do not know what it was, but it was a totalitarian party that actually was the ruling party in the Soviet Union, not only there. So in Zakarpattia region, the members, the percentage of the Communist Party members was the lowest in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian Socialistic Republic. It was about 9% in Kiev region, 6% in Donbas region, and here it was a bit less than 4%. And the figure actually speaks for itself, because the population structure is quite different here. Yesterday we heard that the Zakarpattia region is the only region that has the highest number of people living in rural areas. We have lots of autochthonous people who lived here for centuries. And in the 20th century, for example, and I hope you understand it, it was possible to live in the village and to be the citizen of actually 5 states. And lots of people came to this region in 1944 when the Soviet authority came here. And definitely people migrate. This is a natural process. We have huge geopolitical challenges. And lots of people came to this region owing to the Russian invasion. And I also belong to this group of people. So today we are going to hear the personal stories of people who are new to this region. Well, relatively new, because we have been living here for a number of years already. And the first question to all the panelists is the following. And I kindly ask you to provide laconic answers. because there are lots of questions we would like to discuss within our panel. So the first question is, how, why, when you came to this region? And, well, judging from gender aspect, we're sitting in a very interesting way, but I hope it won't have any influence on our discussion. And I would like to give the floor to my neighbor, Mr. Dmitro, who also comes from Donetsk, as I come from Donetsk. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but I will speak Russian because that's a bit more comfortable for me. Well, it just happened that we came here. We came to Uzhhorod and Zakarpattia in May 2015. And the reason for our coming here was the war in Donetsk region. It was actually a spontaneous decision. It was by accident, and I do not wish anybody to have the same experience, and I do not regret coming here, and I'm very grateful to God that it happened the way it happened. So everybody answers the first question, and then I give another one. So, Mr. Krishnan, you are welcome. I have been living in Ukraine since 2013. I studied in Luhansk Medical University. Then the war broke out, and I was searching for some other variants where I could continue my studying. And I've actually found Uzhhorod National University. I came to Uzhhorod. I graduated in 2019. So I actually continued working at the university, and I'm also a photographer. Ms. Yarakevich, please. Good afternoon. I came to Uzhhorod in 2015, at the end of 2015, and actually I have been living here for 6 years. I'm Lvivite. My family has always been living in Lviv, and I have never been thinking of moving anywhere. It was a fortunate coincidence. I came with my husband at the invitation of a very famous Zakarpattia family from this region, Andrashkiv, to work and develop their clinic. And actually, this is something I have been doing since that time. Good afternoon, Ms. Elena, you have the floor. I have been here since 2013, but for the first time I came here in 2011. So it happened in April when sakura trees were in bloom, and I was so much impressed with it that I have been living with this idea for a couple of years, how I could come to and live in Uzhhorod, and I'm very grateful to God that I'm here. Thank you. And Katarina, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I came to Uzhhorod in 2014, and it was a well understandable reason, taking into account the military events in eastern Ukraine. And they were at 2 stages. The first stage was very complicated, how to leave Luhansk, and at that time that was the only idea for me. It was quite complicated to leave Luhansk, and I actually came to Svatova in Luhansk region, but it was already government-controlled territory. But I have not been living in the village for many years. I have been working in Luhansk University for many years, so I couldn't realize my potential in that village. So I was thinking, well, I could go further. The first Minsk agreement started, and I saw the Ukrainian army going through my native village, and the impressions were quite scary because I understood that there might be the circumstances that you will have to go with the Ukrainian army. Well, I have been living here for 7 years. Now it is probably not that scary, but at that time it was really very frightening. Lots of my friends left the region. There was the local survey, and it turned out that my good friends went to Uzhhorod, and these people are here, Olena and Yevhen. And Olena explained to me that Uzhhorod is actually good. So I bought tickets, and since September 2014, I have been living in Uzhhorod, and not a single moment I regretted this decision. Thank you, Katerina. And we see the circumstances may be different, but the majority of our panelists actually came to Uzhhorod due to the Russian aggression. Certainly that's a pity. But I think we should take a conceptual approach. And we should not concentrate on the tragedy, but probably we should treat this step as a new opportunity. And the next question is about your first impressions. So when you came here in 2013, 14, 15, what were your first impressions about the Zakarpattia region? I ask about both positive and negative ones, and how these impressions transformed during this period. Dmitro, you have the floor. The Zakarpattia region was not a discovery for me. I was here several times in the region and in Uzhhorod. I went skiing here, and I was also in Zakarpattian region. So my impressions were very positive. We came in May, in spring, and you see sakuras in the city. You saw the mountains, snow-capped mountains, and among the negative impressions were the roads, infrastructure, and the garbage, the waste in the mountain rivers. Fortunately, now the situation has changed for the better. Thank you. And I would like to introduce my remark here, and I remember my first impressions. It happened so that I visited Uzhhorod for the first time in 2008, and my wife has never been here. So it is September 2014, and we are having a stroll, and my wife says, what kind of nature, what kind of history, but everything is neglected. After Donetsk, it was a bit dilapidated, but to be honest, we see positive trends and positive tendencies. And in some places, in some corners of the region, everything is much better than it was several years ago. Mr. Krishnan, what was your impression? I remember my first time when I was going to Uzhhorod from Kyiv by train. Before that time, I lived in Luhansk, and then sometime I lived in Kyiv. And I had some negative impressions. It was my first year in Ukraine. And what I saw actually was more negative than positive. The first positive moments were actually still in the train when I was going there. I'm from southern India and I lived all my life near the Indian Ocean. And though we do have the mountains, but they are very far in terms of impressions from the Carpathian Mountains. Your mountains are beautiful, they are inspiring. So I came to Uzhhorod, a small city, very good city. I found lots of friends here, and I realized my potential here. I like this city. I have been living here for about 8 years, and I hope I will stay here. Thank you. Justina, you have the floor. Well, my first impression when I knew that I would live here, and actually it was my third visit to Uzhhorod, and I remember it was the end of October, and the weather was bad, it was raining, it was gloomy and cloudy, and these circumstances actually showed me quite a negative contrast, particularly after Lviv. And step by step, there were transformations going in me. There were people who helped me to discover Uzhhorod and Zakarpattia at a different angle. And now I like the region. I am inspired by the region. And actually, my heart is with the Zakarpattia region and Uzhhorod, and I'm really happy to be here. Olena, please, you have the floor. I would agree with Christina that Zakarpattia is mainly about people. And I was happy enough to have among my friends people who love Uzhhorod and love Zakarpattia. And when I came here and when I started living here, my first impressions were really positive. What were the negative impressions? I was thinking a lot. With me, it was love at first sight, and it was actually difficult for me to find what I didn't like. But I found a number of surprising issues. They were not necessarily negative, but something that surprised me a lot. For example, here we have the vineyards, and in the Crimea we also have them. And when I was in Uzhhorod for the first time, it was 2011. We went from Uzhhorod to Mukachevo, and I saw lots of neglected vineyards. They were the certain facilities which were not painted, which were definitely neglected. And that was something that surprised me. But that was probably because the best vineyards were actually further in Vinohradiv and in some other areas. So when I went there, I saw that actually winemaking industry is well developed. Thank you. Katarina, you have the floor. I remember my first day in Uzhhorod. I have never been to the Zakarpattia region, and my first contact with the region was a photo 1 month and a half before coming here, and I could never think that I might live here. Taking into account that Uzhhorod for me in 2014 was powerful antidepressant for me, and I didn't feel any depression, I'm really grateful to the city for this point. And at that time, I didn't think about certain things which I didn't like or I was not satisfied with. Everything was good. The only point for me was the pace of life. Everything was very slow. Everything. People, vehicles, problem solution approach was very slow, and it was a bit difficult for me to get used to it. I'm trying to do everything quickly, but this is the local tradition, and that's okay. People who I met in 2014 are still together with me. They are my reliable friends, partners, fellow thinkers. We communicate up till now, and I'm really happy with the stable social relations because these were my first positive impressions about Uzhhorod. And when I went to the Zakarpattia region, and I'm a person who lived all the time in steppe region, I understood it was love at first sight. I do not notice something bad. I see the beauty, and I try not to concentrate on something negative. Thank you, and I fully support what you've said. As far back as 2014, when I came back to Uzhhorod after business trips to Lviv or Kyiv, I immediately feel tranquility and understanding that you can easily get used to something good. All my life, I have been living in a megapolis, and now Lviv is even a bit tiring for me. Lots of people, a very fast-paced way of life, but in Zakarpattia and Uzhhorod, everything is just great. Well, to some extent, our panelists have already elaborated on my next question, but please try to provide more reflections about it. What's your opinion? Have you managed to integrate into professional and intellectual environment of the Zakarpattia region? Probably I'm not the one to judge. I think I managed. I didn't feel any problems when we came here for the first time or later when I established my business. So I do not feel any problems. I'm quite comfortable. I think everything's okay. Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. When I came to Uzhhorod for the first time, I was a bit surprised about people. Actually, they probably did not see lots of foreigners with dark skin, and it was probably a bit of a cultural shock for people from Uzhhorod, and I noticed it. It was actually I was one of the first students who studied here in Uzhhorod University. There were about 60 foreigners at this university, and it was for about 6 or 7 months that I noticed such surprising looks. Then I made friends, I integrated into students' community, and I understood that the first thing I should do is to study the Ukrainian language, because definitely I have to communicate in the Ukrainian language, and I'm sorry if I am making some mistakes, but I still prefer speaking the Ukrainian language because it's my respect to the language. So after I mastered the language, I immediately noticed the positive tendencies regarding people's attitude to me. I made even more friends with the Ukrainians, and now I may say that the majority of my friends are Ukrainians, and less friends among foreigners. So after I mastered the language, I feel very comfortable in Uzhhorod. And when I was a student, I was fond of photography, and I also realized my potential as a photographer. And in my life, the Ukrainian language played a great role in making my life easier, and I think I am integrated into the Ukrainian society. Thank you, Ms. Yeremkevich. And before Ms. Yeremkevich gives her answer, I would like to say that from my first months of living here, I felt some peculiar feeling of people from the Zakarpattia region to people from Halychina. I didn't feel it. Why? Because I started observing people. I understand pretty well that whenever we live, there are certain traditions, peculiarities of certain districts, and it's a mistake if you would like to come here and prove something, prove your own truth. And my first decision, and I think it is correct, that I started observing people and I wanted to understand what kind of rules are there, what kind of cultural peculiarities are there. So my integration started with these observations. And then I understood people, their concept. I met lots of great people and I'm still meeting these great people. It seems to me that this region is really blessed from the viewpoint of people, from the viewpoint of their openness and sincerity and talents, what they can do, what kind of friends they be. This is a small city and you have to be quite flexible, polite, tactful and respectful in order not to offend people, in order to be yourself. So I think my integration has been quite positive. I have made lots of good partners in my professional community, and I think there are lots of unique people whom I know here and who I may call friends, who I love, whom I admire, who inspire me. And actually, it was the most important gain from moving here. People, their energy, and actually, it's owing to people that I feel such great love to this region. Thank you. Lana, please, you have the floor. Yes, that's so. And after I graduated from the higher educational establishment, I always wanted to continue my scientific research. And when I understood that I wanted to live in Uzhhorod, I understood that I want to work in Uzhhorod University. And I still live through this experience, and this experience is 100% positive. All my colleagues supported me when I was writing articles, when I presented my PhD thesis, when it was necessary to visit some scientific institutions. I started my PhD studies in Donetsk and then continued it in Kyiv. And everybody was very open and helpful. So I achieved certain level regarding my scientific research. And then we started working with these people together in a number of both national and international scientific projects. And it seems to me that this is the indicator of my personal integration into scientific and intellectual environment of Uzhhorod. Thank you. And I would like to stress here the point that Alina is from Yevpatoria, but she had her PhD studies in the Institute of Legal Research at the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine in Donetsk. So we are talking about double integration, not only from the Crimea, but from the Donbas region. And I found about it by accident when we got acquainted in 2014. We were just walking our dogs. So an interesting point about our acquaintance.
You know, as far as the level of my integration is concerned, I would say that I still don't understand Zakarpattia dialects. and I'm not sure that I will do it one day. But I then came to understand that local people also don't quite understand each other, and I got calm about this. But to be serious, I got assimilated. I got integrated very quickly. When I was looking for one of the streets one day, and I had to get integrated very quickly. But as far as professional community is concerned, there are no specific reminiscences about my disappointments. I worked for some 3 years for the state edition, and I was fully immersed into their Trans-Carpathian agenda, and I got integrated. I guess that since I have here, I've got integrated. And there have been many ideas implemented that are connected to the Trans-Carpathian region, and we are through with the project of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. It was about the lost Uzhhorod, and I worked in this company for quite a period of time, and I worked for the charity organization that was one of my support pillars in 2014. So I get that I am integrated, but the other side of the assessment, at least I have not heard any comments that I'm not integrated, that I'm an alien, a stranger, not involved. So I'm satisfied with my level of integration here. Thank you, Katarina. It seems to me that integration probably cannot be any final point, cannot have any final point. That is a process. And it personally seems to me that about 3 years ago, I was fully integrated. Even in the Ols, in the Savannah Gniezdo, I was holding a lecture about the geopolitics of the Trans-Carpathian region. But now, after almost 5 years after that lecture, it seems to me that my integration is different, that I did it in a different way back then, and that I've come to learn a lot of new things over that period of time. So this means that this is perfect, that each of us has the sense that we have got integrated as of that time, but this process is going to be unlimited in time, and that is natural.
Нормальним, абсолютно. Отже, знов-таки, всі наші панелісти
All our panelists have touched upon one of the topics of our forum, but I would like to get back to a specific topic related to polyethnic or polycultural nature of the Trans-Carpathian region. So what is your impression? What is this? How is it? Polyculturalism, polyethnicity of the Trans-Carpathian region. On the one hand, we are proud of all the things. We are proud of saying how many ethnic communities we have in the Trans-Carpathian region. But on the other hand, I do agree with Andrei Lubka, who said that, in fact, some ethnic communities live in an isolated way without having any special communication with other communities. Well, they communicate because that's life, but they still remain closed. So what is your point of view? What is your feeling of this polyethnicity and polyculturalism in Zakarpattia? Dmytro? Well, it seems to me that this is where the beauty of the Trans-Carpathian region lies. Were it not for this characteristics, it would not be that interesting. So you consider it to be an advantage of our region? Yes, sure. I think that everybody would agree with me that even traveling across the territory of this region, you may find in 50 or 100 kilometers from your place an absolutely different culture or different world. And I like this very much. Thank you. As a representative of foreign students, I think that Zakarpattia is a multicultural region. This is a small town But I mean, Uzhhorod, this is a smaller city, but it's inspiring because we have many people from different countries of the world. I have friends among Ukrainians, among Hungarians, among Americans. So all those who live in the Zakarpattia, all those cultures. And I faced multiculturalism in large cities like Lviv and Kyiv, but the situation is a little bit different there because people are mainly in business there, on business there. But here, people coexist, they live together, and that's not just tourism or any temporary business visit, but these are mostly the people from different countries, from the European countries, from India, from Asian countries, from Africa. And we all live in one community, and that is the specifics of the Transcaucasian region. Well, there may be some problems, of course, but anyway, we live in harmony, and that is a great plus for us. And that is the Transcaucasian identity, I guess. Christina? Well, to show the beauty in the openness and this high level of polyculturalism of the Transcaucasian region, let me tell a story. It was about a year ago when I met one of my friends who hadn't seen me for 5 years since their moment when I moved here from Lviv. And the first best question she decided to ask me about my life here was as follows. And what about the separatist movement in Uzhhorod?
Тобто я досить стримана і можу
You know, I can control my emotions rather well, but at that point of time, I got a bit mad, I guess, and my eyes got red because I felt pain for this contrast, for such narrow-mindedness of people. And after I've lived for 6 years in Uzhhorod, I can tell that this region is, in terms of the level of people, is the best. I mean, if somebody gets the impression that we lack something, that's just the opposite. There is a great resource, a great level of respect, in a respect of people with different mentalities, mindsets, viewpoints, but they coincide in one and the same environment and then can collaborate without trying to somehow break somebody's cultural code. That's not what they are doing, and that is a very high indicator of the prospects hidden behind all this. Thank you. Alina? One of my impressions is that the Transcaucasian community is a very traditional community, if we speak in some categories. And I felt it the most 4 years ago when I came as a guest to the parents of my husband in Veliky Berezny. And I got a cultural shock, not 8 years ago, but when I came to Uzhhorod, but 4 years ago when I came there. But that was, again, not any negative experience, because in the place where I grew up, we didn't speak about some traditions, about some customs, some rituals, for example, that were passed on from generation to generation. We all either worked or all had some rest, so life was more like an ordinary thing. But here, it was a pleasure me to find out that there exist some traditions, some customs, and I'm really happy that my child will be growing up in those traditions, following those traditions, and that his grandmother can really pass some traditions on to him, and then he will later pass it on to his children. And this is really important for me. That's about this multicultural level, multiculturalism. That is one of the characteristics of this multi-ethnicity and multiculturalism. While the other side of that is tolerance. When the society around you is very much diverse, you don't have any other choice than to be tolerant and to be respectful of other people and of their religious tastes, their traditions, traditions of their families or their villages. And this is really impressive and inspiring. Thank you. We can also add that it was in the Transcarpathian region that Alina found her spouse, and she gave birth to a child, so it's also a great advantage. Yeah, that was integration. Katerina? Multinationalism and polyculturalism of Zakarpattia was perceived by me as an integral component of this land even before I moved here, because that is caused by historical development. All those poly and multi prefixes are positive characteristics, a special feature of their region. It's an advantage for tourism development. And as far as high quality analysis is concerned, well, I would say that I don't know how much these countries are mutually aware of each other. These are the things you mentioned, and I also had the statement from Andrea Lubka. And that was a professional comment of a locally integrated resident. I don't know whether the representatives of the Hungarian community do know everything about the culture of the Romanian or Slovak community, how well they are aware of who is the so-called Vakarchuk in Uhorshina, in Hungary or in Romania. It would be of interest for me to come to know this, but I guess that I need to do a research myself into this. But generally, I like that in spite of different external influences, this harmony is still maintained. And you know, I had a look at Hare Krishnan and the person who speaks Ukrainian so well, and he speaks about his harmony in this land. So it seems to me that this is the best illustration of the positive side of this issue.
Дякую дуже гарно. Дійсно, у нас погляд з
Thank you. And really, that is their view from the inside, the view of relatively new residents of the Transcarpathian region. The picture seems to be rather positive. But on the other hand, you've been right in raising the following issue, the issue of creation of a non-positive image of the Transcarpathian region by the central mass media. Somebody killed, somebody kidnapped, some disaster. So it reminded me the way the central media had been speaking about Donbass before the war. And of course, we cannot, with our own effort, change the situation.
Я думаю, що на своєму локальному рівні все ж таки варто під
But I guess that our local level, we may still stress that all those horror stories about separatism and I will not mention the names, I guess you all know them, and all those comparisons with Slavyansk, well, it's absolutely impossible to compare us with Slavyansk, but this is their message given in mass media, and the people who have never been here may believe these messages, considering that this is going to be new Donbass. Unfortunately, that is the case. But it would also be great to hear the continuation from you. And here is the question. Over the period of your life in the Transcarpathian region, have you ever come across any cases of your discrimination, your personal discrimination or discriminations of any people from your environment who could be considered new residents of the Transcarpathian region? Well, you know, I have never felt a thing like this. Absolutely. It seems to me that it all depends on you, on what kind of person you are, and that's the way you're going to be perceived by people. The only thing, it was very interesting for me to see that when we came here, we were regarded as some aliens from some other planets. And I don't think that there could be an attitude like this. What about your car plate? From Donetsk? No. Or no, it was the Donetsk car plate. But when we came to visit some families, some places, I had the impression that there was this stereotype about Donbass, and people didn't believe that we are the same people as they are. And I guess that that part always thought that people here are different. And I felt the same when I went for the first time to the US. We were invited to a wedding party to my friend with my wife, and no matter how strange it is, I'm also from the Crimea, and he is a Crimean as well. He left for America, and we got there and we were doing some barbecue and communicating. It appeared that the people are the same. We have the same jokes, but just in different languages. So I didn't feel this difference in treatment. Harim? To tell the truth, racism and discrimination is something I face on a daily basis. Like in the streets, there might be some comments, or it could be on a bus, in a restaurant. But I think that is absolutely natural for every country, since we live in that sort of world where we have many people with different colors of skin, and there will always be some residents who are intolerant. And even if any of you goes to India, I guess that, everybody is tolerant in my family, but also in the streets you may come across some negative, intolerant comments in relation to you. So I guess that's absolutely natural. But the only thing I'm happy about is that within my milieu, within the environment of people with which I communicate, I have never come across any person who would be intolerant. Everybody is absolutely tolerant, and the treatment of myself was good. They got interested in my tradition, how I learned the language, why I did it, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of my acquaintances with whom I've been communicating for many years.
І в цьому я бачу майбутнє. Тому
And I guess that this is the future, because there are some people who are still tolerant, and I guess that this tolerance will keep existing, and with time the whole world and the whole Transcarpathian region and the whole Uzhhorod will be full of tolerance, because there is some blending, and in 50 years there will be no, I guess, clear discrimination due to their nationality or color of skin. We won't have that.
Дякую. Дякую. Я згодний абсолютно, бо
Thank you. I fully agree with you. Since certain negative stories are the stories which I saw in relation to foreign students, but that's because of lack of experience. In the Transcarpathian region, until 2014, we didn't have foreign students. In Donetsk, in the 70s, probably there were also such sad stories. But when several hundreds of foreign students came to all the universities, people got accustomed to that and became rather tolerant to this. So this is the process. Christina? I think that we may confuse absence of tolerance and as a step to certain discrimination. When you perceive, we may perceive some gestures as intolerance when people just keep looking at you. Because normally, what I saw in Uzhhorod and what I got frustrated about was when there was some business environment, and some teachers or trainers or coaches come there. They come there with a certain standpoint that, and we will teach you.
Перша стриманість тут регіональна, вона
And I think that there must be some regional filter as to whether they will be treated like this further on or not, because that is the following phenomena. People have a lot, but they don't speak about that. And if they see that another person has come to them, not as the majority have, that they will teach us, but if people come with this standpoint that let us watch the situation, let us analyze what you live with, and let us analyze what benefits we could bring to you, then this 100 tolerance will be the response to such treatment with the majority of the residents of this land. Thank you, Alina. Well, once in my life, I had a situation, rather unpleasant one, but since this was only once in 8 years, I think that we shouldn't focus on this negative story. That was the matter of language. Since in my daily life I speak Russian, since I lived for 22 years speaking Russian, of course in the professional environment I speak Ukrainian. And once I just forgot. I just came to one institution and I forgot. I started speaking Russian and she told me, speak Ukrainian, please. I actually got stumbled because over the whole period of time nobody had made even a single comment about this. It was not treated as a negative thing. It is not characteristic of the Transcarpathian region. Yeah, maybe she was in bad mood. That was the wrong time for me to enter, but generally no problem. And I haven't seen this around me as well. Thank you, Katerina. Well, and I have heard some impersonal comments, like the category what we call "понаехавшие" in Russian. This means the people who have just come from other places. And actually, I didn't consider these comments as critical, but when I read some comments that here they have come and they expect that everybody should do something for them, and when it was written by the people who knew me, I somehow perceived this as a comment against me, but the comment was rather general. And after that, I had some awareness-raising campaigns with people saying that there should be no general comments made, and I got excuses from these people who said that it was not in relation to you. But I had a different situation when a professional from professional community just asked me to recall some years, some memories, some events dated 2011, 2012, when I was not yet here. And I told that I was not here, and she said, "Oh, really? Are you not a local resident?" And I am a local resident, so otherwise I cannot recall any other comments like this. And fortunately, I am surrounded by like-minded people. Thank you, Katerina. And sorry, I'm also a new Zakarpattia resident, and let me comment also a bit. You know, I also had a story when in Donetsk the situation was already deteriorating, and I was writing letters to my friends, to my colleagues from that region to universities, actually, to Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Lutsk, Ternopil, Chernivtsi, and Uzhhorod. I didn't want to move to Kyiv, but in Western Ukraine, there was the environment which was rather close for me. Everybody responded. The question was just one. If I need to flee, will you help me with the job? Because definitely you need to have some place to earn your living. And everybody said, yes, we know you, we love you, we will help you, we will find something for you. And the response came from Uzhhorod, please come, we will provide you with a full-time position. What about my wife? We will find a job for her as well. So that was a positive impetus for me to come here.
Ну і протягом цих років роботи в Ужгороді
And over these years of my work in Uzhhorod University, I've always had only positive treatment from other people. And sometimes people said, okay, your Ukrainian is so good. You are a Ukrainian nationalist from Donetsk. You are a supporter of the European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And I said, yes, yes, it has so happened.
насправді жодного випадку стосовно такого
And I haven't had any single case of discriminatory treatment of myself. Maybe just once, when we stayed at the central market, and one guy was looking at the car, and then at the car plate, Donetsk, and he changed in his face for the negative side, but that was just his facial expression, and it was only once. We need to conclude our panel, our discussion, and I would like to ask a general question. So already on the basis of your experience as Transcarpathian region residents, how do you see the place and the importance of the Transcarpathian region for the whole Ukraine and for the implementation of the European and Euro-Atlantic calling by Ukraine? And the global, this seems to be the global question, but still, what do you see your personal future in the Transcarpathian region like? Optimistic. Well, I've got an impression that you are fond of the Transcarpathian region more than the people who were born here, because they have something to compare it with. I don't know. I actually like living, working here, traveling, having friends. And I think that in my business, I will try to develop further on, to grow. And by the way, I like the phrase yesterday that the Transcarpathian region is not where Ukraine finishes or ends, but where it starts. And I think that this forum has been created with this in view for us to really all understand that this is so. Yeah, we need to tell the whole Ukraine and the whole Central and Eastern Europe about that one more time. Yes, we really need to pay attention to the message that we need to develop our region, for people to move here, and for everything to develop, and for us to be able to develop our values as well, and for them to be replicated in other regions, like in Kyiv and other regions. And we would like other people also to love their regions the way we love our region. Thank you. Harry? I think that Zakarpattia, the Transcarpathian region, is the place where the European integration should start, because we have the border on the EU and many EU member states, and we have this multiculturalism, the diversity of people with different ethnic backgrounds. And it is here that we may actually start all this and then keep moving on. Because Kyiv has everything, but they don't have the border and they don't have this multiculturalism. So I guess that it is here that we should start our work, because I guess that this will yield better results. And I guess that other regions in Ukraine can borrow a lot from the Transcarpathian region in different fields. And that's why this forum is taking place in the Transcarpathian region and not in any other place of Ukraine. Thank you, Christina. I would like to mention that the most valuable and the most precious thing in Zakarpattia is two resources, great resources that cannot be created artificially, which is time and energy. Time because this beauty of distances and the opportunities to find time to do everything you need, and also to have some peace and quiet to communicate with yourself and to ensure your personal growth. And energy because we are surrounded by great landscapes.
Надихаюся тим, що я 10 хвилин і я можу попасти.
You know, within 10 minutes, I can get to the environment which will inspire me, which will motivate me. This is nature and its energy. And I would like to say that as far as the future of the Transcarpathian region is concerned, I can see it as a phenomena for Ukraine and for the world. The phenomena of some environmental milieu for growth with their prevailing values. Because technological progress is the progress which definitely will come. We may see how the region has developed over 5 years. It's really going on at a rapid pace. And a couple of days ago, I got my first fear. I got my first concern that now we have the peak point for building the right regional strategy, for building the vision, for getting clear for ourselves as to where we are moving, what ideal future we would like to have in our land. Because, you know, I have started seeing things that were the first signals of alarm. In Lviv, I think that Lviv has been destroyed, and we have no longer the Lviv where I grew up and which I loved. What starts there is chaotic construction, developments, transport collapses, and these are signals of alarms. There is no vision for the region. Therefore, for us to take some place in the European integration, we need to set a certain objective. And I think that Reopen Zakarpattia is an event that is a point where a lot of minds can communicate and find some common points to share in order to undertake responsibility on ourselves and to build on this vision.
Мріяла недавно, так? Тобто
I like dreaming, and I was inspired one day by the phrase of Andriy Fedorov, who had a speech at one of the forums in Zakarpattia online, and he's a market scientist and a brand maker, and he was asked, what are your associations with the Transcarpathian region? What should the brand be built on? And he said a very inspiring phrase, which made me actually laugh and smile, that their Transcarpathian region is like the Eden on the earth. And I agree with that. There are a lot of beautiful things here. Just look around and you will see this ideal territory. That could be the capacity of our region. What we need is to take care of all this, to live with the idea that this is a very good milieu. You should not flee from here. You need to invest your time and energy to do something to ensure your personal growth and to grow together, to exchange your ideas and your achievements. Ideally, that is a perfect environment with a perfectly comfortable place for living, with its own Switzerland, its own Norway. That's something we can really create here. And people will be willing to live here because they will acquire harmony here. Why harmony? Because many people, many friends who came to visit me had some trips on their own, and then I showed the other side of the coin to them on the second day, and they saw this harmony finally. You know, All the structures are normally chaotic according to the laws of physics and space science, but people will strive for the harmonization. And that will be the final point. I want to live here, I know the rules, I accept those rules, and I'm ready even to do a great contribution, membership contribution for me to be able to live here. So that's the way I see this region, the phenomena for the country and for the world.
Дуже приємно це чути. Будь ласка, пані.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to hear this, Alina. I think that we already have all the things that are necessary to achieve this goal, because we have people who know how to do this and who have some experience of doing such things. There is a resource, including natural resources, and there is also beneficial geopolitical position. And thanks to our today's forum, this is going to be like one of the tools which maybe will accelerate the process and will help us develop this roadmap as to how this could be done.
Тому мені здається, тут вже лишається тільки час, коли це відбудеться.
So it's the matter of time, and we have all the other things. Thank you, Katarina. I'll be brief. I saw some signs in the audience, so let me start with the end. I cannot tell what the status of the Transcarpathian region should be, but I'm doing everything to see myself in the Transcarpathian region. You know, as far as the internal and external foreign policy course of Ukraine is concerned, you know, we had lack of material values, and we got jeans and gums, but now we need values, we need infrastructure, we need to strive to be brought up and to be responsible for our future. And in this respect, I think that the Transcarpathian region has all the possible resources to become the initial point of departure for those values. And here I speak not just about geography and history, but about the historical experience of survival and coexistence. So political will plus the capacity of the Transcarpathian region would be the ideal result of every integration process. Thank you. Just two more words to conclude. We had a very interesting panel. I hope that the audience has come to like the speeches and the discussions, in particular our online guests as well. We have a lot of things to work at, because in Zakarpattia we don't have metro, we don't have McDonald's, we don't have Ashan. I'm not idealizing those things, but these are the signs of globalization. Unfortunately, we don't have many other things. So a lot of work to be done, and I hope that those new Transcarpathian region residents who have been present here will make a significant personal contribution into that. Thank you. Thanks a lot to the speakers and to the moderator. And if all the previous panels were full of figures, statistics, and information, research, surveys, so this panel discussion has probably become the most pleasant for the most emotional for the residents of the Transcarpathian region, the most inspiring. Let me remind that the broadcast of the forum is on Farosh, Reopen Zakarpattia, InfoPost, and the Institute of Central European Strategy, Facebook pages, and on YouTube. Sorry again to our viewers that the program has been shifted a lot for 25 minutes, but otherwise everything is taking place according to the schedule, but just a little bit later. We are going to have not a simple discussion now, the inter-ethnic relations of Ukraine. How do we ensure trust, and how do we counter disinformation and fomenting of hatred? We are inviting the moderator, Olesa Drashkaba, creative strategist, media woman, and the editor-in-chief of YouTube's, and her guests, Olena Bogdan, head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience, Attila Demko, head of the Center for Geopolitics at Matthias Corvinus Collegium, Hungary. Julia Tyshenko, co-founder of the National Platform Dialogue for Peace and Safe Reintegration. She will be staying with us online. Lyubov Tsibulska, first head of the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security. And also Andriy Sukharina, analyst of the Ilko Kucharev Democratic Initiatives Foundation.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear guests. Good afternoon, dear online viewers. We have a very interesting and at the same time complicated discussion, which we called weaponization of the ethnic issues and how to counter such malign narratives. I would like to introduce our speakers and introduce myself. My name is Olesya Drashkaba. I am an artist, curator, and creative strategist, YouTubers, and I would like to combine all my roles in order to look at this issue at different angles, from different perspectives, for example, from the government position, from the expert environment, from the position of culture, and probably let's see how can dual aspect work, national security and ethnic diversity. And we have heard the previous panel, and we are very happy to have this multi-ethnic diversity in the Zakarpattia region. I was born here, and I know the topic of the national minorities. Moreover, throughout all my life, I have seen huge advantage of this issue. We all understand different languages, and in Kyiv, people are surprised. Well, how can you understand so many languages? We know lots of names and surnames, and my art has been inspired by Romanian and Hungarian artists. And if we take the cultural and historical context, we see that during the 20th century, the point of inter-ethnic conflicts was really strong. But in the 21st century, the situation has become better. And now the general idea is that probably we are not going to talk about inter-ethnic conflicts anymore. We see the expansion of NATO, we see the liberal and democratic agenda of Europe that has shown that we can live in this diversity, we can enjoy it, and we probably do not see any dangers and threats in it. The situation changed in 2014 due to Russian aggression, due to propaganda, due to the fact that ethnic issues have been used in the east of Ukraine to foment hatred, and we understood that these awful things are possible. And we see that Russia, with its propaganda, is attacking not only the Ukrainian borders, but we also see that the situation is developing in a very negative way in the Zakarpattia region, all over Europe. And we understand how Russia is trying to deepen the conflict between Ukraine and Poland, Ukraine and Hungary. And we shall have our distinguished speaker from Hungary who will tell us how Russia is influencing this ethnic conflict. Now we see the tension on the border between Belarus and Lithuania, and we should say that the topic is brought up once again. And in the Zakarpattia region, we see the systemic approach to it, and we see some danger and threat about it. Probably in Zakarpattia we do not discuss it a lot, but in Kyiv and all over Ukraine the topic is definitely on the top of the agenda. We shall start with the research, with the survey. Mr. Andriy Sukharina, who is the analyst of the Ilko Kucharev Democratic Initiatives Foundation, who will tell us the findings of the National Minorities Survey. As far as I understand, it was done in 2020, now it's 2021. So, Mr. Sukharina, you have the floor. Thank you very much. A couple of words about our research. We published some part of it, which is about national minorities in Zakarpattia region. The survey took place in Zakarpattia, and it's about Zakarpattia. Last year, we had a bigger research for the forum Reopen Zakarpattia 2020, and there were actually two big parts. One was about population in general, and the second part was on national minorities.
Надзвичайно інформативно.
The survey was of great interest, and it is very informative. And I myself use it every time when in Kyiv they start talking about Zakarpattia. And unfortunately, in Kyiv, they discuss Zakarpattia with some negative connotations. They're talking about local separatism. Actually, it's very difficult to feel and find it when you are here. In Kyiv, they speak about smuggling, contraband, and some other negative issues. But let's have a look what kind of situation we have in the Zakarpattia region and what issues are brought up by the residents of the region, what problematic issues they see for their community, and whether we shall see in this list the ethnic conflicts. We do not see it on the top. We see it somewhere at the bottom of the list, and actually it's about some minor part of the population. People stress the economic issues, unemployment, closing of companies and plants, economy, migration, crime, and definitely corruption are on the top of the list. So these are the problems raised and voiced by the residents of the Zakarpattia region, and they are different from what we hear from Kyiv. And I myself ask the question, how it happened that we are talking and discussing the region which we have very little understanding about. How it happens that consciously or subconsciously we spread the misinformation of Russia, and why people believe this. And I would like to hear from our experts and from people present here what can be the solution to this, and how we can reverse the discussion into a more rational dimension. When we are talking about ethnic or national conflicts, we should understand that, well, they exist. Some of them do exist. But it is a fact. When we have different sexes, there will be gender conflicts. When people speak different languages, there will be linguistic conflicts. When people have different economic status, there will be economic conflicts. People have different religious beliefs, there will be religious conflicts. But to bring it on the critical level and state that it is a great threat for democracy, for the state, is definitely absurd and makes no sense. Let's go further and let's have a look at the attitude to different nationalities. Again, the answer is of the residents of the Zakarpattia region. So what are the roles of different nationalities? And we see that practically all the minorities living in Zakarpattia enjoy positive attitude. Only some people actually see that probably they do not want to see them in our country. We see the Czech minority, Slovakian minority, Hungarian minority, and the attitude is positive. Probably there are two groups that actually have some problems. The Russian, and here I see, actually I'm surprised to see positive attitude to Russians when we have the 8th year of war. But still, we have relatively positive attitude to this minority, and we have quite negative attitude to Roma minority. But we have to understand that it's not exclusively the Zakarpattia story. Unfortunately, we see the same figure throughout Ukraine, and in some other regions they will be even higher. So this negative attitude is even higher. There are some data from Odessa, and there are some data all over Ukraine. And again, it's not only the Ukrainian story. A similar situation may be seen in some other countries where there is Roma minority. Definitely we have somehow to work with it. But to state that it's actually very critical will be just an exaggeration. And we see a number of minorities, and let's see the attitude to them here and all over Ukraine. And you see that the situation in Zakarpattia is much better in comparison with all national figures. We have much better attitude in Zakarpattia to Jews, to Roma, than the figures all over Ukraine. And therefore, when we hear from Kyiv that in the Zakarpattia region we have ethnic conflict, is definitely doesn't make sense. These are some basic data, key data, and I would like to also mention some prospects. So what are the prospects in the region? They are definitely big. But at the same time, we have to understand, we have to be aware of the fact that when we work with public opinion, we have to work with expectations of people and how people see the development of the region. And the worst thing that may happen is when people do not believe in positive changes. And if we compare this survey with the previous one, we see that we have some drop in optimistic figures of people who believe that there will be positive development of the region. And at the same time, we have more people who think that there will be stagnation in the region and no changes. Probably it's not, does not correlate with the topic of the panel, but we have to be aware of the fact that in order to have some vision regarding development of the region, it's necessary for people to believe that it's generally possible. That's everything from me so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukharina. And now I would like to give the floor to Olena Bogdan, who is the head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience. We have been talking to Ms. Bogdan before the beginning of our panel, and she has scientific background, and she has been working in the state sector and public sector. And I said that, well, I do not know a lot about the draft laws prepared by the government and strategy regarding the national minority. And I told Ms. Bogdan that I would ask her about specific tools and specific topics the service has been working with, and what kind of tools may be provided by the state in order to ensure development of the national minorities, protection of national minorities, etc. Thank you very much, Alessio. I would like to say that we are the central body of the executive power that was just established in order to ensure more focused approach to the ethnic minorities in Ukraine. And we also work with religious issues. There were several international panels within this forum. Therefore, in order to mention the specific steps that have already been done and that would be done, I would like to give you some context. There is a myth that in Europe there is some general comprehensive policy on national minorities. It's not so. France, for example, does not recognize national minorities. There is the Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities, but it is interpreted in different ways in different countries. For example, Germany recognizes 4 autochthonous indigenous peoples, and they are not going to increase this number. Just 4 ethnic minorities are protected by this Framework Convention from the viewpoint of Germany. And in some other countries, there are 13 of them. So every country interprets this Framework Convention in its own way, if it is signed by the country. Ukraine has signed the convention. So what do we have in Ukraine? Ukraine recognizes all the communities, all the minorities that would like to be recognized. We have some polemics on some national minorities when we discuss whether they are when they are variety of the Ukrainian ethnic culture, or they should be considered a separate ethnic culture. But in case certain community, certain minority would like to be recognized as a minority of a certain country, or, for example, if there is no such a country, the state, our country, will work with this minority and community. This is a unique, inclusive approach. In 1992, the law on the national minorities was passed, and actually it enshrined this inclusive approach. What do we see in practice? Ukraine supports with the state budget, with local budgets, a number of institutions when children are taught in languages of national minorities. We have about 70 educational establishments where the language of teaching is Hungarian. There are institutions with Romanian and Slovak language. And if we take a general look on Ukraine, we have a very positive picture. For example, in Germany, we have the same number of Ukrainians as, for example, the number of Hungarians in Ukraine, but unfortunately we do not have a single school with Ukrainian language in Germany. Definitely, the ethnic minority should be integrated into the host country, but there should be some component and some support to the Ukrainians in Germany. So, do we have institutions where the children are taught in the languages of national minorities and when it is funded by the state budget? Yes. Despite the war, still there are schools when children are taught in their native languages. The textbooks are published in the languages of national minorities. So the issue is whether there are enough such opportunities, whether there are enough such textbooks. So there may be some issues about implementation details, but the general state policy is really inclusive. When we start comparing Ukraine to the other European countries, in Hungary, Ukrainians are the national minority. But does Hungary have at least one school with the Ukrainian language as the language of teaching? Unfortunately not. And when we start discussing specific issues, we understand that Ukraine has very strong policy regarding support of national minorities. Definitely, we would like everybody wants to have it bigger. Some issues require more specific calibration. We have the Ukrainian Cultural Fund that supports cultural diversity projects. What are the projects I'm talking about? These are projects amounting to 500,000 hryvnias and higher. So these are competitive applications. And these are the projects where events take place from May till September. Definitely does not cover all the needs of the national minorities. And therefore, our service tries to adopt the additional program of events in order to be able to find those projects that do not fall into the program of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. So what do we want to have? We want the ethnic minorities to be able to express their culture and develop it. And as the state supports it, we definitely have to ensure support that will show the national minorities that we protect cultural diversity. What is the difference between integration and assimilation? Assimilation means that people lose their ethnic culture, while integration means that they preserve their national culture, they bring it to the society and can realize their potential in any field, in any area. But in order to do it, they should know the state language, which is the official language of the country. Today we have heard the opinion that now we have to get ready for bilingual format of education. And we do have the problem in Ukraine that some graduates of these ethnic schools do not or are not fluent in the Ukrainian language. We have heard the opinion that it's probably related to the quality of education. And people said that in the Soviet language, in the Soviet Union, they were able to speak Russian. But we should remember that the TV and newspapers were in Russian, and a person who was taught Russian at school also was watching TV in Russian and reading newspapers in Russian. And now the situation has changed. People who are taught Hungarian at school watch Hungarian TV, etc. And if we compare the Soviet period, the Russian language was the official language of the Soviet Union. So now we see that there are some regularities. And from my own experience, at the level of, in the 7th grade, I changed into Ukrainian. Before the time, I was taught in Russian. And these are kinship languages, close languages. But even taking into account this fact, I still had some problems with terminology. So the approach is really sensible, and it is used in a number of European countries. So these subjects are taught in the state language, in the official language of the country. And when we are talking about leaving school, a person knows the native language and this official language of the state. We also have National Minority Center. This is the innovation of the recent years, and it is important for this center to be properly funded. And we try to produce some materials about ethnic minorities in Ukraine, and there are specific programs for specific national minorities in Ukraine. So actually, we have this coordination language for national minorities, we have educational issues, we have this All Ukrainian Cultural Fund, and we also have regional programs. What we also need some additional programs for specific cultural events. The government of Ukraine pays particular attention to Roma community. The point is that this national minority has very high level of poverty, and there are lots of related problems. And we have a special strategy for this particular community. Now we try to develop the action plan and to finalize what should be regulated at the legislation level. The most urgent challenge for us is to logically finalize implementation of the law about the functioning of the Ukrainian language at the state language. People who read this law understand that some issues, some provisions should be specified. Also, decentralization reform is going on in Ukraine, and now the local resources are at the local level. Therefore, we cannot give instructions to the local self-governance, but we can include into the legislation of Ukraine certain preventive measures that will guarantee that the local self-governance would pay attention to the local needs of national minorities of Ukraine in order not to lose the interest of the national minorities. Thank you. I hope we'll follow these legislative initiatives and draft laws. And now we shall have our online speaker, Ms. Yulia Tishchenko, who is the co-founder of the national platform Dialogue for Peace and Safe Reintegration. So, Ms. Tishchenko, I have been reading your interview and articles about safe reintegration. Could you please tell us what is safe reintegration and whether it's only about eastern regions of Ukraine? Because when we talk about safe reintegration, we probably more mean the temporary occupied territories and their reintegration into peaceful Ukraine. So what is the basis for such reintegration, and what are the red lines, what are the compromises, because it looks like these are the most painful issues. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this great forum. Unfortunately, I can participate only online. Thank you very much. I was listening to the previous panels and to our speakers. All the panels are very interesting, particularly when we are talking about ethnic minorities and ethnic relations. Thank you about the question on safe reintegration. This is the concept of safe reintegration, which presupposes approaches when all the issues about regulating the eastern conflicts, Crimea and the occupation. So when the solutions will be adopted in such a way that they do not create new red lines, new tensions in Ukraine, new destabilization. We try to prevent all these things. And such approaches indicate that one of the components related to this reintegration, in order to make it safe, is creation and enhancement at the level of community of social cohesion, social unity, which in its turn will improve social stability, social resilience, as they say. And we are talking about resilience not only of the ability of state institutions to manage things, to find different solutions during crisis time. So we are not talking about technological issues, but gradual enhancement of the ability of the society to be resilient to different challenges, including the ethnic challenges or conflicts, which is the topic of our panel. And following the topic related to national minorities and reintegration, I'm really grateful to our previous speaker who was speaking about the difference between integration and assimilation. So reintegration is restoration of integration. And reintegrative approaches presuppose inclusion, penetration, changes of those who integrate and those who are integrated. Primarily, we are talking about dialogue, about mutual understanding, search for mutually acceptable models of behavior and ways of resolving different contradictory issues in order to find understanding and in order to find mutually acceptable steps. We have already mentioned the point that Russia actually utilized the ethnic factor in eastern part of Ukraine. I do not completely agree with this statement. Well, this point was used in the Crimea, but the international institutions who at that time were trying to evaluate these issues about allegedly violated rights of the Russians in the region indicated that definitely there was nothing like that from Ukraine, and it was actually a bright example how propaganda, how this misinformation can be used to destabilize the social and political situation in Ukraine, and how it can become the source of conflict. And in real life, well, we understand that conflicts exist, and conflicts can be understood as one of the ways to find opportunities. Definitely, we are not talking about violent or military conflicts, but we should not accept conflicts exclusively as crisis. We should also think about conflicts as something that can bring added value to the society if properly resolved. And in order not to multiply negative stereotypes, particularly when we are talking about reintegration, we should understand the factor of polyethnic structure of Ukraine, presence of different national minorities, ethnic communities, and we should understand them as the opportunity and not as the threat. I'm talking about the opportunity for social development, social understanding, and capacity development of both the community and in particular, and society and the state in general. If we take a look at some figures, and Mr. Sukharina was mentioning the figures, and we had them during the previous panels, we see that in society, the general national identity prevails. So I am understood as the representative of the Ukrainian society, Ukrainian citizen. Then we go to the level of the regional identity, community identity, but primarily, I think that this is a positive step, that despite number of challenges and risks and problems, and despite quite high level of trust to different institutions, still I think this is a positive symptom, a positive factor, and it's good that society in general is vaccinated with this citizenship-based approach or societal, social approaches. What should be done in order to better understand the European slogan, unity in diversity? On the one hand, this is a rhetorical question. On the other hand, it's a very specific question, and our previous colleague has already mentioned a number of specific tools that enable the national minorities and ethnic communities in Ukraine exercise their educational rights and be taught in the languages of national minorities. When we see different tools related to culture development, etc. Here, it's important to mention the fact of efficient representation of national minorities in different institutions. When we are talking about culture, we are talking about the whole process, how the history of these national minorities fit into all Ukrainian context. And mass media is also important here. Hate speech definitely should be avoided in media in all its different manifestations. Particularly when we are talking about polyethnic regions, which have very deep experience of coexistence of different ethnic groups in one territory. So once again, it is related to enhancement of the level of trust to each other, to the neighboring communities, to the state in general. So we are talking about general integration policy, and we are talking about specific steps on community development, local democracy, improvement of economic processes, and as a result, it will lead to stronger immunity that would prevent flaming of hatred. I will not talk about the situation in Zakarpattia we observed several years ago when certain letters were published on behalf of the national minorities, where we saw different stereotypes, negative stereotypes being spread about the Zakarpattia region, certain myths about separatism and all the other issues. It seems to me that a good preventing measure from such misinformation may be such forums we are present at today that give more information about the regions, both on the central level and on the local level. We see higher level of openness and transparency. We see more opportunities for communication and dialogue.
Thank you, Yulia. We will have another question to you about the uniting narratives, and you have almost gone over to it. And Yulia has mentioned about very interesting and important points that, for example, definitely we didn't need any pressure on the Russian-speaking residents in the Crimea and Donbass, but anyway, this was used, and that is what is Russia doing. It is doing a weaponization, where it is using it as a weapons. It's using certain information propaganda things. And now I would like to give the floor to Lyubov Cebulska, who is the first head of the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security. But here I'm addressing her not just as the representative of this position, but I have known her for quite a long. She used to be the strategic or communicative advisor of Mr. Mozhenko in the headquarters in a very difficult period of time in the war period. And she also worked with the Ukrainian Crisis Media Fund in the analytical study center for hybrid threats posed by Russia. And therefore, here is my question to you. How does Ukraine make this tool of hatred? How does it design it? And what specific cases probably you know? Not just about Ukraine, but generally for Europe. And how can you characterize it? You know, we have been at war for 8 years, but maybe we should still notice some other things, some other threats, and get ready for them. Thank you, Lisa. It's a pleasure for me to be staying here. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm really happy because for 2 days I've been staying at the event, which is not taking place in Kyiv and Lviv, as we are all accustomed to such practice, but here in the Transcarpathian region. So first of all, I would like to start with saying the following. Democracies are highly vulnerable. And of course, polyethnicity and polyculturalism, on the one hand, are the power of the democracy, but on the other hand, that stands for additional vulnerability. Once we had a study, it was in 2017, actually 2 studies. One of them was entitled "The Image of Europe in the Russian Media," and we literally made calculations of all the negative mentions of the EU and all EU member states on Russian 3 main TV channels, which have the widest coverage and which are the most popular ones. And it turned out that this correlation of negative to neutrally positive news on the Russian TV channels about the European Union is 86 to 14%. You may just imagine how distorted the picture is and how mass this propaganda is. And then we made the second study, which focused on the USA. And we came to realize that Russia keeps systematically creating the image of the enemy in the minds of people, following the best practices which were used by the Nazi Germany. And this image of the enemy is being created not just for Russians, since we were trying to analyze what Russia says about the US to its domestic audience or about the European Union. But also, this is the image of the enemy for Ukrainians and for our neighbors. What are the key methods used for the creation of this image of the enemy. This is, of course, exploitation of historical topics, and we could have a separate discussion on the topic because one could talk for hours on this point. And another method is dehumanization, also a very powerful method, which stands for the deprivation of your enemy, of your opponent, of any human features. It's easy to dehumanize someone you don't know. Why is it so easy to impose this narrative saying that Ukrainians are fascists and sometimes even historical fascists? Russia keeps telling this to Europeans. Why? Because they don't know a lot about us. Why is it so easy to impose on one region a certain narrative about another region, even within one country? That's only because these regions do not communicate a lot. There are not enough contacts between these regions. And, when Ukraine banned Vkontakte on the classic Russian social media, let me give a couple of figures. Vkontakte, as of 2016, we remember at that time, Vkontakte is controlled by the security service of the Russian Federation, the same as Odnoklassniki. So this network Vkontakte had 866 groups of anti-Ukrainian direction, which means about 10 million followers. It also had mass information campaigns aimed at dehumanization of Ukrainians, which definitely urge people to go to Donbass from the whole of Russia, to go there and to kill Ukrainians. And there were also some images showing Ukrainians as barbaric people killing Russians. And definitely at that time, the election in the U.S. Was not held, and the Western networks did not pay that much attention to information campaigns. But then after the election, we were happy because it became clear how Russia was trying to foment hatred of some communities against other communities. And another fact is that in Odnoklassniki, we had 157 anti-Ukrainian groups, and the number of followers was more than 5 million people. Of course, we saw some examples of dehumanization on our part. It's easier to treat the enemy in that way because if you dehumanize people, it's easier to treat these people as enemies. But Russia arranged this as state campaigns, official campaigns, and we can see that the negative treatment of Ukrainians has been there for all those years, while the treatment and the attitude of Ukrainians towards Russians is rather positive, and Ukrainians always separate political leadership of the country from other people, which doesn't happen in Russia. For Russia, all Ukrainians are the same. It's not the case that poor Ukrainians, we love them, but there are the authorities, the leadership of the country. The negative trends towards Ukrainians has been there for all those years. Here is another example. Levada Center made a study in 2014 as to how Russians treat Americans. And it was 41% of positive attitude among Russians. But a year later, it was in August 2014, actually, that we made this study, and it was only 17% of people in Russia with positive treatment of Americans. So over that period of a half a year or a year, Russia actually launched this propaganda campaign. If we speak about the tools of propaganda, I would not actually speak only about propaganda because it's only a part. There is the church, there are special services, there is political corruption work with activists, cyber attacks, and we know a lot of examples in all those fields. I've got two favorite examples which I always quote. The first example is how Russia is trying to spoil the relationship of Ukraine and Poland. Several years ago, in Lviv region, in Hutoponiatska, there was a destruction of the monument to Polish warriors. And this news circulated all the media channels. Everybody wrote that Ukrainians are barbaric people. And primarily Polish channels wrote a lot about this. But then it appeared that the first news about what had happened, and this monument, by the way, is not located in the city center. It's somewhere in the periphery, not close to people, and locals even didn't notice this happen. So the first piece of news about this event occurred in Vkontakte, in a group entitled Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Holy Rus. So in fact, that was the provocation arranged by the security service, which was turned into propaganda. We need to understand that it's always about a set of tools, several tools taken together. And here is another example of cyber attack in the trade center Horodok in Kyiv. Just a trade center, things are sold there for consumers. And there were some multimedia stairs there, and there appeared the Nazi symbol there. Of course, at that point of time, there was a lady with a camera there shooting this and saying that, yes, sure, yes, there is fascism in Ukraine. This video was quickly popularized in Twitter, and in Ukrainian media we didn't notice this because it was obvious that something was wrong with that. But in Twitter, human rights organizations, media, everybody reprinted and showed this, popularized this information. Just imagine, it's a sensation. Later, the trade center Horodok made an announcement that they had been hacked and they have nothing to do with this. Of course, later we tried to see whether those who popularized this video, whether they published the refuted rejection of this information, and actually just a small share of them did this. The media and human rights organizations didn't want to publish rejections of this information. And here is one more tool that should probably be mentioned, in particular in the context of Eastern Europe. That is Russia's funding of ultra-right and ultra-left movements. We clearly realize it now because, again, the US election helped us a lot with this. We saw, thanks to this election, that Russia invests resources into both sides in order to then arrange a campaign between them. And when Russian security services were organizing campaigns, taking people to the U.S. streets in one and the same town and organizing clashes among people from different camps, and then the media came there and showed all this, and the picture was perfect for Russia. That was the picture of substantial polarization of the society. Speaking about Russia, we should mention that this propaganda is, in fact, highly systemic, continuous, and we have to deal with such problems for years ahead, even for generations ahead. And I don't think that we actually need to realize that we will have to live with people with such a world outlook, where dehumanized Ukrainians, Polish people, Hungarians will still exist for many years to come. And you see that Russia is the legal successor of its previous version. It doesn't pay reparations. It doesn't admit its own mistakes. And it's important, even if killings, murders stop, if war is stopped, it's important to keep explaining that no, soft power and Russia's cultural product is not a normal product until Russia does not admit its fault. Russia must pay reparations, and the country must go through that way of admission of its own mistake and fault. And I guess that then in my next part, I will share the information as to how we could build on this narrative and what could be the methods to settle the situation. Let me stop at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Luba. All of us, including people in the Transcaucasian region, can see the provocations, provocative actions with the Hungarian national minority, and there are some facts that have been proven, like the arson of the Cultural Hungarian Center. And our next speaker, Attila Damko, who is the head of the Center for Geopolitics at Matvejs Corvinus Collegium, has, by the way, he has presented me a book with an unpleasant guy on the cover page, so let me not show it. But that is his first book from the trilogy. This is a fiction book, but it has a lot of historical background, and I think that he will tell more about this. So this is the book about how Russia influences interesting conflicts in Hungary between Hungarians and Romanians, and as far as I understand, also there will be some other nationalities involved, other national minorities in other books. So I would ask you, Mr. Attila, can you see those parallels in Ukraine, in Ukrainian-Hungarian relations for those manipulations, for those provocative actions which you write about in your book? I've not read yet, but...
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Yes, when my book was published, it was 18 March. That was the time when the Hungarian Cultural Association was attacked in Ungvar, in Uzhgorod. So almost exactly that day it was published in Hungary. It's a very interesting coincidence. And we know now that it was a Russian operation using Polish intermediaries and the German journalist who went to Moscow and died at age 45 in a heart attack, interesting heart attack. And we know many other things. So, but this attack in Uzhgorod shows that Russia is willing to use violence, not only propaganda, but violence. It was pretty close to one person being injured or dead at that occasion. So it wasn't just a small thing. And I could give you what's happened in one very nasty incident between Hungary and Romania a year later in 2019. And there we know of Slovak nationalists trained by Russia. We know Hungarian ultranationalists trained by Russia. Interestingly, they are trained against each other in a way, and some of these organizations are financed by Russia. So I write quite a lot how Slovak extremists are financed by Russia. And also there was a case in Hungary where even a European Parliament MP of one opposition party was proven to be on the payroll or of Russia. So these operations are real, these operations are quite cheap, and these operations are effective. I can tell you that in the most many articles you read about Hungary and Hungarians in Ukrainian media, unfortunately, are fake news, and many of them are influenced by either by ignorance or sometimes by malicious influence by Russian actors. I can tell you one example. It's a very recent example. There was a Hungarian military exercise in Western Hungary, 400 kilometers from the Ukrainian borders, and Prime Minister Orban was there. He said nothing about Ukraine, nothing at all, not even one mention of Ukraine or Zakarpattia. So there was a Russian article that Orban is watching the Hungarian troops with the most modern equipment and warning Ukraine that Hungarians are coming. And this was translated, of course, into Hungarian, and they were spreading it on Facebook sites. But of course, this was disseminated in Ukraine too. It was all fake news. That happened not near the Ukrainian border, but 400 kilometers away. There was no mention of Ukraine, and there was not even. It was not even only a Hungarian military exercise. German troops were there too. So can you imagine that it had anything to do with Ukraine? Nothing. And of course, one can say in newspaper articles that it did not happen. But after the fact, after that people read such a thing in Ukraine or in Hungary, the damage is already done. So it's very easy to do damage. It's very easy to create tension. And it's very hard to repair the damage taken or done. So for Russia, it's a very, very useful tool to create tension between Ukraine and its neighbors. And unfortunately, not enough is being done to counter it. I think what I am trying, I'm always explaining this in Hungarian media, that this is happening, but I'm not sure that Ukraine doing that. I think there are operations in Ukraine to do that, but we have to do more to counter such stories. There are so many examples of this from the last 3 years that I could go through. For example, the attack on a very important Hungarian symbolic point. It's called the Verecke Monument. And unfortunately, some of the attacks were done by Ukrainian nationalists. We have to face that there are attacks on the Hungarian minority by people connected to Svoboda and other Ukrainian nationalist organizations. But one particular attack was very likely done by the Russians. So there are other examples when they are issuing threats in the name of Ukrainian nationalist organizations, and actually these are fake threats. These are not coming from those organizations. But the problem is why it's believable in Hungary that certainly there are Ukrainian organizations who are doing this. So I can tell you, for example, Mirotvorec, if you put the Hungarian foreign minister on the list of the enemies of Ukraine, or the Hungarian EU commissioner for neighborhood policy, and it was done, then it's not Russian propaganda. Actually, it's real. So I think there should be much more caution regarding this. And unfortunately, this has worked in both countries. Until 2014, Ukraine was seen in Hungary as one of the best neighbors. Ukraine was seen as an example. I myself was very happy to come every year, basically every year. I was coming to ski in Bukovel for years, year after year. It's a bit less nice now to come to Ukraine because you feel the tension. Actually, it happened to me in Mukachevo that I was told not to speak Hungarian in a pub, which was a totally big surprise for me that such things happen, and I had to show my passport that I am not a Hungarian from Zakarpattia, but I am a Hungarian from Hungary. So that's why I don't speak Ukrainian. So these and the Russians use these issues very cleverly to undermine a friendship which existed actually since 1991 between the two countries. Hungary was, after Canada and Poland, the third country to recognize Ukraine. There are not enough good news stories about the two countries. So actually Hungary was helping Ukraine after 2014 in many ways, treating wounded Ukrainian soldiers in Hungarian hospitals, giving help to Ukrainian hospitals during the COVID crisis, giving vaccines to Ukraine. We should talk more about the good news stories in this relationship to counter such Russian narratives. And I am not sure that this is happening. Of course, it's happening sometimes, but there should be much more talking about the positives and not about the negatives. And as you can see, and that I think it was a very good research about Zakarpattia, there is no tension. There is no real tension here. So that is a fake news that Hungarians want to secede from Ukraine. They are 10% of Zakarpatski Oblast population. There is no secession movement. Actually, they are leaving Zakarpattia. They are disappearing from Zakarpattia. They are not taking over Zakarpattia. So this should be countered on the highest levels in the Ukrainian media. And I'm going to finish. I could talk for hours. Actually, in my books, I describe a lot of Russian operations. But I really stop now and with a good news story. When President Zelensky greeted the Hungarian community in Hungarian, I think 2 years ago, that was such a heartwarming thing. All the Hungarian press was clapping for President Zelensky. So small things can change these attitudes. We have to fight narratives of separation, separatist movement in Zakarpattia. We have to fight narratives that Hungary is not supportive of Ukraine. Yes, we have a debate about education, about language. I think Hungary, actually the Ukrainian minority in Hungary is about 2% by size of the Hungarian minority here in Ukraine. So, but I think Hungary would be much more than willing to give higher schooling, even up to the highest level, to the Ukrainian minority. For example, in the case of Romanians, who are about 20,000, they have high school. So until age 18, they can learn Romanian. So what I'm saying that, yes, we could do more from the Hungarian side, but I think there must be much more done by Ukraine to counter these mostly false narratives. Thank you.
Дякую, дякую. Насправді зараз ми прослухали наших прекрасних спікерів.
Thank you. So we have listened to our perfect speakers and we have had a look at the situation from different angles. And for myself, I have made a conclusion that we really know each other too little. We are not that much well aware about the history and cultures of national minorities. And for me, as for an artist and curator, this is an important point for integration, for having a look at the national minorities in Ukraine from the point of view of culture and the study of their history. And then this Russian propaganda and those Russian fake stories and Russian dehumanization of our relatives, our neighbors, people from the same village or same town will, not be curbed, but at least it will not be that popular. And they will not manage to dehumanize the people whom we know well. And that, by the way, refers to the study of our own culture and history by Ukrainians, because we also face some problems with this. And remember, last year at the same forum, I also told that we should learn our own history, because every Ukrainian should know his history and language and culture. And then let me ask the question. We are pressed for time, we are about to finish, but just a couple of sentences for each speaker about the ideas of this uniting narrative for Ukrainians. Different, diverse, multi-ethnic Ukrainians existing in the context of multiculturalism, multi-ethnicity. How do we preserve this diversity, but at the same time preserve our national security and are sure of the fact that we will be safe, we will be an independent, sovereign Ukraine? So let me start with you, Olena. Uniting narratives. Yeah, let's at least think about what it could be. First of all, this could be this common language for interesting communication. In our case, this is the state official language. The other point is that the person must be free to behave the way he or she wants, but having dignity, having respect for other people. So there are two conditions: to show respect and at the same time to be free to behave the way he or she wants. And we also pay attention to intercultural dialogues, because through understanding of other cultures, you develop the attitude and also sometimes admiration and fascination about the diversity of this world and about the opportunity to get the advantages to derive some advantages and benefits from this diversity. Just imagine a life situation. Can we have a look at the ethnic embroidery of a certain culture and visit a certain restaurant with local cuisine? I guess that most people will say, let there be such an opportunity, which means that unity in diversity stands for our having an opportunity, first of all, to communicate with each other, which stands for the common language of inter-ethnic communication, and two, being oneself, respecting others. Attila, what about your ideas concerning the uniting narratives, probably not just in Ukraine, but in the Central and Eastern Europe as well?
So I think the most important thing is to learn about each other's history. That is very important. We don't know much about Ukraine in Hungary, but I'm pretty sure that Ukrainians know even less about Hungary. So I think this is very important. Actually, Ukrainians usually know the Sziget Festival. Many Ukrainians come. Many of my Ukrainians come to Sziget Festival to Budapest, but I think it's not enough. So what, for example, I am doing to show my students a bit more of Ukrainian life, that I show them Ukrainian movies, or I have been to the front lines, to Pesky, to Shirokina. I show the movies of this destruction, the movies I made. So they understand that Ukraine is a country at war. Ukraine is a traumatized country. Ukraine is suffering. I tell my students that But also, there should, if Ukrainians understand Hungarian history, they should understand that Hungary is a traumatized country too. So it's unfortunately not two traumatized countries talking to each other like sometimes like deaf people talk to each other. We should change that dynamics, and that's why I'm very happy that I was invited here so I could talk about these issues. This is the way. This is the way, and we are inviting Ukrainians to Hungary to talk about these issues, and I'm pretty sure that one day we will have a conference at the Matthias Corvinus College talking about these issues.
Дякую. Дякую, Люба.
Ми нещодавно в центрі стратегічної комунікації та інформації.
Quite recently in the center, in our center, we had a survey. We actually gave some statements about Ukraine to these were statements about Ukraine, Russia, and the EU, given to Ukrainians from different regions. And we were rather surprised because we saw that large general statements cause some polarizing. So I would say about several levels of narratives. Yeah, sure, we need to promote the statement that Ukraine historically is a European country, but with some people that doesn't get the response. So for them, we need to retranslate this statement to smaller, to minor statements and speak about the things which unite everyone. Who could disagree with the statement that, for example, Jewish cuisine has greatly enriched Ukrainian cuisine, or Hungarian cuisine has greatly enriched Ukrainian cuisine? So these things which are uniting should be the starting point, and then step by step you could move upwards to the higher steps of the ladder, to more global political narratives. And I would also avoid any talks about historical topics without historians, because, you know, when politicians start speaking about history, it's always dangerous, because there could be some polarization, and then we will be in trouble. So you are eager to undermine the whole idea of social media, to speak about vaccination without healthcare professionals, so on and so forth. We are sorry for that to politicians, but I think that this policy of being sorry and asking for forgiveness, this is the policy we should follow. And we speak about social media, as Mr. Attila has mentioned, that it's very easy and cheap to have those operations, propaganda operations, information campaigns, or the aggressor in social media. And when we speak about interethnic conflicts, we have got two examples. There are more, but two proven one when the UN has proven them to be true. Quite recently, several years ago, the Facebook actually helped Myanmar to destroy Muslims, Rohingya, or helped to promote violence in Ethiopia. And these cases have already been proven, and we need to speak with large corporations for them to investigate into these things. And on our part, we should also promote positive narratives, but not only in the global sense of the political level, but minor statements, narrower statements the majority of people would agree to. Thank you, Yulia. And please, we would ask Yulia, though she has already mentioned a couple of positive uniting narratives, but still, we have just a couple of minutes left. Please be brief.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. It's a very good question. And we are talking about some uniting narratives from our point of view. And definitely we should ask the representatives of the national minorities and ethnic communities. We are talking about the hypothesis about uniting narratives. So my hypothesis is that there are lots of them, not only cultural ones, like cuisine or something like that. It seems to me that there are the civil narratives, the public narratives, common secure space, common development, common dignity, or just joint dignity. It's very important to remove barriers, to combat discrimination. And as far as Eastern Europe is concerned, It seems to me we have, to a large extent, quite common history, and we should be united around these common elements. But definitely these narratives undergo changes. I'm talking about both positive and negative ones. Thank you. And Mr. I have actually put down the answers to a question, and every speaker has practically mentioned what I wanted to say. Therefore, I would like to mention probably something different. But the fact that internal and external tourism sometimes promotes the fact that this dehumanization doesn't take place, and how we managed to ruin the attempts of Russia. For example, some 10 or 5 years ago, every person in eastern Ukraine had his or her negative stereotypes about Lviv. And in the same way, people in Lviv had some negative stereotypes about eastern Ukraine. Now, when internal tourism or within Ukraine tourism has developed, the stereotypes have been dispelled. For example, the stereotype that if you speak Russian in Lviv, you'll be beaten, definitely evokes just smiles. We started traveling more, we started communicating more, and these myths have been dispelled. So the same should be done about Zakarpattia. It's not very easy to get there. You have to go through the mountains. And probably we should start with this point. So I was trying to be brief. Thank you very much, dear speakers. If we are talking about humanism, dehumanization will be impossible, and that's the end of our great panel. Thank you. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear moderator, for a very interesting discussion. Now we have a break, and we resume our forum at 3:20. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. And I would like to remind you that you can follow our event in Facebook, YouTube, Varosh, Reopen Zakarpattia, our pages, and also Institute of Central European Strategy. A very important topic is discussed at our next panel. And actually, it may be a separate topic for the 2 days of the forum, as it requires thorough analysis and constructive dialogue between the public activists and government officials. Green agenda for Zakarpattia, how to balance investments and nature protection. And I invite here the moderator of the discussion, Andrei Sheketa, who is the member of the Zakarpattia Regional Council, and the speakers in this panel: Viola von Kramon, member of the European Parliament; Oreste del Sol, Free Citizens Movement; Pavlo Shermata, who is the Minister of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine in 2014; and Irina Matsepura, who is the member of the Zakarpattia Regional Council and director of VHSM Liability Company. Thank you very much for introduction. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear online participants. The topic is a very comprehensive and complex one, and we have just 1 hour to discuss it. Therefore, I would like to ask our speakers to be laconic, but at the same time, definitely, I don't want you to lose the key ideas of your message. And I assume, as I know you, that there may be totally opposite answers to one and the same issue. Therefore, we are going to work like that. Even if I give the question to one speaker, and if you disagree, you may just raise your hand, and you definitely will have a chance to express your point of view. And taking into account the participants of the panel, there will be 2 groups of questions. The general theoretical issues about the environment, about the economy, which are topical globally or on the level of Europe, particularly within the Carpathian context. And I also want us to consider a number of specific examples related to the Carpathian region. We are present at Reopen Zakarpattia Forum, and definitely we have to discuss our region. So I would like us to have a number of specific examples where we can trace the balance between economic development, the environment, the necessity to build green economy, and the general ability to strike a good balance between the economy and environment. Or probably we come to the conclusion that there are no problems at all and everything's just great as it is. While preparing for this panel, I have paid attention to the fact that there are several controversial issues which I find difficult to explain, and probably they require some specific research. For example, I have the figures of the survey, and the survey said that 54% of people living here are proud of the environment, and it was the top issue on the agenda. So the question was, what is the matter of pride in your region? And lots of people mentioned the environment and ecology. At the same time, we have a number of examples when the residents of the region have negative attitude to the environment by polluting the rivers, by cutting down wood, by leaving garbage or waste just in pristine lands. So how these 2 issues can be combined is not actually clear. There is another point. When we discuss the necessity about creating new jobs, developing of our economy, when we talk about staff turnover, and yesterday at the decentralization panel, the deputy minister was talking about the necessity to set up industrial parks in order to bring people back from abroad. And at the same time, we are against large-scale projects, for example, such as the Svidovets Resort project. And I'm actually trying to talk about the issue related to the Free Svidovets movement. Mr. Oreste del Sol calls himself a farmer, but we call him eco-farmer, and he represents here Free Svidovets movement. So I would like you to be the first speaker. So please tell us about your movement and why you are against such big construction project as Svidovets Resort. This is one of the specific examples, particularly here in Zakarpattia region. Thank you, dear organizers, for organizing such things as this forum, because in Zakarpattia region we do not have lots of such platforms for dialogue where we can discuss such crucial issues. I would like to explain how I become the public activist. I have been living in Zakarpattia for 30 years, and I'm a farmer. And I remember one day in 2016, when we had Hennady Muskal, who was the head of the regional administration, and he stated that he agreed with Bukovel to build a new resort in Zakarpattia, and it will be huge tourist attraction point. And then my friend came from Lubakova village. These were local councillors, and they asked me for help because they said that the public hearings that were conducted were done not in a due way, and they were not invited, and the information which was presented to the public was insufficient, so the hearings were not done in a proper way, and these public hearings were falsified. We decided to help, and lots of people joined our movement, joined our campaign. We invited a number of other public organizations from all over Ukraine. I'm talking about environmental organizations, and they understood that it's necessary to fight. And in the Zakarpattia region, we also have lots of environmental organizations. So the first point for us was to bring together, to unite all these fellow thinkers, because we understand that our actually enemy is a very strong one, and it was important for us to understand that we should be united. The first thing we did, we wanted to explain or to get explanation about the project. So the two Rayon administrations, Tyachev and Rakhiv ones, stated that it is planned to build a mega resort in Svidovets. Svidovets is one of the most beautiful, most picturesque mountain range in the Carpathian Mountains between Tyachev and Rakhiv. And actually, there were plans to build a hotel for 450 rooms. There were several kilometers of ski slopes, lots of cafes and restaurants. So the investment amount was about $1 billion. And when we started our campaign for Svidovets, the amount was already of investments was up to $2 billion. The first idea was to make all the information open and public. We invited the journalists, we organized the press conference, and we wanted to all the people to know that the project is not transparent and is not adjusted to local conditions. At that time, we understand that the situation was actually unfair because the public who were present at this public hearing couldn't actually evaluate the influence on their villages. Svidovets, for our region, is a very important mountain range. because it ensures, because we have actually a very high level of precipitation in the region, and it's owing to this level of precipitation that we have Tisa River, and Tisa River gives water to Rahiv, Hulst, and Tyachiv, and then Tisa flows to the Hungarian side and falls into Danube. And to build such a huge project with such river is quite dangerous. We know how treatment facilities work in Bukovel, and we know that it is very far from satisfactory. So we have done investigation, and we understood that and we sent actually request and understood that this is Skorzonera Society that is the owner of the project, and it is actually the project of Ihor Holomoisky. And he actually did not want to be seen behind this project. And that was the first point of the activists. We wanted to say, please be transparent, be open. If you want to build something, please tell us who is the owner of the project. And when the road was built between Lubakova and some other villages, we found the information that Mr. Shevchenko, who is the director of Bukovel, had a meeting with Valery Rha, and they agreed that they would support the project, and why the forestry organization would build a road was not understandable. So that was the beginning of our campaign. And one more thing I would like to mention is the pressure we feel. And people hear that if you are against the investments, it means you do not support the region, you do not support creation of new jobs. No, we are not against the investments. What we want is to have them in a transparent way, and we want the investments to include the environmental component and the component of nature protection. We filed a lawsuit to the court. I will not go into details. 3 years after the Supreme Court sent the case to the first instance court, and the case is going on. We still continue our campaign. We cooperate with the journalists, and we shall probably again cooperate with the European Parliament. We want the project to be transparent. We want the project to be beneficial and useful for local communities. We are ready for the dialogue, and we want to see some real alternatives for such project. This project is not good for us, but these communities may develop tourism. I'm living in a similar village, and we have opened cheese facility. Then we opened a cafe of local cuisine. So there are projects which are both beneficial, useful, and environmental ones. And President Zelensky continues supporting this project from Bukovel. Now we hear the ideas about Winter Olympics in the Carpathian Mountains, and we are going again to fight this point because we do not want this fake information to be present here. Okay, let's be more specific. From some very clear claims, I have heard that the project was not open and transparent. The fact that forestry was building a road probably is so far some details. So if you are against, could you please provide facts why you are against such project as Svidovets? Here we have the head of Yeseni village council, and probably he will have a chance to speak. I know that this year the regional administration had a case with just old forest, and the environmental organizations stated that it's necessary to announce big areas as pristine forests or protected forests, while the local communities say, okay, we do not need it. So we are going to come back to this topic. Apart from lack of transparency, what are the other facts why you are against the project? Probably I didn't manage to explain that Svidovets is a unique mountain range with great biodiversity, and it's actually part of the Carpathian Biosphere Reserve, which is mentioned in UNESCO. And nature in Svidovets is unique. You probably won't find such a mountain range as Svidovets in Europe. And that's why we have to protect it. Well, biodiversity issue is important. And you know that climate changes also influence the skiing, for example, issues. So we are talking about unique nature features of Svidovets. Wild nature, yes, we would like to protect wild nature. Okay, while I was getting ready for the panel, it occurred to me that, well, for example, we are talking about berries or mushrooms collected, that are gathered in the forest, and we call them ecological organic ones. So they are usually exported to Western countries. And when I was thinking about this area of economy, it seemed to me that this is like gathering which existed lots of hundreds of years ago. So this is some primitive level. So this environmentalism, this environmental approach, ecological approach, does it mean some lagging behind? Does it mean a lack of modern approach? Or it's just a popular trend, vice versa, super modern trend? And I would like to ask Ms. von Kramer, if we started talking about resorts and Europe, we know that in Europe there are lots of skiing resorts in different locations in different countries, and there are lots of Ukrainian people going there. In Ukraine, there was an idea at a certain period of time that Europe built great resorts in European countries, and now European countries and organizations are against such projects in Ukraine for two reasons. First of all, in order not to create competition for their resorts, and the second point, for the Europeans to be able to have some wild nature here, because in European countries they have something different. It's not, I do not state that it's true, but sometimes you can find such opinions in mass media. So could you provide your comments about this and your attitude to such projects as Svidovets?
Thank you very much for, again, organizing this great event, and also for having me on this panel as well. I mean, nobody will deny that we are facing climate change, and it will be more and more difficult to explore places where we have, so to say, a snow security. So in terms of arranging a new ski resort, you need much more energy than in the past, which means it's not just about building this huge infrastructure, what Orest was talking about, but to have the conditions for a ski resort on, I would say, 2,000 meters. This means a lot of extra energy to produce only snow. And even though in the region where, let's say, 10, 15, 20 years ago, were mainly covered with snow from November on, sometimes the snow season only starts in January, which means that your original business model and your investment would be much smaller than thought, plus the environmental damage is huge. Second point, I think if you will be honest, this is not a sustainable way of developing tourism here in the region. You have mentioned the 54% of people who actually have a positive connection, relation towards nature, toward this great landscape, what this unique biodiversity, everything what was mentioned before. But also the forest has a very important function. It is an important CO2 sink. So if you go for a huge cutoff, chopping, logging this forest and develop some kind of a ski resort without, let's say, a compensation of cutting off these trees, this forest, that's a problem. And this will a problem for Ukraine on the national level. This has consequences and impact, and natural, in economical, but also in terms of long-term consequences, not just for the region, but for Ukraine as such. So, I mean, before we start talking about is this something which people would like, or is that the only opportunity which would create jobs here, really think about the bigger picture. And I don't think anyone in the European Parliament or in the European Union would think of competition. I mean, there's more enough space all over to develop things. But why would you repeat this, what already exists? Why would you duplicate ski resorts which exist in Switzerland, Austria, or in France or somewhere, who actually struggle quite a lot? If you talk to those guys there, it is becoming more and more difficult to really use the existing hotels and ski resorts there. So I would say, rather think in a different way how you could use this kind of approach of ecotourism, sustainable development, how can you compensate people for not logging the forest? What can you do? What can you make out of this biodiversity? I spent my summer break, or parts of my summer break, in Albania. Albania is extremely rich of biodiversity and nature, and it's a poor country, actually. It's much poorer. It has much less resources than Ukraine. But they have figured out that people, tourists, citizens would only come back to the region and will stay in the region if that is attractive, and if they find a way of preservation and conservation of nature and developing tourism. And I think they have done like 23 national parks, great ranges, tourist centers, explanational visitor centers, and that works fine. And nevertheless, they of course allowed medium-sized, small hotel, bed and breakfast places, try to integrate local agriculture, local producers into this system. And I don't see why this should not work here. I mean, Orest is a great example for this, but he must not be the only one. So looking in terms of finding alternative sources of income, which should, of course, be focused on tourism, and maybe other inventions, such as, I don't know, startups, small and medium enterprises, also maybe IT sector, if you have a proper grid digital infrastructure here. This would something why I see the future, but 20,000 or 16,000 places in a ski resort with no sewage, no water system, no waste management, I think this is out of time. This is what you have done in the 50s and in the 60s when nobody cared about the environment, but not in 2020 or 2022. Sorry to say, the next generation will pay for this, and they are absolutely not being asked here. So I would be very firm. You need environmental international standards. You need a proper international environmental impact assessment, independent criteria, non-corrupt local authorities only looking at this project, but you really need a proper scrutiny, a proper oversight, and then we can speak about investment.
Дякую. Ви сказали.
Thank you very much for the recommendations, for your opinion. Thank you for your recommendations and your opinion. You have stated about the approach of the previous years, and now you are talking about the new approach, which will be different from the old one. And here we have the Minister of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine in 2013, Mr. Sheremeta. So, Mr. Sheremeta, in your opinion, what's more important for development? Economy, GDP, growth of salaries, new jobs, or it is more important to ensure nature protection, nature conservation? Because in Zakarpattia region, we are talking not only about building some skiing resorts, but also people are talking about mini thermal stations or gold mining, something like that. So, in your opinion, as the Minister of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine, people want to earn money now. People want to work now. So, what is the way for business, for the local authorities to go?
Thank you, Andrei. You mentioned at the beginning that we're going to have a controversial panel since different ideas are going to be voiced. But I think that my own ideas are controversial with each other. Because I'm trying to unite these ideas in myself. I have a fight between the economist and environmentalist. And to illustrate this, I would say that my friend, professor of Yale University, has told me about the question, and that was the question for the doctoral exam, a very serious question in economics at Yale University. So that is the question. When do we have the right point to cut the forest? From the economic point of view, when is it the right time? The age of maturity, yes, but that's not the economic point of view. When there is a demand, no. It's a little bit twisted there. In fact, you have given the answer from the environmental point of view. When the forest is mature, it's right. That is then responsible and that is moral, and from the environmental point of view, that is right. And you can also add a couple of years. And in fact, the forest is dying out, so it's time to cut it. I'm sure you're going to kick me out of the panel and of the Transcarpathian region. But anyway, I'm going to give you the right answer from the economist's point of view. And the right answer is that the forest is to be cut when the growth of the monetary value, since the forest is growing until it is growing, right? So there is a point when the growth of the interest rate in the bank is higher than the growth in the monetary value of this forest. And that is the right time to cut it from the economic point of view, from the point of view of classical economics. When my wife heard it, and she's an environmentalist, we lived for a week in different rooms. She did not speak to me, and seemed to me that she even made an application for divorce. We were trying to arrange this controversy inside our family somehow. So what is it important to understand? It's not important whether you kick me out from here or not, but this economic law will always be valid, because this is economic logic. Can we change it? Can we change this economic logic? Yes. And I'm stressing that we can do this and we should do this using economic measures, because administrative measures will not help. You cannot cut the hands of those who cut the forest before this economic point, because there will be always more hands, because still this economic logic will keep working, and it will be more profitable to cut the forest now and to sell it and to have it at the higher interest rate. Orest has just mentioned, and I'm trying somehow to combine these two things, he had just mentioned that when they started going deep into the detail of the project, when they started asking questions and doubting where from this billion comes, this billion appeared to be 2 billion. What does it mean? By the way, getting ready for this session and going through the ideas of Schumpeterians on this problem, I saw that they wanted to also include this equation, which I've just mentioned, and they should add social activists and public activists, their social movement, because they will actually raise their price of this issue. And then the people who will cut it at the point when the interest rate is rising at a higher place will keep thinking about this and will think about reputational risks and about scandals and rows they're going to face. So you start including them into this equation, and this means that this point is shifting. So through economic logic, we are solving an economic problem, and that is what we should do, should continue to do. Carbon taxes, subsidies for green innovations, these are the things using which the state may influence the situation in an economic way. As far as territory development is concerned, thanks God, we don't have a metallurgy plant as an alternative like we had in the Rhine Valley or mines in Germany at a certain point of time, because there were also woods there before. So we speak not about heavy industry as an alternative, and most probably we will not speak about it because its time is over. It has expired. We just speak about skiing resorts. And here again, an economist is awakened in me. In Ukraine, we just lack skiing resorts for Ukrainians. And in Europe, there are not enough skiing resorts, and that could be seen by the prices in Bukoval. And Bukoval needs competition, by the way. That's why I don't care about the demand. I care about the snow by the end of the century, but not about the demand. There will be a demand for skiing. But if there is a demand, this means that it will increase the GDP of the country and of the Transcaucasian region, because anyway, even if not about those resorts, Ukrainians will keep going to Europe in order to increase their GDP of those countries. And that is already the element of competition. That would be wrong to deny it. So to conclude, how do we balance this? I do see the following way. How people and companies are trying to somehow leverage to balance their economic decisions. For example, they can spend everything today. They can cut the forest, they can build Bukoval. And by the way, I like Bukoval development, but urbanistically, I don't like this picture which I see there. And as far as transparency is concerned, Orest, I fully support you. I've just posted information on Facebook where I criticize privatization of the plant Bolshevik. The state property fund says that it's a success story, but I deny it, because de facto, one player, the price increased as a result of the tender by 2%, and the end user, is the same oligarch who actually had privatized a large part of Kyiv before that. Every procedure like that is, of course, transparent. Of course, it's not. And here is one more element. I'm concluding. In companies, we decide that we consume this share now, we save this part and invest it. And the same is in our life. There are 5 working days and 2 weekdays. And here is the money for consumption. Here is the money for which we save for tuition, for pension, for retirement. So we just need to find the balance in this field as well. This is the share for today's economy and GDP, and this is, I agree with you, for the future generation. We cannot save everything for the future generation because we are now the poorest country in Europe. And if we don't change anything, we will still be a country like this. Anyway, we cannot also destroy everything because we will not leave anything for the future generation. And sorry that I'm readdressing it again to the level of the regional council, but I still think that this balance is the decision of the regional council. But of course, the decision should be based on public discussion. I can see that Orest would like to react. You have been named, you have been mentioned, so I'm not sure that the regional council is the best assembly place. I think that Reopen is much better. I'm not here as a deputy of the regional council, but yes, I am the deputy, and that's true. And Irina is also the deputy of the regional council. But primarily, she's here as the head of the company, which represents the industry that is an embodiment of the evil for many people because they cut forests. We speak that we should should not destroy, and you have the magazine saying that if trees could speak, what they would say. And here we have a company cutting forests, doing deforestation for many years, rather successfully, I would say. And moreover, not just cutting, but also planting trees, planting forests. I know this, but Oris has not published a journal on how you cut forests, but you should also have the one how to plant forests. Most of the forests are cut legally. But anyway, Irina, here is the question to you. You are primarily interested in having the forest, in having a lot of forest, because that is your raw materials, and that is something that enables you to work further on to develop your business and to provide jobs, to pay taxes, and so on and so forth. So you're really interested in having this forest. Let it be. But probably you hear all those statements not for the first time, that forest should not be cut or the deforestation is done in the wrong way. And also, please, the question of ancient woods, and that is also this issue for the regional council. Today, on our agenda of the regional council, there was an announcement that more than 8,000 hectares, ancient forests or quasi-ancient forests, and we have actually approved most of these territories in this status. But we were opposed by the communities and the heads of amalgamated territorial communities that this should not be done. This would be wrong with the virgin forests. That's why, just in brief about the virgin forests, what do you think on this point? You know, when you listen to a lot of discussions, you tend to get back to the philosophic base of this unity and fight of contradictions. And these are the issues that constitute a bright illustration of this statement. But as philosophy says, this philosophical problem also provides us with some synergy and yields certain solution at some further levels. Forest has been cut in the Transcarpathian region very actively since the mid of the 18th century, when Europe was being built, when there was a need for a lot of timber. And at first, forest was there was complete deforestation, and there were cases in the Austro-Hungarian Empire about the restoration of forests. It was in about 1810 that we didn't have any forest almost at all, and trees, pine trees were grown. Then there was a great growth, but then they planted it once again. The quality was worse, and then it was still worse. And then there came the Second World War. And if our rate is about 1,200,000 cubic meters per year, in the Soviet period it was about 7 million. And only the protests of the governments of Hungary and Austria actually stopped it. So now when we are speaking about some barbarisms and some barbaric actions, I actually consider it to be a kind of a fiction. Forest is a natural resource. It grows. We have some grows, about 4 cubic meters. We take 2 cubic meters, which is even less than in Germany. And of course, the structure is different. And we have about 6 million cut. They have 4 million cut. So no matter how much is said in mass media about illegal deforestation, well, of course, we do have some illegal deforestation, but we can see that there is some fuel crisis with people who use woods, and the villages that are distant, more distant from the woods by different amounts than the different prices than the villages that are closer to the forests. And I don't know what authorities are going to have an open conflict with people. That's why we have to face this situation. Also, it should be mentioned that forestry normally doesn't get any response to the problems. About 15 years ago, when Tymoshenko was the prime minister, she went to Ivano-Frankivsk, and one of the environmentalists complained that in the forest there is development by tractors, and they actually spoil soil, so let's ban it. The government banned this. But nobody back then said that actually another type of wheel tractors actually cannot go in our forests. And that meant a conflict between the state environmental inspection companies, environmentalists and companies, because for the wheel tractor to be moving in the forest, you need to have some chains on their wheels, and it spoils soil even more. And there are a lot of such similar conflicts, like the conflict with tractors, then drilling with flows. So you actually know what our mountains look like, and you have to somehow skip the area of this spring flowing in the forest. And somebody will have to pay for this. We need to do something. Somebody needs to pay. That's the main issue. In order to build a bridge across the river, you need to spend about 500,000 per one bridge, high-quality bridge. And to do logging, following all the nature conservation conditions, 1 cubic meter would have to cost about 600,000. But now, actually, our forestry farms pay less. And also, we have a lot of environmental issues because the global economy is going not into real economy, but into services. And with time, timber processing will die out. So what are going to be the services that will be provided by our people? We don't have any option to create an IT cluster. We just may have a resort area. And this resort area will most probably be like Bukoval. Why? And here is the issue of money again. Because how can the people who have got billions under their pillows. Bukoval has suggested a model. They provide the platform. With them, investors may feel safe, and that means that millions from Rakhiv and Tyachev raions were actually spent on Bukoval and its development. It's our investors from the same villages, from the villages of our region. They have already built some 5-storied or 7-storied hotels because we did not provide them with an opportunity to do the same in Rakhiv or Tyachev raions because there are a lot of bans. Can we build this there? No. Well, of course, if we speak about hydropower stations, it's impossible really to build them on mountain rivers. But as far as resorts are concerned and hotels, infrastructural objects, infrastructural facilities, well, we will have to do this. I don't know how it's going to be settled with the environmental impact assessment, and well, a real answer could be given to that, and analysis should be made for this. Let it be not a large resort, but we should do something because, as Andriy has mentioned, we have actually gone back to the primeval way of living, and people just gather mushrooms and berries. We don't have welders, electricians, other technical professions, because these people have left for Czechia. Not that much to get the job, but to stay calm, to live in peace and quiet. Active people move there because they understand that that state will provide them with proper conditions. They will live in peace and quiet, and that's important. Every business actually requires peace and quiet. That's why I actually rather pessimistic about the development of mountainous regions. It could only happen if the state decided to buy the roads, construct the roads, and if it has suggested some environmental development scenarios to what we could build there. Otherwise, that will be a deserted area, and we will be waiting for the same 1770. We will be waiting for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, like to go along the Mobius circle. Thank you, Irena. I can see that Viola wants to react to some of your remarks, but it's written IKEA there. Maybe I didn't have the right to peep, but your company was involved in one row with IKEA. I don't know whether Viola is going to tell about this, but just one remark. There will be no peace and quiet. There will be noise. I'm sure about that. Okay, Viola, if you have any remarks, please, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. Indeed, I think the business model of IKEA is not surviving, hopefully, for too long. When you see people are moving in Germany, for example, they don't go and move with their furniture. They throw it out because it's so cheap. And this is because you can offer the raw material to a price which is actually below the value of the trees and the forest. And this cannot stay like this. It cannot go on like this. So maybe this FSC certificate is real, but I don't believe in this. Sorry to say. 85% of the forest is in state's hand. Here's so much corruption in the system. This is the problem. We really have and need a different approach of this. We really need independent inspection and not this corrupt ecological inspection agency or however this is called. We need independent scrutiny. If that is not possible in Ukraine, we need somebody from outside looking at that. This is not sustainable as it is. And only because of this cheap raw material, this circular economy in that respect does not work at all. I really hope that the European Green Deal, which comes with a lot of ambition, will make a difference and will also increase the price for wood and for many other things. And so people will have to rethink twice before they go to IKEA. And hopefully IKEA will finally come up with a different business model, with a quality, with something else than just producing and destroying it after a couple of months, a couple of years. This is not what forest and wood is all about. And sorry to say, I mean, the main, let's say, victim of this is not our consumer, it is you here on the ground. And this is important to understand. We need to mobilize resistance to this kind of exploiting your nature, your environment, your landscape, your biodiversity. This cannot go on like this, sorry to say.
You have stated that the victims are those people here. And this is something I have voiced several times already. Just recent example about virgin primary forest. When people who live here state that actually we do not need it that much. And I saw the documents signed by the heads of the local communities. And it was not just one community. And it was written in the letters that actually we do not want these territories to be announced as virgin forests, or at least the biggest part of them should not be announced the virgin forests. And therefore people do not consider themselves as victims. Vice versa, probably they think that the European people would like to impose their rules on them. So please tell us, what is the practice of preserving the virgin forest, for example, in Germany?
primary forest, if it is a virgin forest, it needs to be protected, and the state has to take care of this. This is the responsibility of the agencies, of forest ministries, of the district level, regional level, local authorities. If they don't do this, they violate the law. I mean, this is in Germany. We have not in Germany, in the European Union. This is Natura 2000. You have here a different label for this, but nevertheless, you cannot take this forest to harvest that. And as Lukas had rightly said this morning, if this exceeds, the harvest exceeds many times the growing, and you cannot even compensate a new growth tree in terms of a primary forest. This is a different value. This is a different quality of a forest. And so it's really hard to compare that. But nevertheless, of course, people will say, I would like to earn my money now. If you cut down a tree and it brings 300 or 400 euro and nobody cares about what kind of tree and what quality that is an easy fix. I wouldn't object that, but this is simply not a long-term strategy people can live off. This generation can live off this. The next generation has nothing to harvest, so you have to fix it.
Окей, але я не...
It's not like I've mentioned that we should not preserve the primary forests. What I've mentioned is that we, as the officials, the representatives, were voting for this decision, and our colleague, who was the entrepreneur and who actually was voting for the decision to preserve the virgin forests. But at the basic level, people say, well, we do not need it very much. So what's the problem? They do not understand the value of them, because this is not the basic level. For example, the head of the local council takes a decision, and it's not always the basic level. This person does not listen to the people of the community. The head takes a decision which he or she considers proper for development. And in our movement, there are lots of young people, young boys and girls, who understand what is good drinking water, what is nature. For example, where you can spend your holidays, and it should not necessarily be a 5-star hotel. So what is planned to be built is not for everybody, while virgin forests and primary forests are for everybody. So we are talking about economic interests, and they are, for example, private interests of very limited number of people, and there are public interests. And you, as local councillors and deputies, should protect the interest of all people. But the level of the community is the basic level, and it's according to the Ukrainian legislation. And we have to operate a certain set of rules. Therefore, you have to organize good public hearing, to provide more information, to invite journalists. 2 years ago, I went with the journalists to the forest, and we were not allowed to go there. Mr. Del Sol, I would like to discuss a specific example, virgin forests, primary forests. And if we organize public hearings now, it's not that they would be negative, that like people would say we do not want to preserve it. The problem, as I see it, is that these restrictions are perceived in different way by people. For example, when it is written that it's forbidden to gather mushrooms or berries in such forest in industrial quantity, people do not see this industrial quantity. People immediately understand, oh, it's a ban just to gather mushrooms and berries there. Coming back to the economic part of our discussion, Ms. Viola stated that the furniture produced by IKEA is not moved. People just throw it away when they do not need it. Mr. Del Sol mentioned the point that whatever is environmental should be more or less expensive. For example, if it is an organic product, be it cheese or meat, so if it is environmentally friendly, it should be expensive and people should be ready to pay for it. So I have 2 points here, actually, probably to Pavlo Sheremetya and to Mr. Oreste del Sol. So should organic products or environmentally friendly products be expensive, and wouldn't it fight off the customers? And when we are talking about the economy of Zakarpattia region, do you think it is possible to build Zakarpattia economy only within these environmentally friendly industries? So without touching upon the environmentally bad industries like hydropower stations or like heavy industries, let's say, though we don't have it here. The first question, should the organic or environmentally friendly products be expensive? The price is determined by the market. If the customers value environmental approach, then these products should be expensive. But this is the two-line road. This is also responsibility of the producer, of the manufacturer, to inform the customers that this is organic product, that this is environmentally friendly product. And to do it in such a way that the customer, the client, will believe in it and would be ready to pay for it. It doesn't come automatically. This is the answer to your first question. The second question. It will be a populistic answer and realistic answer. The populistic answer would be like that. Certainly, the Zakarpattia region should be based exclusively on environmentally friendly industries, and definitely I would like it to be, and definitely probably people would applaud this idea. But there is a fact. We are a poor country. So far, we cannot afford the solutions that can be afforded by Austria, Switzerland, and other countries. Yes, 50, 60 years ago, they built skiing resorts. I'm not talking about heavy industries like plants and factories, but those skiing resorts when these countries were a bit more developed than we are now. So we have to go this way as well. We can miss some issues, we can omit some points. For example, as we missed the paper checks made out by Americans still up till now. So we can omit certain things. Definitely now we talk about automated things. And Ms. Viola stated that developed countries would like to buy more expensive furniture just because on the ground of environmental responsibility. Yes, it plays into our hands, but we cannot immediately go only to environmentally friendly types of industries. Just a small response from me. For 10 years, I have been involved in agricultural business. And we had a meeting with UN Food Commissioner, and we had some small talk, and there was a question about organic farming. It has become popular, it is becoming popular, but the products are getting more expensive. And the commissioner said, well, first of all, we have to give food to people, and probably some part of this food will be organic. So now we are trying to respond not to the strategic challenges, but to the tactic challenges. First of all, we have to give chances for people to make money. Oreste, you have 30 seconds. I do not think that Ukraine is a poor country. We are quite rich. And the tradition, the culture we have, the diversity, the nature, is just great. I was born in Paris, but I live in the Carpathian Mountains. I deal with agriculture. I am a rich person because I can read, I can live here, I communicate with great people, and I want people to understand that it's not a depressive region. And I think that we can work hard and we can live much better than our colleagues in France, in Germany, and in other countries. Thank you, dear colleagues. I am happy that we were not discussing whether we need green agenda for Zakarpattia or not, but we were discussing what kind of the agenda it should be. Thank you very much for this hot discussion. Now we have a 3-minute break in order to prepare our studio for our next block.
До цього блоку форуму
This block of our forum is of great importance for us. We are a bit excited about it, and we are very much respectful to the inspiring stories from Zakarpattia, which should be known not only to Ukraine but to the whole world. The format will be individual speeches. Every speaker is an example, a role model to follow. Every speaker has done something that develops Zakarpattia, presents it to Ukraine and the world. And I'm really proud to invite here Mr. Yuri Andrashko, a dermatologist who 20 years ago founded one of the first medical institutions in Zakarpattia, the expert of Ministry of Health of Ukraine, the doctor who treated more than 100,000 patients. Mr. Andrashko. Thank you very much, dear moderator. Well, I usually like answering questions, or one that is just a professional discussion. And this is the unique situation. I do not know how I can address you. Probably not colleagues, but dear fellow thinkers. Well, I was not even planning what I would talk about. The situation quite unusual for me. It's really great that it's for the second time that we have this great forum, and unfortunately, I didn't manage, due to my professional activity, to be present yesterday. But the only thing I have heard is the fact that Zakarpattia region is the bridge, is the gate, is the beginning and not the end. And that's great. I'm really happy about it because I'm the patriot of this region. But on my behalf, I would like to add some biological substance when we are talking about our Zakarpattia sense. It's the membrane. Membrane is the biological formation. It's not the barrier. It's something very interesting, something that allows penetration of good, efficient, and useful things. Moreover, membrane ensures the integrity. No membrane, no form. And it's really great that the entire country is trying to understand our region, is trying to better understand it, is trying to understand what is Zakarpattia mentality, what is Transcarpathian mentality. It's more chamber-like. It is not very open. It is still a bit structured, similar to the structure of society. So this European nuance is still present in the mentality and philosophy of people living here. And it is great that we managed to attract attention. Now about inspiring stories. I do not know whether my story is inspiring and I can be a role model. Everything happened by itself. For example, I have never planned and I have never thought that I would be an entrepreneur. It was not my goal. I have always wanted to be a doctor. And during the process, on the way of my becoming as a doctor, after graduation from the university in 1991, I understood that something changed, the stereotypes changed, which formed me. The historical reality changed from the viewpoint of who you should be in future. And several years after, when I lost the guidelines similar to the other members of my generation, I understood that it's important for me just to be the doctor I wanted to be, because the medical area and the system became less known to me, and the ideals of the previous generations unfortunately did not help me because I didn't have a father. And it was necessary to understand what I would do next. In order to be a doctor, there should be some conditions, and the conditions were given to me by the country when I understood that it was possible to get the license for your private practice. And I understood that if you are professional, if you will be needed by the patients, it doesn't matter where you work, be it the state clinic or private clinic. And I understood that you should take some risks. And in the process of my medical activities, there were some side effects, but in a good meaning of the word. So what does it mean? If you work, you get some information, you accumulate some information, you gain your knowledge, then you start analyzing it, then you start providing comments about it, and in science it is called a report. Then you put it down on paper, and it is called an article. Then the articles again give you some general approach. You try to encompass a number of other activities, and as a result you have some scientific activity, and as a result you publish it, and then you get some scientific degree. You continue your work, and you see that you are not alone, because you may share your knowledge and share your experience. Definitely, your university work allows it to happen, but if you want to do better research, and if you want it to be known not only in Ukraine, but on the European level and on the global level, and it can be done only on the pan-European level, you start working further, you start working with your fellow thinkers. Later you have your disciples, your partners, and you think about real values in the direct meaning of the word. So the values which probably help you to change people's life. This quality of life should be very clear for yourself. You should try to understand them and find people who will follow you, who will be close to you. So sometime later, I understood that really people follow me, that I lead people, and it means that you should become responsible for the things you mention, not only to your patients, but to your friends and partners and students. And you understand that you can do something even when you do not have enough conditions to do it. And we now are present at this forum, and people were trying to organize it. So in the same way, some small clinic where there were 2 or 3 doctors was transformed into a big one, a medical institution that aims not only at improving the life of the patients, but it's something bigger. We started working on applied science, and it has become known all over the world. Later, these scientific results got funding. And I would like to boast of our achievements a bit, but without any expectations, of some assistance, we managed to do it ourselves, and we managed to work not only for the benefit of our Zakarpattia patients, but for all those who come to us, because we dealt not with the classical PR, but with mouth-to-mouth advertisements. When patients recommend us to their friends, relatives, and acquaintances, it cannot be done overnight, but definitely it required lots of efforts throughout several years. Now we can talk about it, now we can enjoy it. And the final point, the quality of life. What is the quality of life when we are talking about any doctor? First of all, the doctor should be well aware of this quality of life, and later it should be the provider of this quality of life for his or her patients. And I'm happy that we have more than 50 doctors now who work in our clinic. I'm happy that now we provide very high-level medical aid, expert level. I'm happy that we now do not need to prove certain basic things which are understandable when you try to see how you can improve your own life, irrespective of the fact, irrespective of the things you do. This is some improvised speech. Thank you for attention.
Ми також щиро дякуємо пану.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrashko, for your speech, for your inspiration, for inspiring lots of young doctors, for good ideas, good thoughts, and moreover, implementation of these thoughts in practice. Our next speakers are Alina Degtyaryova and Oleg Olashin. They started discovering the architecture of Uzhhorod and really found lots of interesting things. Through soft methods, they try to deliver and speak about good attitude to the environment. Founders of Uzhhorod Modernism, Lina Degtyaryova and Oleg Olashin. I would like to congratulate Lina Degtyaryova on her birthday and express our gratitude for joining us on this day.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Rosanna. Thank you, dear organizers, for the opportunity provided us to be staying here today with us and to say a couple of words about what we do and why we do this. The point is that it sometimes seems to us that it's really important to pass the share of inspiration we get from Uzhhorod modernism architecture to you. And for a start, if you can now see the slide, that is the example of the revolution that has taken place in architecture. And you may first think that this happened over 100 years, that there was a great gap in terms of years between the picture to the left and to the right. But in fact, one of them is typical succession that existed before the World War I, while the other one is the example of architecture of modernism that appeared right after the completion of World War II. So just imagine that World War I. Just imagine the 20th of the 20th century when several new states appeared after the collapse of the empire, and Europe was actually overcoming the crisis brought by the war. And architecture with a lot of decorations was already an anachronism, an obsolete thing, and the sign of vanity and money spent in vain. That's why the architectural solutions are absolutely innovative. That is the architecture having already some function. What it serves, that is the only function. And in fact, that is the architecture serving people and architecture which could be most humane in terms of the functions it has. Of importance was the Bauhaus school, the high construction school in Germany. This was a real creative lab, the center of ideas for the European modernism, and it collected in its premises the best innovative lecturers, architects, and artists. And it was them who found the answer to the question what new architecture should be like in the conditions of rapid technological progress.
Втіленням принципів школи
Embodiment of the Bauhaus school principles was the new building of the school in the south. In 1925, it appeared in the first edition of the journal of this school, and on the pages of this edition, side by side with the designs of Le Corbusier or Mies van der Rohe, famous world architects, and side by side with world metropolis like Chicago or Berlin, there appeared Uzhhorod. And that was all about a progressive hospital pavilion design of the Czech architect made our city one of the leading examples of avant-garde architecture. At that time, Uzhhorod, the same as all Zakarpattia and Rus, belonged to the Czechoslovakian Republic, and that was a very short period of time. Its existence was very short, but over 19 years of Uzhhorod's stay within it, there happened a real architectural renaissance because the city got its complete re-embodiment. It changed its appearances. New quarters were built. The city got hundreds of new apartments, new roads, and infrastructural facilities, cultural, recreational, educational facilities that were built from scratch. And it was for the first time that Uzhhorod got the sewerage system and the water supply pipeline. And that was already an absolutely modern city, developing not just within the needs of modern humans of the beginning of the 20th century, the 20s and the 30s of the 20th century, and also in terms of the architecture that was absolutely trendy. And now, when a person is staying among this architecture, a modern human, probably he or she does not understand why he or she feels comfortable and decent in those premises, in those streets. But the point is that behind it, we have a tedious work of architects who worked as scientists, researchers, designing this correct human scale in everything, starting with the quarter, the building, and up to the right amount of light, getting at a right angle to provide the maximum comfort possible. And also they took into account even some door handles which followed some ergonomic parameters. This shows that this is architecture for humans in all the senses. And a real triumph of the architecture of modernism, engineering thought, and new planning principles was the governmental quarter Malý Galagov in Uzhhorod. And it was for the first time that in the city history there appeared the regulation plan developed by Adolf Lipscher, a Czech architect. The first administrative buildings were built not within the historical center, but on a new peripheral territory. And for the first time, complex engineering solutions were applied, for example, the regulation of the river and drainage of the marsh. And also the principle of proximity of housing to the place of work was applied. Malý Galagov, or Small Galago, is a unique modernist, the only quarter in Europe designed for the capital of the land and the planned autonomy. And it's often considered as an integrity of specific buildings. And it's also called the catalog of architectural styles. But anyway, this quarter is one of the most substantial manifestations of the architecture of modernism, which was inspired by the modernist movement in Europe. And for already 7 years, me and Oleg have been facing the problem of preserving all this architecture we love so much and the value of which we understand very well. The best method and the best what we can do is to share as much information about it as possible and to speak about the archival facts which we have found, and to tell people who, Uzhhorod residents who go along those streets on a daily basis, maybe live in those buildings, but are already accustomed to that because it's pleasant and comfortable to live in comfortable conditions. And we need to tell them what inventions of that time are unique. For example, uniqueness is something that gets better memorized, and one of the things like this is Rondo Cubism as the style that appeared in the territory of the Czechoslovakian Republic at the beginning of the 20th century. it has decorations, but it completed very soon in 1923-24 when this building in Uzhhorod was built. And of interest is the fact that this is the artificial, created, invented style, a manifesto style, architectural manifestation of being fascinated about the fact that Czechoslovakia got together, that it was created. So in fact, that was a manifesto, an embodiment of the ode of joy in architecture to this fact. We draw people's attention to such architectural peculiarities and help people to understand and this architecture and to love it because it's a key to its preservation. And we also realize that this renaissance, which happened very quickly, needs to be preserved. We see by the response of people that we are moving in the right direction because people already memorize those buildings now, what their names are, and our important achievement in this sense of popularization is the speeches and, or rather, response to them abroad, because the scientists and researchers who understand what the value of this architecture is and who understand that this legacy of ours is really important, respond to our pieces of information that we provide in speeches and articles, and this is also inspiring. Also, professional restorers ask us for help in our research, becomes the basis of future restoration projects. And also we have started the process of restoration of the doors of modernist buildings. So we have initiated inclusion of the Maligulagov quarter to the UN Heritage List, World Heritage List, and some of the buildings will be provided with the status that will help preserve them. And we also use different social media, printed media, mass media and promo products. And we are proud of the assessment of our effort by Matthew Rumpley, a professor of Birmingham University, which fully coincides with the topic of this forum. Let me quote. So Matthew Rumpley said that the project Uzhhorod Modernism plays a very important function because it preserves the memory of important events and historical memory of Central Europe. He pointed out that Uzhhorod Modernism project, or rather rediscovery of Uzhhorod modernism, could be seen as part of the larger effort to establish the place of Ukraine in Central Europe. Thank you for attention. Thank you. And we would like to express our gratitude to you, Olena Dalina, for the work you do on a daily basis, for your researches, for your awareness-raising campaigns. Thank you. Nizhny Salish seems to be an ordinary village with more than 3,000 residents, but something is very much distinguishing it. A place which used to be depressive started developing and be known not only for the Transcarpathian region but for Ukraine. There are several reasons for that, but there is one main reason. Petro and Letan Prihar have founded the cheese plant and the food restaurant Halata in Petro. The floor is yours. Please tell your fantastic story that consists of small daily steps. Good afternoon to everyone. I really don't know what to tell because I'm supposed to tell about my life. I was a young guy who went to the mathematical school in Uzhhorod, then went to the army, got back and got married. I married my classmate, and I came to the village, Nizhny Salezhche, got back home, built a house, and worked in a kindergarten as a manager. And then I met the representatives of the European Cooperative Goma. They asked me to go to France and to see what could be done. That was 1994. I didn't have a lot of options to choose. There were no prospects in the village in which I lived, and we decided to go to France to have a look there. And over my 3 months of stay there, a decision was passed to build a cheese factory following the type of the Swiss factory. And in 1995, I went to Switzerland in the Alps, in the Gruyere village, and I went through all the stages of working with the cows and production of cheese, of Gruyere. Gruyere was my greatest experience. I already had higher education diploma. I'm a mathematician, and of course, cheese brewing was something very, very strange for me. But anyway, there we got the land from the village council, and like the same as in Switzerland, we had the church side by side with it. I had 2 more probations abroad, but together with Oresta del Sol, who went to the village, and together with the residents, we created the NGO, Zakarpattia Association of Local Development, and also we organized some festivals with Ole Skripka, Medhetsk, famous groups and famous singers coming to us. We also leased their premises for 33 years, but Ore said that he would like to retire at an early age, and he would have to deal over this period of time by the House of Culture. So we started restoring this House of Culture. But besides that, we also implemented different projects like the bio-lavatory in school and launching of the kindergarten and a lot of other things. A water supply pipeline, that is the one which has 4.5 kilometers of length, and the Swiss government allocated the money for this. And the project presupposes water supply to school, kindergarten, cheese factory, and several economic facilities. Our school has about 400 people, 400 children, 120 children in the garden, and well, so this is all about different social projects, small social projects which cannot be implemented either by the authorities or by large business. And the first 3 years, that was a disaster. It was really too difficult to do this, and it was a couple of times that I wanted to stop it all. But my friends coming to my place said that I should continue, so I continued. And after 3 years, it somehow started moving. A lot of projects implemented in the village I was telling about, but here is this one example. In Zakarpattia, we had the Ukrainian Fund of Social Investment, and 3 projects were supposed to be submitted to it from the village. And it was the House of Culture, repairs of some part of the premises of the school, and the third one, because our initiative included some senior elderly people and the deputies and the head of the village council. And we wanted to have the road to the cemetery constructed as the third project. There was the general meeting of the village. Everybody had to sign this. And that meeting, we had to decide what we would like to have: the road to the cemetery, the money for the House of Culture, or for the restoration of a part of the school. We worked a lot. Young people worked a lot during the discussions. And then Nizhny Salezhche voted for the roof on the House of Culture. And I understood that really we are moving in the right direction. The village has certain prospects. So we did not deviate, and we didn't go to the cemetery. But over the years of our work, the cheese factory has been working in the same mode. And I have three types of cheese. The first one is our joint work with my daughter Manchu. So it's we have three main types with specific names, and these are the cheese types that are a symbol of Nizhny Salizhcha and which are a matter of pride for our village residents. They are taken everywhere and are sold throughout Ukraine. They have already been to Russia, to the Baltic countries, to France, other countries. And the residents of Nizhny Salizhcha, while going somewhere on some trips, take these cheese types as some remuneration, as some gifts or bribes or whatever. So there are different sorts of gifts. It could be 200 hryvnias, and there could be a basket with our products up to 2,000 hryvnias. Currently, our cheese factory keeps operating, and there is an agreement was that we have been provided with their interest-free credit for 15 years, but there was one precondition. I need to take milk from the private sector, from the people who have a cow and have at least 3 liters of milk. So now I take milk from the citizens, from the residents of 5 villages. I have 150 suppliers, and mainly one supplier brings about 200 liters of milk. And the price I pay is 12 hryvnias, and if we have a look at the history and at some economic figures, it's higher than in Germany. And they get about 2,400 hryvnias of additional income. I don't have any agreement with them. They just bring in the rest of the milk, which they cannot consume. These could be the people of different professions and different strata of the society. But these are the people who love cows, who want to have cows, to have milk for their own purposes, and to also have some abundance of milk, some extra milk. So when we take milk from them, we automatically help them to maintain livestock.
We have lots of achievements. Now I would like to probably make some key points. We had lots of achievements. My daughter, 7 years ago, decided to work with me. She graduated from Lviv University Economic Department. She had 2 internships abroad, and one internship was in France, in cow farm, and one in goat farm and sheep farm. And as a result, we managed to produce one more type of cheese. So now I think she would say more about it. But my biggest achievement, apart from cheese factory, apart from the fact that we have it in our region, is the daughter who came to work with me. It means our village has some prospects, and our cheese factory has some prospects. Well, I do not have lots of time, but I would like to mention a couple of other projects. I came back to my native village 7 years ago. It was really a complicated decision for me, and one of the first projects was the traditional brinza, traditional cheese from Host. When sheep farmers got together and organized a project. I work with them as a volunteer and help them process this cheese in a proper way, package it and sell it. And as a result, now we are talking about well-recognized brand. The second project we launched during the pandemic times is the cash shop of local products. First of all, it was the online shop, and then it is a shop that brings together local producers located 150 kilometers from us. They share our philosophy, they share our approach, and they do something of high quality that represent our region. Now we have about 500 items in the shop from 35 manufacturers, as well as a cafe and library, which is at the disposal of local people. But it is free of charge, but the only condition is that you have to bring the book back for other people to be able to read it. And our most recent product launched with my father and Oreste del Solo. This is the restaurant Galata, which uses only local food products, and it is soul food restaurant, and it stands in opposition to fast food. We are talking about local food, not just because it is a trend, but this is something we live by. This is something that is used by our friends, our colleagues, and whatever is done together with them is based on trust. Trust that every producer is a reliable partner. So today, these are we. Tomorrow, there will be somebody who will come and take our place. Ina was just great regarding time limit. Thank you very much, Petro and Ina. Valentin Stefanio decided that he wanted to be a confectioner in childhood, and irrespective of the difficulties, he was trying to stay in this profession. And now it is one of the most well-known confectionaries in Ukraine. He is the author of Uzhhorod cake, which is actually in the top 5 dishes which you have to taste when you come to Uzhhorod. Mr. Stefanio, you have the floor. Good afternoon, good evening, dear friends. I would like to welcome those who feel healthy and good after yesterday's reception. Thank you, dear organizers. A very interesting forum, very positive one, because it brings together people who want to do something together and who want us to move forward. And on your permission, I would like to speak Russian. Thank you. I would like to mention a couple of words about myself, about my business, and what is our vision for the future. I was born here in Uzhhorod. I had my education. I served the army in Ukraine, and after I came back from the army, I decided to work in the area according to my professional background. I am a cook, and I always wanted to be a confectioner. In 2000, I had a chance to go to France. My sister lives there. So at that time, she lived there for about 10 years, and I had a chance to go to her and see something new as far as confectionery business is concerned. So in 2004, when I went there, I had a chance to work in some confectionery houses there. I had some master classes. And my sister actually offered me to stay there and develop my activity, my business there. But that time, I thought, who I am in France, who I will be for those who have everything. Probably I will bring some positive things, but I won't be able to achieve something I can achieve here. Why? Because there are very many people like me in France. And I think that by staying here in Ukraine, I would be more useful. So I decided to come back to Ukraine and use all the knowledge I gained in France. After that, from time to time, I went to France again. I participated in different contests and championship in order to prove my knowledge, in order to get appreciation of the European cooks and confectionaries whose culture is much higher than that we inherited from the dissolved Soviet Union. Later, I registered my own trademark, Stefanio Valentin and Valentina. So Stefanio is my surname, and I thought that well, my sister contributed to my professional growth. I decided to include her name into this trademark. Then I started searching for opportunities to produce European products of European quality, and as a result, to bring our region higher in the rating as far as confectionery business is concerned. Definitely, Ukraine had good confectionery businesses in Kyiv, in Lviv, in Ivano-Frankivsk, but actually Uzhhorod has always been famous for its confectionaries that were producing high-quality products. And they were named after European cities, for example, Koshice, Kryzhinka. There were lots of confectionaries which existed here, and it once again testified to the fact that our region is famous for its confectionery. In 2009, I found the investors who invested into manufacturing facilities, into my trademark, and I started manufacturing our own products. Actually, till 2017, I sold them all over Ukraine. So actually, the cake Uzhhorod was sold everywhere, all over Ukraine. But in 2017, and taking into account that the scale was really large, and I understood that from some craft area, I go to some industrial part, I still decided to stay in artisan or craft business. I think that this artisan craft thing should be very unique and peculiar, where a person, while staying in our region, will be able to taste something genuine, something very tasty. For example, in France, there is a special artisan ministry that deals with everything that is done, that is handmade, and protects such manufacturers. Well, in Ukraine so far we do not have something like this, but I think it's still our future. So currently there are 2 confectionery boutiques in Uzhhorod. We have a low-scale workshop or manufacturing facility, and also there is a showroom. And in our confectionery boutiques, you can see how bakery works, and you can see the whole process of bread baking, and actually it was something that saved us during this pandemic period. Probably people will not buy confectionery products every day, even during the pandemic, but bread is something that is bought every day, and therefore I managed to retain our staff. We didn't dismiss anybody. People is our main asset. The pandemic will be over, but people you were working with for a long time is your greatest asset. It was complicated. It was difficult at the beginning. But for myself, I remember I formulated one thing, and I will say it in Ukrainian, because I formulated it for me in Ukrainian. In order to gain victory, you should not necessarily win, you should not give up. And this phrase, this statement is something that helps me in my other activities. I was inspired by our president, and I thought that I would be of use at the local level. So I have become the local councillor, the local deputy. And believe me, that was a very complicated way. And this phrase, "do not give up," is still with me, and I hope I will be able to achieve a lot in this area as well. Nothing can prevent us from achieving success but ourselves. I'm trying to generalize, but until each of us understands that, for example, there is the parking space with white lines where you should park your car, and in case somebody parks the car in the wrong way, still do not follow this example, still follow the rules. The percentage of people who will park in the wrong way and who would not fit into these lines, they are not many. Definitely corruption is present in Ukraine, but I do not think it largely influences our life and our development. Every person should be given something he or she deserves. And I think in this way we are going to develop in a good way. If somebody doesn't want to work, let this person get his or her unemployment benefit. And if it's not for him or her, let it be. That's everything from me. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Stefanio, for your presentation. I understand that you are not a fan of public speaking. Thank you very much for the beautiful brand you have created for our city. About 30 years ago in Mukachevo, there was Transsoft Group company. At that time, there were about 10 people in the company. Now there are about 300 of them. And the offices are in Mukachevo, Uzhhorod, Kyiv, and Warsaw. In Mukachevo, the code of all Ukrainian online shop law was written, and as well as the biggest book online shop, Yakabu. The founder of the company, Ihor Kryl, is here, and I think that during the next 12-15 minutes, you will hear his philosophy. I think I won't be very original by starting with the following. This is the second day I have been present at this forum, and I think that probably in some 5 or 10 years, this forum will gain very big significance for Ukraine, and it will be very difficult to get to this forum as a speaker because people will be competing for this honor. I know personally the people who organized this forum, and I know that this is great, competent and professional team of young people. So I do hope it will be just as I have just described in some 5 years in future. Reopen Zakarpattia. When we say reopen, we mean that there was a period when Zakarpattia was opened. For me, this opening was as far back as 1984, when I was 14 and when I came here in Zakarpattia region, when I was a member of the amateur team, when it was zone tournament of ball tournament. And when we came to Uzhhorod, and actually we came from Lviv region, not far from here, but we already felt different atmosphere, very warm, very nice Uzhhorod evenings. And we remembered the berries growing on trees, and you could just eat it from the trees. I still remember this period, and reopen actually happened several years later when I came to Karpaty plant in Mukachevo as an expert. The facility was almost on the verge of closing, and since that time, I have always felt some impulses, some incentives to do something that I've never done before. And as a result, I did some interesting things I was trying to develop, and finally, I am a person who I am, and that's why I'm here today. I represent IT company, but it includes 5 enterprises, and the key company is TSG Group. The company deals with expert services, and we provide our services to the West. We also have invest team providing the same services, but on all Ukrainian level. There is a separate structure that deals with sales and development of our IT product, IRP system, and the system is present all over Ukraine. We had another structure that deals with sales and maintenance of computer equipment, because our product won't be useful in case we do not cover this niche as well. And we have our branch in Poland that was opened about 1 year ago in order to somehow overcome some problematic attitude of some of our clients to Ukraine. This is a separate topic. I would like to go in details, but we felt that some of the clients do not want to work with Ukraine, and they provide some explanations that we are close to Russia and we have this military conflict in Russia, and that's why we opened our branch in Poland. We are a unique company for Zakarpattia region. The information I have enables me to say that we are Zakarpattia, Transcarpathian company, unlike some other IT structures present here in Uzhhorod. Usually these are companies that are branches of Lviv, Kyiv, Kharkiv companies, as well as branches of some foreign companies present in the Ukrainian market. We are Mukachevo structure, Mukachevo company that came to Kyiv from Mukachevo and that came from Warsaw from Mukachevo. We have trained 300 people, but now we have about 180 people within our structure. And one of the peculiar parameters for us is average period of people of service, of people working with us. It's about 8 years. So now the labor market is really complicated. It's very difficult to retain staff. We have lots of Western companies, and people very often go to foreign companies. But people who work with us stay with us because we train them, we help them. Our key partners are Allo, Yekabu, Adobe Corporation. I think you know their product, PDF format. This is a language recognition system. We have been working with them for a long period of time, and they have a billion turnover. We also work with one of the American companies that also deals with language recognition technology. The facts that you hear is something we have now, but it started in 1991. It was still the Soviet Union, and independent Ukraine was still our dream. So we established the first enterprise, and people who set up this enterprise, who set up the company, actually make the basis of TCG Group. At that time, we were developers of some technological processes. We even managed to sell it several times. Definitely, we had some profit, but remember, it is 1991, everything is collapsing, and our system was not very much popular. People needed some very simple economic technology, and one of the most popular one was accounting technology, and we started developing one of our first products, Bookkeeper. In 1994, we started cooperation with a little-known company called Barva. We came, we automated their accounting. There were about 30 people in the company. 10 years later, there were about 4,000 people in the same company. There were about 20 companies under this structure. Later, we launched the first supermarket that was fully automated. Why I state that it was the first one? Because we bought the only cashier desk, and they gave us the software, and we actually working very hard in order to launch it. The firm cannot exist without the company. So our company is the basis for our team. We think that software developer is a person who is doing some embroidery. A person is staying, for example, sitting at the desk, or, for example, if we are talking about embroidery, people work together, but everybody is doing his or her own task. But then there is the final point when everybody sees the final product. This is the analogy the software developers work. We have a phrase: if you want to create cool team, you have to grow people, you have to train people. So the software developers present in the market is to some extent raw material, because we try to take on people to our courses. I mean, we take people who have potential for progress. So we train these people, and then we take them on. And later, we already teach them some practical things. And in a couple of years, we have a good expert who is capable of doing professional job. One of our key slogans: we create prospects. We create prospects for our customers, for our partners. The companies that cooperate with us, such as Allo and Zakarpattia, have really achieved big growth. Allo is a very big side. Barva company has grown from 30 people up to 4,000 people. I do not state that it's just because we have been working with them, but computerization, digitalization, automation of the process enabled the companies to take some good decisions in order to develop their business.
So again, guys, it's all. Thank you.
Дякуємо, Ігорю Івановичу, за ваш виступ і за те, що
Thank you, Igor, for your speech and for having plus one project Zakarpattia can be proud of. Olena and Roman Zhuk. Last year, they went to have some rest to Vilshvansky water storage facility, and they got back to it because of the extreme beauty of this place and because of heaps of waste. The spouse have founded the Meko movement Chisto Da and have already held 10 eco picnics. In 2020, 2021, the word ecotourism in the Transcarpathian region has got one more coloring because people keep coming to us from Odessa, Kharkiv, Lviv, Odessa, in order to remove the waste. So, Olena and Roman, please tell your small story that is in fact changing the world. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. It's so much responsible to be here at the stage after such great, inspiring people, and I guess that we will have to lift the bar. We will not just tell and will not just show you some videos on the screen, but we will also play on your emotions, and finally I'm going to sing at the end.
Чисто де?
What do you think? Is it clean where people collect waste or where they do not produce waste? Let's watch a video and let's try to find a solution. Чисто де. It's in Ukrainian. It means where is it clean?
Салют!
Мазури хочуть усюди, хочуть те, що хочуть люди. І я теж хочу то, Потя, файно пікать, я вжимаю чуркать, водохину на планеті Земля. Один, два, три. Озирає твоє небо, над твоє головою. Забери сміття з собою, не плач, не треба. Озирає твоє небо, над твоє головою. Прибери сміття з собою. Прибери сміття з собою.
Забери сміття з собою.
Take waste with you.
Дякую.
Thank you. In fact, really, a year ago, we went to the Vilshanska water storage facility for the first time, and we were surprised with and impressed with the beauty, but also frustrated with the amount of waste. And then we came back and used a drone to unmanned flying facility to see what's there, and we were frustrated even more. And we understood that if we just go back, this waste will be left there and the situation will not change ever. That's why we realized that Vilshanska water storage facility, together with the dam, creating it and 5 or 6 villages there just staying along the current of the river Terebla, a little bit above, is actually the reflection of what is happening in all small villages of Ukraine in general, because there is no centralized waste collection, waste removal, and there is no culture of handling one's own solid domestic waste. So we organized eco picnics, and our main slogan was the phrase, take waste from the Carpathians like you clean your own house. And we were assured that the driving agent should be not just the authorities, but local residents should be striving for those changes. That's why we actually appealed to all local residents, trying to explain to them that being a good owner, it does not only mean being a good owner of your own house and your own yard. Your house, your home is a much wider notion. That is all the environment and that is the planet in general. We targeted at the village, but we also got into the city thanks to this great contrast of this unique place of the Transcarpathian sea, as we call it, the only thing that our region lacks. So thanks to its beauty and thanks to the disgusting view of this waste, we managed to mobilize people from all over Ukraine. And for us personally and for our small team, a trip to Vilshanska water storage facility, it's already a common business, like 280 kilometers there and back. But some volunteers from other corners of Ukraine who come there show a really inspiring example because they cover the distances of almost thousands of kilometers. You may just imagine what their quality of those people, so to say, is, with whom we have developed a synergy project. Over a year's time, we have had 10 eco picnics like this, 7 of which were 2-day ones. So all in all, that means about 17 working days under bank of the Vilshansky water storage facility. We sorted the waste and removed about 25 tons of secondary raw materials, but that is still too little. There is a lot of waste left there. And people who see our videos say that there is a lot of work to be done, but at least we have started. Not we, all of us have started this work, and we are trying to work with this further on. We set it as an objective to collect waste there, but besides that, as the NGO Chistoda, we also involve professionals around it to work with it. These are professional environmentalists from the country, as well as international experts and lawyers, to give the status of the nature conservation area to this place, because we can see what the influence of this place on the volunteers coming to Zakarpattia is. Each of the volunteers says that there are not that many quiet and calm places. And though this is an artificially created place, it looks fantastic. Besides removing the waste, each eco picnic is dedicated to a specific topic, and that is a kind of motivation for the people coming from other corners of Ukraine and to our team. And we have had different thematic events at our water storage facility. For example, it was related to breast, to first medical aid. Also, it was one of the events was dedicated to people with special needs. We also had an excursion to the dam. We went to Stare Selo, Kolochava, had some camping. So this is a kind of a trash tourism, trash weekend in the Transcarpathian region. Besides that, we're trying to reach local residents, to involve local authorities in the settlement of this issue. And we have become a bridge of communication between the Ministry of Ecology and local authorities. We have also involved the State Environmental Service, the Transcarpathian Regional Council, in order to help small villages to establish good system of waste removal. We understand that high mountain villages in the largest part of the territory of Ukraine are located either in the territory of certain nature preservation areas, and there could be no landfills there a priori. But we understand that not a single landfill in the region would be willing to accept somebody else's waste. That's why we're trying to address the authorities both on the national and at the regional level to establish a better infrastructure for such villages and for removal of waste, for disposal of waste. Also, we teach the communities that if they learn to treat waste correctly and do a sorting right away, they will have to remove less. And this is also an important step, which has also already been passed in Kolochava and Never communities. Kolochava community already has a centralized waste removal system. In Senever, they have also established a point where secondary raw materials are accepted, and they are starting to remove waste. So we can see that we have no time. But I would like to announce that tomorrow there will be the last eco picnic in this season, because normally best solutions are passed in a hurry. So you can pass a decision and join us. I guess that Ukrainians are not easy to be united with the language, with some religion, and it's difficult to opt for a certain unique vector of movement and development. It will be too ambitious to state probably that this vacant place of the national idea could be clean environment, but at least a tedious, a nice country could be the base. And at least I guess that this is the idea around which we should get united. Don't forget our name. Don't memorize our names. We just want you to remember our idea, to remove waste in the Carpathians. Let's create a nice, bright case, successful case in this environment. Let this be a fire starter for other regions, small regions, ATCs, and let this idea move on. And I will not sing because there is no time, but there is imagine, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope that one day you'll join us and the world will be at one.
Запрошуємо вас завтра, 7 листопада, на наш 11-й екопікнік на Вільшанському водосховищі, який відбудеться за участі танцівниці ізраїльської танцювальної школи Соні Фесюк та нашої закарпатської талановитої зірочки Аліни Паш. Будемо раді вам на березі.
Ми щиро дякуємо вам, друзі, за те, що ви робите цю неймовірну.
Thank you, dear friends, for doing this great job. It's not that much popular, but you're doing this for yourself and for us. And we have one more bonus, but no less important in the context of the country story, from which you could actually follow. It's not from Zakarpattia. Mikola Daviduk, initiator of the project and related to popularization of the Parkhomika Museum History and Arts in Kharkiv region. With Picasso, Malevich, Kandinsky, Shishkin, Rerich, Vazovsky's works, and the works of other globally known artists. For more people to come to know about this, Mikola has launched a promotion campaign within which the museum got social media pages, a new logo, a new brand. So he will tell you more.
Я вам розкажу коротку історію.
Hello, so here is my short story showing that the best tools in our country could be not just agrarian industry or any industry getting subventions, but this could be virtual assets which we sometimes don't see, but they are close to us. They are right at hand. So this is the story of the museum that started as a dream of a school teacher to create a museum at school for children to bring up their aesthetics because they just didn't have this in a school. He gathered 7,000 pictures, which include the things, the objects that cost a lot. The director of the museum just asked me not to tell how much they cost for them not to be stolen. So this is the story saying that branding of the territory through the art may cost more than their most expensive assets in this territory. When we went there, it was not that long ago, some of the people didn't understand who Picasso, Malevich, Kandinsky are, and they just thought that this is a loser story. The idea of the museum is there, but they don't understand why it exists. But we asked them what is great, and they said that sugar plant is great, and a lot of generations have been working there. And that they are going to be rich as the result of working there. And the only question of ours was why they have not yet become rich. If you go by car, you can only go at the speed of 10 kilometers. Otherwise, you will be a failure. And we asked them whether we could arrange some engineering structures. I'm a political scientist, therefore branding of territories is one of our specifications. So we came to the museum and we asked for the permission for us to help them. So we took students from Kyiv Mohila Academy. We took 100 market scientists and designers and had a tender, chose the best, and created identics. And with logos, different merges, which we gave them free of charge, like T-shirt shoppers and other things. Then we took a part of the leaders of opinions who are there with us in this room, and we told them about this museum, because we said that in order to start territory branding, you first need to tell that this museum generally exists. So we took journalists, deputy singers, opinion leaders, and started telling about it. And the wave appeared to be so big that at the beginning we didn't even involve media and press. We decided that our museum is so tough that we wanted to have the English-speaking audio guide, because in the best museums you have been to, in London, in Paris, Madrid, there always is this audio guide. So it's a village, but why not? Why not have an English-speaking audio guide? And we decided that while working with this story, we would like to work with the top brand people. In order to popularize a village story, it should be so much branded by famous people that it must just soar. That's why we took Zhdan, the best, but Andriy Lubko is going to tell maybe not the best writer in Ukraine. We took the best singer, who is from Zakarpattia by origin. And they became the brand voices of those audio guides. And we placed it in the museum, and we wanted this to be not those COVID pipes everybody's going with, but a new IT solution. Then we placed in 10 regions advertisements. Picasso is closer than you think, and we wrote that you have to spend about 25 hours to reach Paris, but you need to spend just 2 hours to reach this museum. And you know, it worked. Even pro-Russian bloggers living in Barcelona started shooting trailers about us, saying that it's all bad. We understood that we are on the right track. We started working further on, and we decided that an excellent village museum should be advertised on the largest screens of Europe. That's why we took Serhiy Mantukov, one of the best illustrators in Ukraine, who lives in Kyiv, is from Donetsk. And he paints illustrations for New York Times, some political articles, Washington Post, and many others. And we asked him to draw an advertisement for the Trade Center Boulevard for those large screens, large displays. It's like almost the whole screen. 700 meters is the length of this display, and there are more than 10 such displays in the Trade Center, and every 10 or 7 minutes this advertisement was there in those displays. This increased the tourist flow 3 times, and 50% is the increase per month. That's the way it looked in the night time. Then press started writing about this, and we started measuring it. It was about 10 million people. These are all who started writing about us, and we are really grateful to them for this. And then we decided that pro-Ukrainian positions need to be reinforced in the region, because Russia would be very much willing to promote its separatist movement there. And we took into account the fact that a part of the museum is Western art, or the art presented by Russian museums as well. That's why we decided to make a modern collection of Ukrainian art, and we decided that we need to start with the best painters, best artists. So that's why we addressed Ivan Marchuk and said that we need his motorcycle and his picture, as in the movie Terminator. And also we included many other artists like Krivolap, Chuchkan, Minin. And today it's about 30 pictures, about 2 million hryvnias each. We would also like to arrange a collection that would give back to the inhabited settlement and its residents the idea which was laid down by their school teacher. They have forgotten who they are. They have created one of the best collections in the country, and they have not been receiving anything for some 20 years. They have forgotten that dreams have the trend to come true, but you need to do something to move ahead. While collecting the museum and telling about the collection and the museum, we heard a lot of hate stories, but also we said that we were told also that the pictures would be stolen because of us. That's why in one of our interviews for Новое Время, we sent a message saying that we would be very much willing for one IT company dealing with guarding protection systems, which sounds, the name of which sounds as the Amsterdam Football Club, to support our museum. And the representatives of Ajax gave me a call and said that they are ready to help us free of charge to protect this museum. So they actually installed a lot of cameras, chips, bags there. Therefore, we have the best protection. By the way, this is a Ukrainian company working in about 50 countries of the world. Then we decided that we are giving the pictures, but we decided to have the repairs in a part of the premises. But of course, we needed the best architect possible. That's why we addressed Slava Balbak, his bureau. And a lot of people said that we would be rejected because, an architect is $100 per square meter. You have 80 square meters. We realized this, but we were not going to pay, and Slava supported our idea. He didn't take any payment for this, and he said, okay, let's do a redesign for the whole museum, and let's move on with this idea. Then a large trade center, epicenter, said, okay, that's a great idea. Here is $500,000 because you need materials for this. And in that way, we also got epicenter among our friends. And then we decided that we need to have some roads. And we wrote to Велике Будівництво, a company that, okay, you want to make a road, but you still don't know about this. They said, okay, thank you that you have said that we want to make a road there. We are ready to do this. That's true. And the repairs have been started, and next year we will still have better connection with the village. It was really important for us to launch some infrastructural changes in order to tell people that if it were not for the museum, the road would not have appeared there. Your sugar plant, according to our analysis, would cost $2 million. But if we enter Christie or Sotheby in London or New York, doesn't matter. Malevich, in the worst days possible, would cost quite a lot. In the best times, it would be $40,000, and Picasso is even more. And we said that, okay, you had 4 Picasso, 2 Kandinsky's pictures, and 7,000 more pictures, and you didn't use it. Let's try to change your mindset. For example, the South Korea now is exporting different materials in film industry, computer games, for the amount of $30 billion, cars for $100 billion, which means that it's a third of the cars into which they have been investing for half of a century. That's why movies, literature are the assets which the country should pay attention to. And thanks to this, infrastructure appeared in the village. And by the way, this is the infrastructure which had not been changed since the 1980s. So to conclude my presentation, I would like to say that this is a story showing that we wanted to set an example for other inhabited settlements and to show that, in fact, we all have millions of such museums. Well, Picasso is not everywhere, but everywhere we have people who can start collecting waste, and that's already a story. There are people who launch cheese factories operation, and they can also make some achievements. And in Parkhomivka, they also didn't understand that they have this great museum. So change of approaches and creations of success stories could be a great chance for the development of our communities, in particular during the decentralization reform in the period when we need great inspiring stories for our inhabited settlements. And here is the last thing I would like to mention. I guess that art and those virtual assets is a great chance for our country to become a little bit better. Thank you.
Дякуємо.
Thank you, Mikola, and I do hope that it will be a bit difficult for you to leave Zakarpattia because we have so many museums that require your consultations. Now we have 3-minute break in order to arrange our studio for our last discussion panel. Stay with us.
Остання на сьогодні, але надзвичайно важлива панельна дискусія має.
And our final panel for today is entitled Decolonization of Ukraine. Why it still matters and what should be done. I invite the moderator, Tatiana Teren, who is Executive Director of PEN Ukraine, and the guests of the panel. Pavlo Kazarin, journalist and Ukrainian philosopher. Ali Maliyev, Deputy Director General of the Ukrainian Institute. Yosef Zisels, who is the head of the Association of the Jewish Organizations and Communities of Ukraine. And Zoya Kazanji, who is the writer and who will be our online participant. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, dear online participants of Reopen Zakarpattia Forum. So I would like to remind you that it's our last panel within the second forum, Reopen Zakarpattia. And this panel is organized in partnership with the Ukrainian PEN Club and the Ukrainian Institute. As you have already heard in the lead to our discussion, the organizers of the forum decided to put a very complicated topic, which is decolonization of Ukraine. What has already been done by Ukraine in this respect, and what else should be done? I'm really happy that I'm going to discuss the topic with our distinguished speakers, and I already see that online with us is the writer Zoya Kazanji. Zoya, we are happy to welcome you at our forum. And here, offline, guests are Pavlo Kazarin, journalist and publicist. Also, we have Ali Maliyev, Deputy Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, also the member of the Ukrainian PEN, and also Mr. Yosef Zisels, who is the public activist, dissident, and co-president of the Association of the Jewish Organizations and Communities of Ukraine. So during 1.5 hours, we are going to discuss the topic on decolonization. And I think there will be 2 rounds. First of all, we shall discuss the Russian, the Soviet, the empire-based process of colonization, and we shall definitely touch upon the local context, and we shall talk about national communities, how they feel decolonization process on their side. And I would like to start this talk from Alim Aliyev, because actually it was his initiative. And Alim, I would like to mention 2 important aspects of decolonization processes. As you represent the Ukrainian Institute, I remember that quite recently your institution organized the International Forum of Cultural Diplomacy, and I noticed that decolonization was one of the key topics. So during the days of the forum, you emphasized the point that decolonization is impossible without culture, because culture is the main sense area. So what a Ukrainian community does for decolonization, and probably you can mention some international examples. Good afternoon. Thank you, Tatiana, for the question. Certainly, Ukrainian Institute is the institution that has been working in the area of cultural diplomacy and is affiliated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. So our primary mission is to establish subject-related relations between Ukraine and other countries. So when we are talking about decolonization, I would like to say that about 1 year ago in our institute, we launched civil society dimension. And the 2 topics we have decided to touch upon in this area is the very decolonization, and another topic is multicultural diversity, multiculturalism. Decolonization is not only about our independence, it's about enhancing our legal personality, and bringing back our names. When we are talking about cultural decolonization, when we talk about the point that for a long period of time Ukrainian names abroad were the names of representing other countries. But sometimes they are not associated with Ukraine. And before going to this or that country, we tried to conduct some expert research how Ukraine is perceived abroad. And I'm talking about the researchers related to perception of certain figures, cultural figures abroad. And we know very well the story with Kazimir Malevich, how Ukraine and lots of people present here tried to bring back Malevich to Ukraine. Malevich has been associated for many years with Russia, with Poland, and now it is important for us to speak not only from the stand of modern culture, but also to bring back these historical narratives that were not related to, were not mentioned as Ukrainian, but which are part of the Ukrainian context. And this is something we try to do now when we mention these historical narratives. One of the elements of decolonization is decommunization. And here we should mention the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory that deals with this issue. And I remember the story that happened to me several months ago when we spent discussions to Kherson. One of the central streets of Kherson which after decommunization was renamed, in the past was Karl Marx Street. Now it was renamed as Potemkin Street. And this is the story that decolonization has much wider historical frames. For example, when one of the best guides in the city is giving you information about Catherine the Great and her very positive influence on the development of this city. To break away from metropolia and not to think that the center of your country are the cities of other countries is what decolonization is about. Recently, we have published the music anthology Kiev Avantgarde, and this is about musicians of the 1960s. And we sent this edition to the best, to the most important musical communities all over the world. And when one of the statements from expert community is that Ukraine is insufficiently represented in academic music, in opera and in ballet. And thanks God, we are more and more represented in modern literature. We see how Ukrainian writers and poets become well known of other countries. So, by becoming a full-fledged subject, it's important for us to talk not only about local Ukrainian processes, but to call about the processes that change the region, that change certain area, certain region of the world. This is something that is really complicated. These processes take lots of time, but at the same time, this is something it will be very difficult for us to go forward, without which it will be very difficult for us to go forward. We shall discuss multiculturalism a bit later. Yes, I wanted to discuss it in our second part. And I have one more question to you as a person working in the state institution. You have already mentioned that during recent years, after Maidan and after the occupation of Crimea, Ukraine has taken a number of important steps for decolonization. You have mentioned decommunization law, and we may talk about the law on language, about certain restriction in mass media, about granting Thomas to the Ukrainian church. But let's discuss more specifically the state institutions. You have been working there for about a year, and you have been working in the Ukrainian House for several years. So we always talk about state institutions as an example of certain state reforms, and when we say that we should have some sustainability, it's necessary to support state institutions. So, is it the area where we have insufficient decolonization? Probably with respect to certain procedures and rules that were inherited from the Soviet period. Probably I would be able to compare if I had some experience of working in some other fields. Because, well, I have been working in the private sector and I have been working in the public sector. Very often I pay attention to the fact that the state system, government system, is often based on lack of trust. That's why there are lots of red tape. Decision-making process is too slow. And this is something that makes you go slow as well. But there is another solution, which is cooperation and collaboration. When we cooperate both with private institutions and international ones, and when we try to create added value, the added value which we wouldn't be able to create alone. So, in my opinion, it is important for the state institutions not only to learn how to work together when people work in partnership, but when this process involves business or some creative community and civil society. Thank you, Alim, and I would like to engage into our discussion Mr. Josef Zisels. I know that you can be an expert on decolonization and identity. I know that you provide lots of comments on the issue. And as we have already started discussing decolonization processes at the level of the state, I would like to ask you, do you think that there should be official decolonization program in Ukraine, in the same way as, for example, we have decommunization law? So, should there be some framework for decolonization? Thank you, Tiziana. Well, probably I would not agree with you that I'm an expert on decolonization. Well, it's not my professional activity. For many years, I have been interested in identity issues, moreover, civilization identity issues. And you can become an expert only when decolonization is over. While with us, it is still at the beginning stage. If 30 years after our independence, at a very serious forum, we are still speaking about decolonization, it means that something got wrong during these 30 years, because we see the generation of people, millions of people that were born and formed and shaped after Ukraine became independent. And now we still raise the issue of decolonization. It should be stressed certain points about decolonization. We know that irrespective of success of decommunization, it was a complicated road for Ukraine. And as any reform in Ukraine, it's still going on. Thousands of monuments have been demolished. But decommunization is not only about monuments. And 40 million of people feel this communization and colonization inside. We can demolish monuments, but how can we get rid of this colonial identity from us? And I'm not talking exclusively about Ukraine. There were dozens of countries which were colonies. And if we look at the world right now and at the state that became free from colonial dependence several hundred years ago, these countries, these states still have some complicated issues. And even they are not decolonized in the full meaning of this word. This is the evolutionary process. And all evolutionary processes go slow, they are contradictory, they are not consequential. And we are located between two civilizations, European and Euro-Asian one. Was Ukraine a colony all the time? People are not sure about it. And actually, Ukraine doesn't have a single issue that people find consensus. There are lots of questions that remain unanswered. We cannot agree about common vision of our past, our present, and our future. And actually, this is not the basis, but this is the derivative of the problem we discuss. This is identification problem. What is identity? I know there are dozens of definitions, but when I speak about identity, and I have been working with the issue for about 20 years, I try not to read and I prefer thinking. In some issues, it's better to think more rather than to read. And I think that Ukraine has been a colony to some extent. Definitely it has not been a classical colony like India, but probably it was like Scotland in Great Britain. Do Scottish people think they were a colony? Some of them say yes, some of them say no. If they served the metropolitan state and if they identify themselves with the ruling crown, they probably did not think that they were a colony. We still have millions of people who were quite fine in the Soviet Union, in the empire that had several colonies. And lots of people living in Ukraine still feel some sentiments about it. They will pass away sooner or later, and the proportion will change. But if everything were so easy, we would go much further. And the people I'm talking about, they are in power, and thus they spoil lots of young people who appear to be in their circle of influence. I'm not talking about individual identity, but a collective identity. And it means a number of characteristics that unites people as belonging to a certain category. We see a person in the street dressed in certain clothes and having certain phenotype, and we state that this is a Roma person. But with time, these characteristics may change. And the question is, where is the boundary between colonization and decolonization? Where is the boundary between the European and Eurasian identity? We want to break away from the Euro-Asian ones, and we want to acquire European identity. And I think that the boundary is not the Dnieper route and not the demarcation line in Donbass, not between Ukraine and the Crimea. This boundary line is in our heart. It is our collective subconscious ideas. Therefore, when we are talking about decolonization, we have to fight the remnants of colonial identity inside us. How can we do it? It seems to me there is only one way, apart from some administrative ones. Moreover, not every government is trying to help civil society to combat these elements of colonization. Therefore, we have to rely upon our own strengths, and this is the civil society. We have to understand who has the most influence in our society. This is the civil society, the army, the volunteers, and the clergy. So we should not rely on the authorities. Let them be neutral. Let them not interfere with our searches for European identity. Collective identity can be viewed as a system of values. When we are talking about continental format, the people living in a certain territory in Europe or Eurasia. And this collective identity has been formed throughout century due to certain factors like climate, history, relief, traveling, or sedentary lifestyle, invasions, colonizations, or vice versa, empire status. So these factors have been present throughout centuries, and they are the ones that form and shape identity. So if they form identity, the same factors change identity. We are talking about changing the identity of about 40 million of people. Evolutionary processes are too slow. If we want to speed them up, we have to elect the authorities that will promote these changes and assist civil society in doing it. For example, I participated in the selection process for Anti-Corruption Bureau and Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. I just represented the civil society. And I had an argument with the former president, Mr. Poroshenko. Definitely, I did not refuse to participate as a member of these commissions. But when we had a meeting, I told Mr. Poroshenko that everything was good, but just establishment of such agencies won't help us to eradicate corruption, because corruption is part of our culture, part of our identity. Moreover, this is the derivative element of our Eurasian identity, that part which belongs to Euro-Asian identity. We have a mixed identity because Ukraine has been influenced by two powerful identity centers, the European and the Euro-Asian ones. Therefore, we have this double identity or mixed identity. I have always stated the point. Just mention any issue around which there is consensus in Ukraine. Probably you won't find any. And I would like to mention another point. This is the identity of the national minorities, probably in the second part, okay? Because in the second part, we shall talk more about multiculturalism and national communities. But within the first part of our discussion, I would like to touch upon different aspects of decolonization. And now I would like to give the floor to Pavlo Kazarin and Zoya Kazanzhe. And Pavlo, now I would like to give the floor to you. We have touched upon the cultural area. We have touched upon the level of the state and the influence of the state in decolonization processes. But I would like now to speak about the media area, media environment. I know that in one of your programs, you have decided to choose Russian propaganda. And when we mentioned what has been done by Ukraine regarding decolonization, we mentioned ban on the Russian social media. We have mentioned closing of those media that were promoting the Russian narratives. So as a journalist, do you think Ukraine has done enough to decolonize our information space?
How much time do I approximately have? Well, up to 5 minutes. I hope you will manage. So from the point of view of bans and prohibitions, what has been done over the recent years in Ukraine, as I think, is rather good, rather sufficient. But as far as whether Ukrainian media is now competitive now as compared with the Russian one, so the answer is rather no, because Russia creates its own media space for a year of about 1 million and something billion. It produces content in all the languages, in particular all the language of the EU. And when you are staying in Romania and Bulgaria, and there is a journalist who needs to write a text about the Minsk agreements, we cannot hope that he will open Ukrainska Pravda and will translate the content using Google Translator. Never. He will just Google it up, and Google will offer it the content created by Sputnik Holding in Romanian or in Bulgarian. And we actually cannot meet this level of competition, because how many Ukrainian media have at least the English language version? And generally, we all realize it perfectly well that the nation exists until it has the people who consider to be a part of this nation. And the nation disappears when people start considering themselves a part of the other imaginable community. It was like the Karelian community in Russia, when the share of Karelian residents over 50 years reduced from 70 to 30%, not because they were physically destroyed. No, they just became a part of the imaginable community entitled "We Are Russians." And what has been happening over the recent decades in the territory of Ukraine is just a competition between two imaginable communities. Russia is creating its own imaginative community entitled a part of the Ruski Mir, while Ukraine is opposing its own concept to it, the imaginable community of Ukrainians living in the territory of Ukraine. And I remember that after 2014, it was very popular in Ukraine to compare Ukraine to Israel. Quite often we quoted Golda Meir because we want to live, they want us to die, where is the room for compromise? But this comparison contains a sort of a mistake, because for Israel, the issue of fighting for its own identity and its own existence was really their issue of survival, of life and death, because the enemy was so much different for them in terms of confession and religion, and nobody had any doubt as to what they would have to face if they are defeated. But in terms of the war of Ukraine and Russia, that is not the issue of physical survival of an ordinary citizen. That is the issue of identity preservation, because Russia is not going to destroy Ukrainians physically. Their offer for Ukraine looks in a different way. Just call yourself Russians, and we will be absolutely satisfied with that. It is the story of preservation of our own identity, and the problem is that for many Ukrainians, for many citizens of our country, the issue of identity is the third or fourth rank level problem in the Maslow pyramid. And not many people want to pay with their own health and welfare and well-being in life for these issues, because maybe some people are just focused on the first and second level of needs of the Maslow pyramid. That's why this war is much more complicated in terms of explaining why we should protect our identity and what all citizens of Ukraine will lose if the war is lost. Because many people in our country still, I'm going to repeat this, is focused on their first and second level of the Maslow pyramid. That makes our task much more complicated, but we are still not doomed to failure. And Joseph said that, could we really speak about real independence and real realization of our independence? And you know, one of my colleagues offered a formula within which the criteria for real independence of a country in the post-Soviet space is appearance of its own sovereign version of the Second World War. And if we use this criteria, then we will get our story promoted. You know, I asked you at first about the information space, but I also have one more question about the symbolic field. I think that many of the representatives from our audience have had a look at the interesting study done by the text edition. Text decided to study what are the names that are most popular in the names of the streets in our cities. And it's a pleasure that this list contains Shevchenko. But along with that, in this top list, we have Lesa Ukrainka, also a famous writer. But if we have a look at the first 10 or 20, there will be Pushkin, Lermontov, Lomonosov, Nekrasov, and many other Russian artists and cultural actors. And we have been speaking here about the fact that Ukraine is still going through the decommunization stage. Therefore, I would like to ask you, when will we have the stage when we speak not about the Lenin monument, but Pushkin monument and Pushkin streets? Well, I think that we need to realize where from it all comes. Because in the Soviet times, Ukrainian culture in particular was doomed to having a secondary role. And if you wanted to deal with Ukrainian literature, here you have the pot, you have embroidery, you have folklore, dancing. Well, that is a kind of a archived segment of culture. If you want, please deal it. But urban culture, this is the space of imperial culture, including Russian culture. And therefore, if you want to do your career, do Lyudmila Gurchenko, a famous Russian singer, you just need to go from Ukraine to Moscow and to do your career in the imperial capital. But if you want to deal with Ukrainian culture, be ready that the understanding of this culture in the empire may be different, may be rustical, folklorized, and you cannot go beyond this concept. We face this even in the present day when we say that large Ukrainian cities like Kharkiv, Odessa, Dnipro, Kyiv largely require this urban culture, because this culture over many decades has been created in St. Petersburg, in Moscow. That's why the people who are in need of this content still see certain deficit, lack of Ukrainian urban culture and proficit of this urban culture, which is still being created in modern Russian Federation. And this balance needs to be somehow adjusted. We need to strike the right balance. We need to invest into the development of Ukrainian urban culture. And the very fact that Ukrainian cities had the streets named after the artists who belonged to the imperial Russian culture. This also resulted from the fact that in the Soviet times, urban culture was the matter with which primarily the Russian imperial concept dealt. Thank you, Pavlo. And I would ask to Zoya Kazanji, a writer, a journalist who is staying with us today offline. So, Zoya, in his answer, Joseph told about the European and Eurasian poles. And what do you think? What about the recent years? Has Ukraine somehow deviated from the Russian gravity center? Or is Russian culture still a gravity field for the center for our culture? We cannot hear you. What about now? I just decided that I'm on the phone. Welcome to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to have been invited here. So to answer your question, I would say that definitely I don't think that we have deviated from Russia. And we are not on the Russian agenda. It would be an illusion to say this, to think that we have torn away, that we are distant from the Russian culture and everything is perfect here. Those who will oppose my statements and will say that we are taking active steps to deviate from Russia with its Russian ambitions and its chauvinism, you may say that we have undergone a large-scale decolonization, we have the long language, we have limited our transport connection with Russia, we have stopped buying gas in large volumes from Russia, we have the Orthodox Church that got its autocephaly out of TV channels. Actually, we don't have any or most Russian channels, and American Facebook has now become more popular than the network of Contactia, which was once blocked, though it has been unblocked, by the way. However, our Ukrainian humanitarian space is still full of Russian mythology and fakes. There has been a mention of Shevchenko, right, that this is one of the most popular surnames, but let's recall the metro station, Lev Tolstoy, and Shevchenko station. Lev Tolstoy is a better metro station, and it's not clear why Lev Tolstoy is still on the map of Kyiv. Did he have anything to do with Kyiv? Did he do anything there? Did he live there? But it's considered that Dostoevsky, Tolstoy are so great, such great Russian writers, and even Pushkin. If you got acquainted with Pushkin's creativity, there are a lot of things he said which can absolutely change our opinion of this poet. I don't think that we have got more distant from the Russian culture. I'm now staying in Toronto, and I found a friend who tells me that when all this COVID-19 pandemic started, he started looking at what Ukrainian and Russian and English-speaking media write. So Ukrainian media almost fully, well, not media probably, Ukrainian information space almost fully copies and repeats the agenda of Russia, while English-speaking information space and information resources differs a lot in terms of content, topics, answers to the questions, cornerstones, key topics. It's really different, and we have had a discussion with him on this topic. But today I would like to answer your question and to say the following. I think that we will still have a chance to speak on what needs to be done with this, so I will not answer this question as yet. Can you hear me? Yes, yes. So, you know, since the beginning of the third millennium, I had something to do with the processes in Odessa related to its ethnicity and related to its ethnic identity. That's why the topic of identity is rather important for me. And this is the topic which has been raised by Mr. Josef Zisels today. I really support this topic. I have immersed into it because I guess that it's important to understand what is happening with our identity. But just a couple of words about Odessa. All the people coming there on their vacation just know that Odessa is the transport sea gate with the largest port, and this is really one of the largest regional centers in Ukraine, the capital of humor, and a lot of other things. But what else should be known about it? It is not in a single large city of Ukraine that there was such an opposition between the regional and city authorities. This is the only city where we had direct presidential rule, and the only city when during the city mayor election in 1991 was accompanied by political martyrs. This is the city which had a kind of a trial ground for the future presidential election of Ukraine. And this is the city where the city mayor, Kosmosov, was a direct opponent of everything that belonged to Ukraine. He was a pro-Russian one. He was the apologist of Ruski Mir, and his activity almost led to the direct presidential rule. But when decolonization started, let me give several examples from that period. So, in that period, Odessa underwent the stage of decriminalization rather well, because back in 1996, the then city mayor worked with that, and the city authorities, the city council, passed a decision to rename 300 streets, avenues, and lanes, and to give original names back to them, historical names. And on the map of Odessa, these toponyms like Lenin, the Soviet Army, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Marx just disappeared. The same as all monuments to Lenin disappeared, all the statues, bas-reliefs, anything. Horowitz then decided that, well, there was a park of Lenin's Komsomol on the periphery, and these monuments, these statues were all brought to that park, were all taken to that park, and were staying there. And this park was called the Lenin Land. Informally. And then there was the second advent of Horowitz after he was illegally removed from the election. And when he came after the second advent, as we call it ironically, in 2006, he made Odessa get rid of the last monument to Lenin, which was located on the Kulikovo field of the year 14. Some sad events accompanied this, the dismantling of the monument. And it was much easier for us to work after the Maidan in Odessa. It was much easier to talk to people and to take some actions in the pro-Ukrainian way in order to rename the streets which were still left. The city mayor Trukhanov is still trying to give back the name of Zhuko, but this is a populist step, I would say. It's more of a political populist decision which just feeds his constituency. But again, why am I sure that we are moving at a slow pace? The point is that 7 years have passed after the start of the Russian aggression, but we still have pro-Russian forces in, like Shari's party, in politics. Yes, the Ministry of Justice is trying to take some steps in relation to the Shari's party, but these are some inconfident steps, just minor attempts. Andrei Aksionov, who is the representative of Ruski Mir, also has won in the election to the parliament. And we have a lot of pro-Russian additions and Russian additions in Ukraine. In the toponyms of many names of many cities, we have pro-Russian names. And, I always give the following example. I generally support radical things. We don't have time. We can't wait. We've been waiting for 30 years. And Mr. Zissels mentioned this. If after 30 years of independence we keep speaking about the same things, so does it mean that we have promoted anywhere? Of course, no. And here is their example of privatization of media in Poland. I remember this was in the 90s, at the beginning of the 2000s. I was involved in the processes, and we wanted to do this, but in Poland they did it overnight, and the country moved on because they have some other problems. So Poland quickly got rid of this burden and is moving on. The media became free, and it's important to have free media and to understand that free media doesn't mean arbitrary will. That is also some responsibility. But we still keep fighting some obvious things. For example, we have a ban on the Communist Party, but it is in register. Have a look at the site of the Ministry of Justice. It's there. All the time we're trying to file some petitions, and the Central Election Committee passes some decisions on an endless basis. So if we speak on what we should do here, I would speak about some systemic decommunization and decolonization. Do we have a strategy? No, we just take some chaotic steps which never end. We do not complete them. We speak about Russian propaganda, lots of Russian propaganda. We speak about the importance of legislative changes. But this propaganda should generally be prohibited in the public space. And here, I mean, not just Strana UA or Vesti, as to what their funding is transparent. But we have citizens of Russia among the management of those media. I understand we cannot ban internet, but if we try to reduce the influence in other sources, this would mean that we will have the overall reduction of this pressure, pro-Russian pressure in general in the public space. Just recall the ban on Russian TV channels in 2014, in the first months, when people said that it became possible to finally speak to their parents who were like zombies. My friend used to tell me that, look, my mother trusts Putin more than she trusts me. That was a real pressure. I can speak about Russification, and I have read the news that Centernet is moving to Ukrainian, to the Ukrainian language, but that is after 30 years of independence. Again, if we speak about decolonization, we need to speak about de-Russification. This is mandatory, because the state needs to support this process with some grants, some subventions, some benefits. And if we cannot do this in a natural, evolutionary way, and we don't have time to apply this process, then it should be like with Ukrainian language on the radio. Let's set the quota. When we set the quota, new names were opened up, were discovered, and then it started moving, and high-quality things were still left. I think that we need to, again, speak about direct financial support of publishing houses and bookshops that produce and sell Ukrainian books. I got ready for the presentation, looked for the figures, for the statistics, and the Russian market includes Russian books beyond the Russian Federation, and this market is 30 times larger than the Ukrainian market. And of course, the prime cost of one Russian book is much, much lower because of that. That's why even the Russian book published by the Ukrainian publishing house costs twice less than Ukrainian book. So how do we fight this? Let alone this deformation of the national memory related to the fact that we are in the captivity of the Russian propaganda and mythology. And the south of Ukraine is full of that. The monument to Catherine the Great has already been mentioned today in Odessa. But what about Suvorov Museum in Izmail, monuments to Suvorov in Izmail of Odessa region? It's a cult of Mr. Suvorov there. Then Mr. Ushakov, there is also a cult of him. And because of this, the discussions in Odessa are related to the foundation of Odessa. How old is it? Did Catherine found it, or is it still 600 years old when this is Kojubeivka, Hadjibay, the way the city was called before? So this is falsification of dates to support the Russian agenda and to show that without Russia there would have been nothing. They have given birth to us, they have created our cities, and actually they built their Russian DNA into us, and we are brothers or sisters, or just brothers, because everything is that bad with their feminism. Civilization of the south of Ukraine, that all happened only thanks to Russia, they claim. And I've already mentioned Lev Tolstoy, one of the central metro stations in Kyiv. Well, Taras Shevchenko went as the name for one of the poorest stations, the worst-looking ones. Zoya, you started talking about the myth, which we still have in the south of Ukraine. But before that, you started answering the question, what needs to be done? So I would like you to address this question more. What about the situation in the south? Alim has already mentioned our trip to Kherson with Ben authors, and we were really impressed by the fact that at every step we were told the stories about Potemkin or Catherine II, and there was no physical evidence. We were just told some legends and myths which could not be supported by some real evidence in the space of the city. And we had a sense that Kherson lives not just in the myth, but in something artificial, non-existent, maybe dead even. And of course, this prevents the city and the region from moving ahead. So how do we reshape this interpretation, this understanding? Well, if we speak about Odessa, You remember there was a saying, Odessa is the mother, the father is Rostov. And again, we have this myth, Odessa, the mother of all cities. How do we find this? Well, my answer is rather simple in terms of its complexity. That is development of culture. And I generally see two ways out, two things that we need to be concerned about. This is culture and army. We need to develop ourselves, and then we need to protect and defend what we develop. I've mentioned that we cannot ban myths according to the law, but again, anyone can become a guide now and take excursions and tell any stories they want to. In all civilized countries, this activity of guides is licensed. I don't know the way it happens there. By the way, probably we need to research this issue, but there are some things that should be licensed, and if you choose a certain topic for the excursion, you can tell about this, but it depends on the prisms through which you tell this story, you present this story. The same as about the truth of the Second World War. If we have our own understanding of World War II, if we can affect this story and its interpretation, that is going to be of importance. That's why this purification, well, not even purification, but we need to deal with education, with awareness raising. And again, we need to have a closer look at the internet programs. I sometimes watch some Odessa TV programs, and I said, by the way, Russian programs, so it's a slip of the tongue, but it's a subconscious slip of the tongue. And mainly in spite of the law on languages, that is the Russian-speaking content, with some translations, but most invited guests speak Russian. And nothing changes, and there is no punishment for this. So what do we do to develop culture? And we need to have a look at the museums, including the Odessa museums, where we have a lot of direct things that are related to the Soviet period from the point of view of its glorification. A lot of exhibits, a lot of exhibitions even, like this, in particular in Odessa. Even the interior with this nostalgic feeling of the Soviet time and the Russian time. This is what we have. Have a look at the presence of Russian actors, cultural actors in Odessa. We have the Green Theater, Zelený Teatr, which is an open-air platform. Maybe you have heard about it. And it was founded by Odessa hipsters, and it has been bought out by Hrebennikov, a famous Odessa businessman. But who comes there? The people like Dmitro Bykov. They are loved very much and admired by local liberals. But they are Russian cultural actors, and they definitely impose, that is the so-called allowed opposition in Russia. They are allowed to impose their own agenda, and they keep telling strange things, including the fact that Ukrainians don't exist at all. That was, by the way, a statement by Dmitro Bykov, but he's still a very much welcomed guest in Odessa. Now they don't come only because of the quarantine restrictions, but if we speak about the Odessa Opera Theater, money for the restoration of which was collected from all over the world, and all Odessa residents also made some contributions in different kinds. And then Lyubov Uspensky comes there to the theater, not only her, but all the other secondary actors. So people, there is a demand among people for this, for Leps, for Uspenskaya, and they bring not European or Western culture, but they invite these cultural actors from Russia. It's easier for them to do this than to invite other people from Europe who would also be in demand. So we need still to apply some bans. But if somebody told me about 7 years ago that I would support any bans with my liberal standpoint, I would have never believed it. I would even have got offended.
But right now, I do not see any other options but very severe restrictions for all the collaborants, including those who are engaged in this colonization of Ukraine, be it media, cultural or political space. And this is something that we have to work with. We have to isolate those negative things, and we have to promote culture. We have to promote enlightenment. I understand that this is a long way, but it seems to me these two processes should go in parallel. Zoya, thank you. At the beginning, we stated that there will be 2 rounds, and in the second round, we shall shift the focus a bit, and taking into account that this is reopened Zakarpattia Forum, so we are going to discuss Zakarpattia, multiculturalism, national communities. So the first to speak in this round will be Pavlo Kazarin, and those who were present at the first forum, Reopen Zakarpattia, remember that last year there was a very interesting survey presented, done by Liko Kucherev Democratic Initiative Fund, and it was all Ukrainian survey, and there was a survey in Zakarpattia region, and special focus was given to national communities. So it was stated that the national communities prefer Russian media, Russian TV and Russian online media. Pavlo, as a journalist, what do you think about this, and why is it so that the national communities here in Zakarpattia region prefer the Russian sources? I'm not sure I'm competent enough in order to give the answer to this question, because I have not been interested in this issue in order to consider myself to be an expert. And one can answer or provide comments to this question in different ways. Somebody may refer to some content. Some may think and conclude about the loyalty or lack of loyalty inside these national communities.
І я не почуваюся достатньо.
So I do not think I have expert position, or I'm competent enough to express this expert point of view. But in your permission, I would like to provide my comments about other context related to what you have asked about. I and Alim, we are from the Crimea, and I'm deeply convinced that every country has its conditional mental map, and it does not necessarily coincide with the political map of the country. For example, the mental map of Russia, their ideas, what is Russia, is definitely larger than the political map of Russia. And this mental Russia, as viewed by the Russian citizens, may include the Russian Peninsula, Ukrainian Odessa,
Казахстан, країни Балтії і так далі, і так далі, і так далі.
Northern Kazakhstan, the Baltic states. And it seems to me that it was a problem of Ukraine that till 2014, the mental map of Ukraine was smaller than political map. Definitely it included Kyiv region, undoubtedly Chernihiv, which is the second oldest city in Ukraine. Definitely Poltava is the mother city of Ukrainian literary language, Lviv as the political point. But whether the Crimea was present on this mental map is a question. And if it was, why was it there? What connotations were related with the peninsula in the consciousness of the Ukrainian people. And now we can ask ourselves, what regions are presented at the Ukrainian mental map? Why we have Zakarpattia, and whether its representation is sufficient enough, or probably we have to enhance our own understanding of ourselves. These are rhetorical issues, but experience of 2015 shows that these are vital issues for the survival of the country. We cannot accept the fact that our internal issues happening inside the country, and definitely there are discrepancies in every country. Well, just the analogy, the drivers would like to have wider roads while the pedestrians would like to have wider pavements. So these internal discrepancies should not be larger than the external ones. And this is an important historical point. Experience of 2015 has taught us that the primary task of journalism is public negotiation, is the ability to talk, to tell the country about the country, to prevent the situation when the citizens of the country are told some nasty things about the same citizens of the same country. So the ability to unite the country, to bring the country together, to explain people in Kherson certain things about Chernivtsi and vice versa, is the key task, major task for Ukrainian journalists, because the moment the negotiations are over, the war breaks out. And the primary task for Ukrainian journalism is to have these negotiations ongoing. And I see that Mr. Zizels has something to contribute to something that we mentioned at the beginning, that the national communities here in the Zakarpattia region prefer the Russian media space. Apart from the survey from Ilko Kuchera Foundation, there was another research, another survey conducted in 2014 and in 2019. And it was done by Kyiv Sociology Institute. And apart from scientific findings, there are materials published in Zakarpattia, and they are made public. So, from what you have said, why the residents in Zakarpattia prefer the Russian media or Russian information sources? I have told that the understanding of identity is a derivative. There is a demand for the Russian media sources. If we didn't have them, they probably wouldn't enjoy that level of popularity. I have been thinking and working with national minorities. What kind of national minorities do we have in Zakarpattia? Big Hungarian community and big Romanian community. The Ukrainians are the title nation. So both Hungarians and Romanians are representatives of the European countries. It means they should have this European mentality. Their title countries are the members of the EU. Have a look who sent the representatives to the Ukrainian parliament. Only the Party of Regions had representatives of those Hungarian and Romanian communities. Well, I'm not blaming them, but we have to see and study the fates of national minorities in the Russian Empire. This is a separate identity. There was a survey by American sociologist by Cohen and Liebman about Jewish identity in Israel and in diaspora. And they came to absurd finding that these are two different identities, that these are two different peoples, and even religious beliefs are totally different. So you cannot bring parallels between the minority and the people who live in the title country. The minorities survive in the empire only owing to the metropolitan state, to the empire state. So the empire powers or the communist powers can give something to national minority. Therefore, all national minorities compete for the place close to the metropolitan state. It has always been like that, both in the Soviet Empire, now it's the same in the Russian Empire. So this orientation on the metropolitan state is something that remained. And when we are talking about strength and money, where are all these elements in Russia? And we still have the situation when these national minorities in Western Ukraine, in the Crimea, look up to Moscow. And therefore, they prefer these Russian information sources. Why? Because every national minority wants to survive. Pavlo mentioned the Maslow pyramid. Survival and security is one of the basic needs, primary needs. Food, sleep, reproduction, some roof over your head or shelter. These are basic security needs. And they are very far from the top of the pyramid. And for example, if we think about some northern countries, Scandinavian countries, they are not thinking about survival, but self-realization. And definitely, we see that people in the Zakarpattia region live practically in the center of Europe. And immersion into Europe is a very important element for changing one's identity, but it doesn't work because still people look up to metropolitan state. I have been talking to the Hungarians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and asked them why you support the Party of Regions, why you vote for the pro-Russian parties. And they cannot answer the question because it's inside them. And it's very important to remember about this. Elites, and I'll be very tough now. So far, I was trying to put it mildly. So the elite, all the countries which were colonies, had their own elites. And there is the term compradore bourgeoisie. This is the elite of a colonial country and the way it behaves after the country has freed itself from metropolitan. So what should the Ukrainian, Baltic, Belarusian, Caucasian elite do in the Russian Empire? First of all, to assist the empire to subordinate people, because any empire, none of the empires are strong enough to control the peoples. Therefore, it was necessary to rely on the local elites. The second task was to just steal from people for the benefit of the empire. So the elite have been forming for 400 years. And the elite have the choice. Either you fight for the independence of your country and you are defeated, or you have to go and live abroad. There is no other way out. The Russian Empire was very tough. So you were either killed or you had to go abroad. And every member of the elite, whatever elite we are talking about, cultural, intellectual, military, engineering, or any other one, would like to realize its potential. So just metaphorically, sell yourself to the metropolitan state and you'll have this chance. And those who do not want to do it will be thrown away, will be made to leave the country. And therefore, we should not be surprised why our elite is like that. It has been forming like that for 400 years. They have been stealing all these years. And now they steal already not for the benefit of the empire, but for their own benefit. And we saw how the elite behaved when we had Maidan. They were funding anti-Maidan, and this is also the remnants of the Soviet times. This is something I always mention about identity. It is historically stipulated with the formation of this identity. Therefore, when we think about Zakarpattia region, where are those people who lived here before the Second World War? Just probably we have less than 1 million people living in Zakarpattia, and lots of people are working abroad. So we do not have lots of these people left. And these people who lived here before the Second World War are the representatives of this elite. Before the Second World War, it was the European environment, peripheral but still European. Where are they now? They were either killed or they went abroad. For example, I know the Jews from the Zakarpattia region who live in Israel, and they were speaking Ukrainian. Do you know Jews speaking Ukrainian in the Soviet language, in the Soviet times? No. And in Zakarpattia, there were such people who spoke Ukrainian. What was the other way out for them? They were living among Ukrainians and not among the Russian-speaking Ukrainians. So don't be surprised with the fact that we have oligarchs and corrupt elites, because this is the consequence of our elite that has been formed for 400 years. And if we want to break away from this fact of colonial dependency, we have to fight our own inside identity, which is Euro-Asian ones. We are trying to fight the authoritarian mentality, because Eurasian region is authoritarian mentality. And people who want freedom just needed to go to the top and control others. So we are talking about interdependence between the top and bottom levels. This is the symbiosis in authoritarian country, while in some other countries this dependence does not exist. So these are the values. We all want freedom, and this is something that differentiates Ukrainians from Belarus, from Caucasian groups. But Europe is a real space of freedom, and at the same time, this is the space of responsibility. Freedom and responsibility cannot be separated. Freedom without responsibility is anarchy, and responsibility without freedom is slavery. So this is something we had during all these years. So when we are talking about this space of freedom and responsibility, it's important for us to talk about decolonization as a two-lane street. If we are discussing decolonization processes, we have to understand that it also means restoration and regeneration of respect to the other culture that may develop here. And I would like to now engage into our conversation Alim, who represents the Crimean Tatars. And Alim knows that till 2015, unfortunately, Ukraine was not showing enough interest in the history and traditions of the Crimean Tatars who were living with us. And I think that since 2014, the situation was getting better. So the question is, does the state do enough in order to get to know better the cultures that develop in our countries? And also, I want you to look at decolonization from the viewpoint of the Crimean Tatars. You were right by saying that the situation has been getting better. In the continental part of Ukraine, there is at least 10% of the Crimean Tatars, but I would like now to speak on behalf of people who still live in the Crimea. And when we talk about decolonization, I would like to mention neo-colonization. And what is happening in the Crimea now is the classical neo-colonization taking place in the center of Europe. Apart from the fact that we have replacement of population once again, when religious composition of the population is changing, and when a huge number of Crimean Tatars left the Crimean, and according to minimum estimates, about 500,000 of new people came to the Crimea. So when we are talking about decolonization, then the Crimea and unfortunately the part of Donetsk and Luhansk regions live in another paradigm, which is the paradigm of neo-colonization. And the second fact of this neo-colonization are the attempts to change the identity. Strong Crimean and Tatar identity in the peninsula is the absolute format of danger and threat for the colonizer, which is Russia. What do we have today when we discuss culture and cultural heritage? Cultural heritage, which is not the part of Russian paradigm, is destroyed, is destructed, starting from Bakhchisarai things and finishing with Khersones. We see manipulation of history. Khersones is now called the cradle of the Russian Orthodox Church. And we should mention these things as well. So when we talk about neo-colonization, we are talking about the language. The Ukrainian and the Crimean Tatar languages now are taught at homes and not in the educational establishments. In a similar way it was in the Soviet Union. And I would like to come back to some broader context. I remember my school lessons, my studying at school, and I remember that we had 3 different lessons of history. It was the history of the Crimea, the history of Ukraine, and world history. And these 3 subjects quite often were studied separately, so we couldn't compare what happened in the 18th century in the Crimea, in Poltava, Kyiv, or Uzhhorod, and what happened at that time in Latin America. And when we state that culture and education are important, they are not just important, they are elements of national security. And when we are talking about decolonization, without these elements, then decolonization, unfortunately, is impossible. And coming back to your question about the Crimean Tatars. Yes, now we do have the dialogue, which should have started long time ago. And what I still face is that the Crimean and Tatar history is not part of the Ukrainian history. And I think the same may be mentioned by the Hungarians and by the Jewish people. So people who live and were born here are Ukrainians, politically are Ukrainians. So this is the issue which is not the top of the agenda, starting with books on history and finishing with cultural processes. We have to talk about something different. We have a very interesting process taking place in Kiev, when for 2 years running we try, within the frameworks of decommunization, we try to rename 2 streets which are named after the Soviet leaders, and we try to rename them in honor of the Crimean and Tatar leaders. So to use the names which are important for the Crimean and Tatar people. And we actually see the opposition of the deputies who say, okay, what kind of relationship these people, these Crimean and Tatar leaders have to Kiev. And Mr. Zizers was right. We probably understand that they didn't live physically in this area, but they are part of our general ecosystem. And if we understand it, then the process of decolonization will be much smoother.
Thank you, Alim. You have voiced a very interesting and important idea with which we will conclude our discussion. You have stressed that we finally need to go over from this demarcation and creation of separate stories up to the creation of the general common history. And to conclude, I would like to tell one important story related to the Transcaucasian region. It has been told to all of us by Andrei Lyubka, a writer, the supervisor of the Rio Open Zakarpattia program. So in one of his recent columns, he wrote about a Hungarian-speaking writer, Zoltán Mihály Nagy, and Andrei came to know about him by accident. He read his novel, and he read this novel in the Polish translation, and he came to know that this Hungarian-speaking writer, in fact, has been living for 70 years in one of the Zakarpattia villages, quite close to Andrei, but he has not known anything like this. And he just read his novel, on which a movie was shot in Hungary, and he read it by accident in the Polish translation. But it appeared that this writer is one of the key Hungarian-speaking writers of the modern times, with many literary awards. But Ukraine doesn't know about it, and even our literary community doesn't know about it and about him. So Andrei, his colleagues, and the Open Zakarpattia Forum have decided to contact this ORSA, and it turned out that the latest contacts he had with the literary community of Ukraine was back in the Soviet times, because back in the Soviet times, people tried to establish such contacts and to support some national community writers. But somehow in the independence time, over 30 years, this writer, classical writer of Hungarian and world literature, has not been known and has had no contact with the Ukrainian culture. Luckily, this specific case will be adjusted, and today this novel, which is related to the 40s, is being translated by Banda Sholtes into Ukrainian, and we hope that next year it will be presented and the Ukrainian audience will finally read this novel. But in general, if we get back to this situation, this is a perfect example of how we work, how we accept, how we generate our common history and culture with our national communities. And I would ask you to comment on this. Zoya, you're still with us, and we have about 4 minutes and a half to sum it all up. So please tell us, what does this story tell us? And how do we build this dialogue? And how do we create common space within our country together with our national minorities and communities? Well, I can tell you a couple of words about these novels because you sent me the link, and I sent this link to several publishers. So as far as I understand, it is already being translated. Yes, it is being translated by the writer Montage and Shoulders. But what about the publisher? No, it's still not known, and you can actually tell the forum and Andrei who can publish it. Yes, I've written a comment to Andrei, and I've even written to the publishers whom I know. But the other thing is that I really got interested in the fact that the novel is stylistically very interesting because it's written in almost one sentence. Yes, but Andrei has said that it's easy to read. I can trust Andrei, I guess, and as I have told one of the publishers, there must be some pauses if a movie has been shot on the motives of this novel. So this is the case that shows, you know, it's like, discovering Ukraine during the quarantine. That happened because we didn't have an opportunity to go abroad. And my friends, over that period of time, wrote a lot of posts about this discovery of different Ukrainian sites. We have a lot of interesting things that are worth looking at. It so happened that for several months I've been staying in Canada, and the process here that are now ongoing are rather interesting. But here, by the 60s, they had their colonization processes of indigenous peoples. And it is of interest for me to read how their preservation now takes place. By indigenous peoples, I mean, well, Indians, but it's not only about them. A lot of other peoples who were actively assimilated on a violent basis, on a compulsory basis, into the civilized society, as the government of Canada considered it necessary to be. And these processes stopped only at the end of the 90s. And now it's rather of interest to watch how this culture is being preserved and how they are working with this culture. Throughout Canada, there are only 15 architects who are the representatives of Indigenous peoples. This is just 0.5% of all licensed architects. However, a lot of new modern constructions take into account those traditional elements of the culture and cultural legacy of Indigenous peoples. That is a very interesting case, and I think that we need to study such examples. We need to study what other countries do with this thing. Well, there are many plots, many scenarios, and we may use one of them. I don't think that we will invent anything new. We need to have formal information. We need the census, because we need to at least understand who we are. You know, in Odessa, they had the GFK had two surveys, two studies. It was in 2010 and in 2015, because it was of importance for us to get answers to the questions who Odessa residents are and what Odessa residents want. And there were so many insights which we couldn't have even imagined concerning the fears and concerns of Odessa residents. And fears and concerns are a great motivation, and Russia knows this. It uses our fears in a very high-quality technological way. That's why we are like sheep, following our shepherd and going in a certain direction, which they build for us, which they show us. So we need the centers for us to formally understand who we are and what needs to be done. And we need to use those cases. We need to speak. We are developing the culture of speaking and discussing complex topics, because experts already speak a lot on what should be done with this. We are a political nation, but we consist of several ethnicities. This is very good that we can discuss, that we can communicate, and it's like connected vessels. We can actually replenish other vessels with relevant things and vital things.
Влада не працює як з експертним середовищем.
But this is only our expert environment. That's why when we speak about certain things the authorities should learn, we should mention that we need to build those gaps, to build the bridges for those gaps, because otherwise, while we are waiting for the president to come to rule, the president who would know everything that needs to be done and not just be a populist, well, if we keep waiting for such a president, our life is going to be over. So let's work together and let's think it over, because we have a lot of achievements, a lot of developments, but we need to somehow bring this all into life and not wait too long. Zoya, thank you. Unfortunately, the time of our panel is over, and I would like to remind you that for this hour and a half, we have been working with our speakers about decolonialization, and it's great that we concluded with the idea of importance of bridging, of building bridges, because on learning the cultures which live together with us, we reinforce ourselves and we developed. Get stronger. We have had Zoya Kazanjli, Ali Maliyev, Joseph Zisels, Pavlo Kazarin, and this has been the last discussion within Reopen Zakarpattia, and we hope very much that we will meet next year here. Thank you. Thank you, dear guests. Thank you, dear moderator. We also have a hope and a plan to meet here next year. Thanks a lot to our audience who've been staying with us for 2 days, which is 16 hours of intellectual ardent discussions, all in all. And finally, I would like to give the floor to the director of the Institute of Central European Strategy, who is actually the host and organizer of the forum Reopen Zakarpattia. So sorry for the delay. Conclusions. Conclusions are a very responsible thing to do. Conclusions are highly important for us, because without conclusions, no development is possible. And conclusions of the last forum, of the last year forum, have been formulated in the format of this book, which you can see in my hands. And it's a pleasure for us to see that the conclusions of last year have become the basis for new projects for Zakarpattia and for Ukraine. It's a pleasure for us, and we're really happy about that, that our project, since this is not just a forum, this is a project, that it helps to fight fake information about the Transcaucasian region and Ukraine in general. We also want our project to allow to build new bridges and to improve, to repair old value bridges between countries and people, Ukraine and other countries of Europe to which Ukraine belongs. For this forum to take place today, a great number of people had to work at it. A great number of incredible people had to work at it, because this all stands for efforts and dreams, ambitions, and cooperation. And to really draw the conclusions of this year, we will have 1 year, exactly until the next forum Reopen Zakarpattia. So let's reflect on all this together. Let's dream and cooperate together. So meeting you exactly in a year's time, because, in the Transcaucasian region, all the best things are done at least once a year. Thank you.